Chapter 46. The next day in the underworld, where the devil's capital can be found, we find the Citri hospital. Here Surtsk's Lucifer is in critical condition. His injuries are very severe, but the light poisoning in his body was causing his body to heal slower than usual. Even the notorious Phoenix Tears of the Phoenix clan weren't helping, and Surtsk was put into a medically induced coma to help his body recover. While Surtsk was in the hospital recovering, a meeting between devil elders and Seraphal was taking place. She was intending to send a message to every devil in the underworld with the defeat of their strongest devil. The devil elders were of course in shock that the most powerful among their kind was so severely beaten. Seraphal had reported what had happened, and the elders were still having a difficult time believing it. But they can't just pretend it didn't happen, and for the first time in a long while the devil faction was afraid. One of the elder devils spoke. Lady Seraphal, the yokai faction has grown too powerful, and now, not even our Mu can protect us. If the yokai decide that the devil race should be destroyed, there's nothing we could do. Seraphal just shook her head. As long as the devils leave the yokai, Japan, and Harry Potter alone, the devil faction will be safe. I have been working with the yokai faction as a close ally for a long time, so I know how they operate, but it's important that all devils leave them alone. At first, the elders tried to keep the fact that Surtsk was out of commission for a while a secret, but Seraphal didn't agree. It's important for every devil to know and understand the consequences of messing with Harry Potter and the yokai faction, otherwise, it is a matter of time before some other devil does something to piss Harry Potter off, and I might not be able to convince him again from not killing a few devils. Seraphal then stood up from where she has been sitting throughout the meeting and spoke. This is my one and only warning to all of you. The simple fact is that the yokai faction and its people have risen in power, so much in fact that they're practically untouchable, and if the devils keep ignoring this, then not only might the devil race might cease to exist, but that I will gladly help the yokai faction in this. The elders rose in an uproar, but Seraphal flared her energy, causing the temperature in the elder council room to drop drastically. Frost and ice began to manifest everywhere inside the room, and the elder could only look in shock and horror at the new power held by Seraphal. Seraphal glared at the elders. I'm an ally to the yokai faction, and I'm tired of all of you making my job harder and harder with your greed and disregard for everything and everyone in the world. It's the reason I moved to Kyoto. I can't stand this anymore. So you've been warned. If you choose to ignore my words, then don't come to me to fix your mistakes, because I'll be one of the first ones marching here with the yokai faction to destroy you. With that said, Seraphal left the council room, leaving each and every elder devil there in shock, and not only her declaration to help the yokai faction destroy them if they mess up again, but at the fact that Seraphal has gotten way stronger than even Surtsk's Lucifer. Ajoka, who had been present and silently listening, was perplexed. This Seraphal wasn't the one that has been dealing with international affairs. No, this was the Seraphal from the war, a Seraphal who no one wanted to mess with. Her power rose beyond what super devil like Surtsk can accomplish. But how? Did Harry Potter train her? Does she have access to that strange place located in Kyoto where the rumors say that one can get stronger and stronger? I also need to investigate this rumor of Harry Potter being able to get evil pieces out of reincarnated devils without killing them. Good thing I told those young devils to keep a secret, for now, as that news could cause a rebellion within the devil faction, and we can afford that for now. Ajoka stood up, and the elders thought that he might have a solution to their predicament, but to their ever-growing despair, Ajoka immediately disappeared with a flash of light of his magic circle. The elder were left in the meeting room in shock and utter helplessness as they saw two of their Ms not doing anything about this situation. Meanwhile, the spies within the devil faction began to report what had happened to the other factions of the world. Many were glad that the Red Satan was finally put in his place, others were concerned that someone out there was powerful enough to beat him so easily, and others were terrified that something like that could happen to them. Among those were the fallen angels. They personally knew how terrifying Harry Potter is, and the fact that he had beaten Surtsk's Lucifer just made things more real to them. However, just as there were many who fear Harry and the yokai faction, there were others who were curious or interested in him. Others were so arrogant that they believed themselves powerful enough to challenge Harry and couldn't wait to test themselves against him. Finally, we had those that didn't believe the news and instead chose to ignore them. They wholeheartedly believed that Harry had help or somewhat got lucky. Needless to say that in the world there's an overabundance of stupidity and arrogance. As all of this was going on, the Gremory family, Surtsk's wife Grafia, hers, and Surtsk's son Mil-Icas were inside of the Red Satan's hospital room keeping him company. Even though he was in a coma, they were hoping that he could somehow feel their presence and put him at ease. However, the atmosphere in the room was tense and depressing. Venelana Gremory, the mother of Surtsk and Rias, was sobbing as she watched her son's injured body. Zedicus Gremory was holding his wife's shoulders as he frowned in sadness at the condition of his son. Rias was crying and holding Mil-Icas in her arms. she was heavily bandaged all over her body, but because she wasn't hit by Harry's holy light she was able to somewhat recover better than her brother. Akeno, Konako, and Kaiba were standing against a wall in the room looking down in sadness and shame. They also were heavily bandaged except Konako, who wasn't too hurt by Harry, to begin with. Grafia is sitting beside her husband while holding his hand. Her eyes were red, a sign that she had been crying not too long ago. Suddenly Sirafal opened the door and stepped inside the room. How is he? Everyone turned to look at Sirafal. It was Grafia who answered her question. He's healing, slowly but healing nonetheless. He has several broken bones and torn muscles, he's magically drained and he's been badly poisoned by holy light. It's the light poisoning that prevents him from recovering quickly. Sirafal nodded. I see, maybe I should have let Harry heal him. Akeno growled. Lady Sirafal, how can you speak about that monster so casually? He did all of this. Look at Lord Surtsks. He did all of that to him. Sirafal turned to glare at Akeno and disappeared in a blur. She then appeared in front of Akeno, grabbed her by the throat, and harshly slammed her into the wall. Rias gasped. Akeno, she was about to run and help her friend, but her mother grabbed her hand and glared at her, causing Rias to flinch and stop in her tracks. Meanwhile, Akeno's body was being frozen while being choked by an angry Sirafal. All of you brought this upon yourselves. You were the ones to arrogantly challenge Harry, all of you are the reason Surtsks got involved in the first place, and don't ever insult Harry in my presence. Sirafal then slammed Akeno to the wall once more and drove her body inside it and then let her go. She then turned to both Kaiba and Konako with a glare on her face. Anyone else want to insult my friend? Both Kaiba and Konako vigorously shook their heads. Sirafal then turned to Rias. I hope you understand that all of this was caused because of your stupidity. Rias looked down. Zidicus frowned. Lady Sirafal, aren't you being too harsh? I don't think that Rias's actions were too severe. Sirafal frowned. That nonchalant and arrogant attitude of yours and Surtsks are the main cause for Rias's behavior, uncle. Both of you had spoiled her so much that she thought it was a great idea to challenge a dragon god, one that is known to be the most powerful one out of the three and the #1 spot holder for the most powerful of the world, so yes. Rias's actions were too severe. Zidicus flinched while Venelana sighed. Forgive my foolish husband. Lady Sirafal, you're right, of course. We have let Rias grow too arrogant and naive to how the world outside the underworld moves. My apologies for all of this mess. Venelana bowed, but Sirafal lifted her up. Don't apologize for others' actions, Auntie. Besides, the Gremmery are already financially paying for this mess. Zidicus flinched once more. That fine was enormous and the Gremmery savings took a massive hit. It was going to take a while to recover from that. Venelana smiled at Sirafal, who she considered family. Thank you, dear. I'll make sure Surtsks and Zidicus learn from this, and that includes Rias as well. Rias and her father gulped while Millicas, who had heard everything, decided to ask Sirafal about Harry. Is Mr. Harry Potter really that strong? Sirafal turned towards Millicas. Yes. He can turn into this big dragon, and he has these pretty gold and silver scales. He's trained as a shinobi. He knows all kinds of cool and flashy spells, and he can also forge and enchant weapons, plus he's a master in hand-to-hand and sword combat. Millicas was awed. Grafia smiled at her son, and she was glad that he was smart enough not to hate Harry for putting his father in the hospital when it was their fault, to begin with. Sirafal continued to speak about all the cool stuff Harry can do to Millicas when suddenly Millicas had a great idea. Oh! Can we ask Mr. Harry to heal father? You said that he can do it, right? Sirafal tilted her head and thought about it for a second. I mean we could, but I think your father needs to learn his lesson, so he should stay like this for a while, though I'll help him a bit. Sirafal reached into her pocket and took out an apple gel, and split it in half. She then walked towards Surtsks and jammed one of the halves right into Surtsks's mouth, causing his unconscious body to buck and cough. Everyone except Millicas, who was trying not to laugh, sweat dropped at Serafal's horrendous bedside manners, but then they watched in awe as Surtsks' wounds slightly healed. Venelana then spoke up. Oh my! That was fast, Lady Sirafal. What was that? Sirafal grinned. Special magical medicine from Kyoto. I just gave him half of it, so he should have recovered around 15% of all his injuries. Zidicus rubbed his beard. Ah. Yes, I have heard that the yokai were producing their own magical medicine. Lord Phoenix was furious at having lost business with the yokai and vampire factions because of this. He lost a lot of money too. Sirafal smiled and nodded. Yup. And it was Harry who taught the yokai how to create this medicine. Too bad is only available to the yokai and their allies. Sirafal grinned as she chucked the other half of the apple gel into her mouth. Plus they're very delicious. Everyone sweat drops, but they all accepted Serafal's quirky explanation. Meanwhile, Rias and her peerage couldn't help but wonder what was the monster that had beaten them doing at this moment. Harry's day started early in the morning. He and Tony got up and got Hope and Morgan ready for school. While Tony was double-checking their school's supplies, Harry was making their lunches. Meanwhile, the girls were watching all this while eating their breakfast. The girls laughed and smiled at the scene of both Tony and Harry running around trying to get everything ready for the girls' first day at school. Afterward, Tony collapsed on the couch due to the stress he just went through while Harry took the girls to school. Drake went back inside Morgan and promised to keep an eye out and protect both of the girls while they were in school, something Harry approved of. After that chaos, everyone got busy training or doing their jobs in the guilds or research while Harry decided to take a nap in his dragon form. The spot he picked to nap? Kua Academy, of course. He created a ward around him so non-magicals couldn't see or hear him, and so Kua Academy had a giant dragon, sleeping in its running track, on its belly without most of the students noticing. Needless to say that Sana and her peerage panicked the moment they noticed a dragon sleeping so close to the school, so to make sure that the students were safe they decided to confront it. Sana carefully and almost silently approached the sleeping dragon while her peerage watched anxiously. Once Sana got close, Harry suddenly opened one of his eyes and stared at a frozen in shock Sana. Sana stared back towards the dragon's green eyes and dared not move, but she did manage to talk to the dragon air. "Mr. Dragon, could you not sleep here? Please." Harry huffed, rolled his eyes, and turned his back on Sana, whose left eye began to twitch in annoyance at being ignored. She was about to blast the damn lizard with tons of water, but her peerage reacted in time and grabbed her before she could do so. However, they were at a loss of how to deal with this. Tsubaki spoke up. "What are we going to do, Sana? Should we let it sleep? I mean, only we noticed, the rest of the students don't seem to see it." Sana had noticed that but pushed it aside. "You're right, did it use some kind of spell, or is it a natural ability?" Harry huffed again and rolled to face Sana and her peerage, causing them to tense and not move. "Can you go talk somewhere else? I'm trying to sleep here." Everyone's sweat dropped, but then Sana recognized the voice coming out of the dragon. "Is that you, Lord Potter?" All of the devil in her peerage had their eyes bulged in shock when Sana called the dragon Harry, while Harry himself then sat on his hunches and nodded. "Yup, it's me, but you can call me Harry. I'm not much for titles and all of that formal talk." Sana nodded. "Okay, but can you tell me, why are you a dragon, and why are you sleeping in the middle of the school's running track?" Harry scratched his belly and then shook his body, causing dirt and dust to fly off his body. His scales began to shine with the help of the sun, and all the girls in Sana's peerage stared in awe at the pretty scales. Harry then spoke. "I'm a dragon god, so I have a dragon form. I would think Sirafal would have told you about it. She loves going of rides on my head all the time, and I was sleeping here because this is a big and open area where the sun can warm me up." Sana tilted her head. "Yes, my sister did mention that she had a dragon friend that would give her rides in the sky, but I always thought she was making it up. My sister has a habit of exaggerating things after all, and please don't just sleep anywhere. What would you do if someone saw you?" Harry chuckled at Sana's comment about Sirafal but shrugged about the second comment. "I raised a very powerful ward around me, so there's no way non-magicals can see me." Sana just sighed. "You're going to be a headache, aren't you?" Harry just grinned at her, causing Sana to huff, but the rest of her peerage giggled or chuckled at this situation Sana found herself in. After that, Sana and her peerage asked Harry about his skills and abilities while Harry lay back and relaxed. Harry explained quite a few things about what was going on in Kyoto and a few projects that they were working on. Sana was impressed by how different the yokai faction seemed to be compared to her own. Ruriko, Rhea, Tomo, and Momo climbed onto Harry's back and enjoyed the fact that they were on top of a dragon. Harry let them do as they please and just chuckled at their antics. However, the sole male in Sana's peerage didn't dare move or say anything. Genshiro's dragonic instincts, which were a side effect from his sacred gear, were going high wire at being in the presence of a dragon god. Harry noticed it and just widely grinned at the poor boy who just paled and passed out. Sana rolled her eyes. "Did you have to do that?" Harry chuckled. "No, but it was funny." Sana shook her head and decided to ask something that she's been wondering about. "How is Gasper doing? Is he okay?" Harry smiled and nodded. "Yeah, the little guy is excited to have Valerie back in his life. She and Elmenhilda, who is the vampire faction envoy, are having a lot of fun using him as a dress-up doll. Not that he seems to mind. We are getting him professional help. He'll be going back and forth between Kyoto and Kyoto because of that, so he's not going to be around much." Sana smiled and just continued to speak with Harry. She wanted to learn more about him, the yokai, and the most powerful faction in the world, and so she spent the rest of the day with the dragon god, completely forgetting that it was a school day. A couple of weeks passed by rather quickly. The entire household was keeping themselves busy all the time, but they did spend a lot of time together too. Sirafal and Yasaka were constant visitors and even had their own rooms in the house just so they can stay whenever. Morgan and Hope were doing great in school, but that was expected for a cosmic force and a dragon god-blessed child. Nonetheless, their parents were proud of them, especially since they now had friends around their ages and were having a normal and happy childhood. One weekend, however, as Harry was going to the park with Morgan and Hope, they found a very curious sight on their way to the park. A nun was on the floor moaning in pain, her butt was sticking up while she was busy dealing with her obvious trip to the ground. Morgan and Hope ran ahead and helped the poor nun get up while Harry began to pick up her clothes and briefcase, which had spilled all over the place because of her tripping and falling. The nun smiled. "Thank you. I was so distracted that I didn't watch where I was going and I tripped." Sigh. Morgan grabbed the nun's hand. "Are you okay, miss?" Harry raised an eyebrow. Morgan was not one to speak to strangers, but here she was speaking and holding the hand of this nun, though for some reason his own dragonic instincts were telling him to protect this girl. The nun smiled. "I'm fine, I'm just a little lost, and the fact that I don't speak the language makes things extra difficult for me." "Oh. I'm sorry, my name is Asia Argento, it's nice to meet you three." Harry's eyes widened while Morgan and Hope smiled. Morgan decided to introduce everyone. "Hi Asia. I'm Morgan and that's my cousin Hope. But she's more of a big sister to me. And that's my uncle Harry." Morgan cheerfully pointed at Harry, while Hope spoke. "You're the girl that Auntie Gabriel and my daddy have been looking for. You must be very good at hiding because they couldn't find you at all." Harry chuckled and looked at the thoroughly confused Asia. "Sorry about them, Asia, their excitement gets the better of them sometimes." Asia nodded and smiled at the girls. Harry then spoke up once again. "Listen, it is true that we have been looking for you, how about you come with us to the park and we can talk there?" Asia was obviously nervous, but she saw the smiles on both the girls and Harry and she just couldn't say no to them, so she nodded. Morgan and Hope cheered and each one grabbed one of Asia's hands and proceeded to drag her to the park. Harry followed them with a wide smile on his face while carrying Asia's luggage. Once Harry and company reached the park, Morgan and Hope immediately ran to the jungle gym while Harry and Asia sat on a bench close by. Asia stared and smiled as both Morgan and Hope ran around and played in the jungle gym. Other children soon joined them in their games, adding more to their fun. However, Asia couldn't help but gasp when Hope suddenly made all the children float around the jungle gym. She looked around and saw that no one seemed curious about what was happening. She then turned towards Harry, who was smiling softly as he watched the girls have fun. His eyes were glowing with mirth and care. Asia stared and blushed a bit. Harry at that moment looked so caring and kind. He looked like a very loving father. Harry felt Asia staring at him and so he turned to her with a smile. Are you okay, Asia?" Asia sputtered in embarrassment, causing Harry to chuckle. Asia stopped panicking and looked down a bit to hide her blush. Shouldn't we stop Hope from using magic?" Harry shook his head. "It's okay, this last couple of days I have noticed that Kuah seems to be unique, in that for some reason the people living here seem to ignore supernatural events very easily. I think it's because a lot of things have happened in this town and so they're used it." Asia nodded and took another look around and she noticed that no one seemed to bat an eye at the fact that the children were floating around and playing. "I see, how curious." Harry nodded. "Right? It's very interesting, but anyways, Asia, I do have to inform you of a couple of things." And so Harry explained what had happened to the fallen angels that were waiting for her, what they were planning, who he is and the faction he represents. Asia was heartbroken. All of this was too much for her. First, she gets excommunicated and kicked out of the place she considered her home, and now she finds out that she was going to get killed for her sacred gear. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't stop her tears from falling down her face. Harry watched sadly as Asia cried. Poor girl, she must have gone through a lot, plus Gabriel did tell me how she was sheltered away from anyone by the church, always being forced to be alone. Harry then decided to help Asia and so he spoke up. "Asia, don't cry, I know things seem sad and horrible right now, but Gabriel and I want to help you." Asia rubbed her eyes and then turned to look at Harry. "You want to help me? Gabriel? Who is that?" Harry smiled. "Yes, I want to help you and Gabriel, as an Archangel Gabriel. She was against the church kicking you out and she even left heaven to live with us in Kyoto because her brother Michael refused to help you for some reason." Asia gasped. "Lady Gabriel wants to help me? But I'm no one special." Harry patted her head, causing Asia to squeak in surprise. "Don't say that, Asia, you're a kind girl. Gabriel told me a lot about you, you know? She really likes you and even asked me and Yasaka to take you under the protection of the yokai faction, but then the fallen faction beat her to it, but she never stopped looking for you." Asia began to cry once again and Harry continued to gently pat her head. "Tell me, Asia, what do you want? I'll make sure you get whatever you need and want, I promise." Asia was sobbing but she was still able to speak and she vented to Harry. I want lots of friends. I want to spend time with them. Read books, Pick flowers together, go to school. I want a family. Asia suddenly launched herself to Harry, who hugged her and let her cry on his chest. Okay, I'll help you have all of that and more, Asia. You can consider me your friend from now on, and I'm sure all of my friends and family will accept you immediately, so you'll have a ton of friends from the get-go. I'll enroll you into this town school and we'll have a ton of fun. Asia continued sobbing but nodded. Harry smiled. To him, Asia remained him a bit of himself before he started his journey, back when he was alone, afraid, and helpless. So he was going to protect Asia from now on. His dragonic instincts were also telling him to protect her. Asia Argento from now on will have the care and support of Harry Potter, the yokai faction, and its allies. She'll have everything she ever wished and more. That evening Harry arrived back home with 3 tired and sleeping girls floating behind him. Pepper smiled, grabbed Morgan, and took her to her bed. Jean did the same for Hope, but not before giving Harry a kiss and then leaving with their daughter in her arms sleeping peacefully. Harry walked towards the living room, laid Asia on the couch, and called Hella, who appeared immediately, making Harry jump a bit in surprise. Sweet merciful Irish giggle. Hella don't just appear out of nowhere like that. Hella actually grinned. My apologies, Master Harry, what can I do for you? Harry's left eye twitched when he noticed her grin, but let it go for now. Can you prepare a room for this girl here? She'll be staying with us from now on. Hella nodded. Of course, I'll go do that immediately. Harry shook his head in amusement. Who would have thought that Hella would take being my maid so seriously? Harry then took his cell phone and texted Gabriel to come to the house right away. She immediately replied saying that she was on her way. A few minutes later Gabriel appeared via magic circle and immediately hugged Harry. Harry, it's always nice to see you. Harry smiled and hugged the overly affectionate Seraph. Hey Gabriel, I found Asia Argento. Gabriel gasped and let go of Harry. Really? That's great. Where is she? Harry smiled and pointed at the couch where Asia was sleeping peacefully. Gabriel smiled and walked up to Asia, and once she was close enough she began to pat her head. Thank you, Harry, what the church did to this poor girl is unforgivable. Harry nodded in agreement. Yes, just to let you know, I'm punching Michael in the face the next time I see him. You told me about Asia, but she really is a sweetheart. Even now there's no trace of darkness in her heart. Gabriel nodded. I'll hold big brother for you, Harry. Harry chuckled. Gabriel was not one for violence, but the fact that she was willing to help her brother get punched in the face is a big sign of how mad she is at what has happened to Asia. Oh, I forgot to do this for you the last time I saw you, but I think you deserve this the most, Gabriel. Gabriel tilted her head in confusion but nodded and watched as Harry stretch an arm and place a hand where her heart is. Suddenly she felt something in her change, causing her eyes to widen in surprise. What was that? I know something changed, but I don't know what. Harry smiled. I just made it impossible for you to fall, Gabriel. When I returned from my trip from another world, my connection and understanding of God's system improved. I think it's due to my new domain over creation, but now I'm capable of doing this, and I know for a fact that you deserve this more than any of your siblings. Gabriel gaped but then hugged Harry tightly to her. Thank you so much, Harry. Falling is always a big fear to us angels, so this makes me very happy. I promise not to abuse your gift. Harry chuckled. I know you won't. Oh. Could you move into the house? I think Asia would love it if you stayed, and I'm going to need a bit of help helping her. Gabriel vigorously nodded. Of course. I wanted to help Asia for a long time now. Thank you for giving me a chance. Harry grinned. No problem, I'm going to be teaching her all of my healing spells, techniques, and skills to her. All the craziness that happens in this house, we need a medic around here sometimes. Besides, I'm sure the girls will teach her all kinds things and how to defend herself. Gabriel giggles. Okay. I'll help too. My time training in the natural dungeon and learning from Ophaneman has taught me all kinds of new skills. Gabriel fist pumped and Harry chuckled at her excitement. Though for some reason my dragonic instincts keep pushing me to protect her. I wonder why. Off-Eyes then floated into the room and towards Asia. Once she reached her, she actually cuddled with her, which surprised both Gabriel and Off-Eyes. Harry decided to ask her. Off-Eyes? What are you doing? Off-Eyes looked up and stared at Harry like a cat playing with its favorite toy. She's a dragon tamer, must protect. Gabriel and Harry just stared at Off-Eyes. Continued to use Asia like a stuffed animal. A dragon tamer? Well, that's interesting. Is that why my dragonic instincts have been weird around her? Off-Eyes nodded. Yes, this girl's aura feels nice to us dragons. It relaxes us and calms us down. Gabriel then had a realization. Oh. Like catnip to a kitty. Harry raised an eyebrow. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, she is under our protection anyways, Off-Eyes, so let's take care of our little tamer together. Off-Eyes nodded and then floated up and kissed Harry and then went back to cuddle with Asia. Gabriel, who watched that happen, blushed. she was still not used to open shows of affection and had literally covered her face with her hands in embarrassment, causing Harry to smile and pat her head. The next morning Asia was introduced to everyone in the house, needless to say, that she was surprised at how many people lived here. But she couldn't help to smile at seeing how everyone acted like a big family. To her shock, when Harry explained her situation to everyone, she was accepted right away and told her to consider everyone here a friend. This made Asia extremely happy, and then the girls kidnapped Asia, took Harry's wallet, and went shopping for everything that Asia will ever need now that she was living with them. Even Gabriel went with them. Harry was left standing there with a manly tear coming down his face. Silently he sent a small prayer to his finances and then left to go see what Tony was up to. Once he reached the lab, he saw Tony going through some calculations on his computer while he himself was staring at some metals on his desk. Harry approached him. "Hey Tony. What's got your attention?" Tony looked up. "Oh. Harry. Morning. I'm just doing some tests and calculations on these metals mined in the natural dungeon. Where are Morgan and Hope?" Harry reached Tony and stared at the metals Pepper took them to school. This is mithril and electrum. But they're supercharged with mana." Tony nodded. "Yes, these metals have their own current of energy running through them. I'm thinking of creating miniature arc reactors that can be used for smartphones and laptops. This way they'll be magical resistant and would have almost infinite energy. The problem would be the heat generated by the arc reactors and the fact that the metals might lose their magical charge while being processed." Harry took a piece of mithril and began to change its shape. Tony widened his eyes in surprise. "How are you doing that?" Harry grinned. "Metal manipulation, it's an advanced chakra technique, a Kekiaita or bloodline selection in English. It allows the user to freely manipulate metals and even transmutation. It requires someone to have mastered fire, lightning, and earth chakra nature, which means I can teach a couple of yokai how to use it. That should solve the losing of their magical charge problem. Ha ha ha." Tony was furiously taking notes. "I keep forgetting that in Kyoto we have access to all kinds of talents. Sigh. I think I'm too used to working by myself or thinking I can solve everything with science." Harry grinned. "It's not wrong to have that sort of attitude, Tony, but you really should ask others for help. You never know what sort of idea someone else might have." Tony nodded and grinned back at Harry. "You're right, boss." Harry shuddered. "Yet. Don't call me boss." That felt weird. Tony chuckled, but Harry ignored it. "And about your overheating problem, runes might help you with it. I suggest speaking with Hermione. She has experience with runes. Sirius and Remus know how to enchant since I taught them, so they might be able to come up with a few ideas of their own." For the rest of the day, until the girls came back, Harry and Tony worked in the lab, doing tests and coming up with new ideas. Meanwhile, in the underworld, a young blonde man was grinning widely at the news of Surtsk's Lucifer being defeated and put in the hospital. "It seems that someone was able to defeat Lord Lucifer. It must have been luck, but this does give me a way to show how superior my noble lineage is. I'm sure my beloved Rias will throw herself at me after I defeat the one responsible for hurting her dear elder brother. Ha ha ha." A young blonde girl shook her head in disbelief. "I hope that your arrogance doesn't bring about the destruction of our clan, big brother." Chapter 47. A few days have gone by and things have been busy for Harry and company. Tony was very busy trying to create miniature versions of the arc reactors, and Hermione, Sirius, and Remus were helping find a solution to the overheating problem while he was testing magical metals. Meanwhile, Harry was training a couple of Kitsune and Nikomata how to use steel release. The yokai were very interested in this elemental manipulation via chakras, so they were learning fast. Faye and Jessica were going down to the natural dungeon to mine for more different types of magical metal to see which one work with what Tony has planned. Morgan and Hope are still doing great at school and have a lot of friends. They even came to a sleepover once. Needless to say, chaos reigned in the Potter household, especially since Sirius and Remus appeared and dragged the kids on a pranking spree. Harry became the victim of one particular prank when he came into the living and sat on the couch. When he did, the cushion beside him exploded in a pink dust cloud, painting him completely pink. Harry sat there wide-eyed and in shock for a minute until his mind caught up to him a second later and he began to chase everyone all over the house. The kids were having the time of their lives, but Sirius and Remus didn't. Harry shaved their heads off and cursed them so their hair would grow back in a week. They, however, didn't regret their decision to prank Harry and just grinned and walk around proudly. The rest of the girls continued to train and go to their respective guilds for further adventuring in the natural dungeon. Recently, new types of machine-like monsters and aliens were spawning deep down in the dungeon and the girls were very curious about them. When Yasaka showed a picture of one of these creatures to Harry when he was visiting, he immediately recognized them. Those are Chitauri, and the machines look like Tony's armor. Interesting. The dungeon must be pulling information from my system and the enemies I have faced to create new types of enemies. It will probably begin to produce resources found on that world too. Yasaka nodded in understanding. I see. That's interesting, so the more worlds you visit the more will the natural dungeon expand and grow, which means that the yokai faction will get even more resources to work with. Harry nodded. Yup, we got to tell Tony about this, he might be able to use those machine-like monsters and the weapons these dungeon Chitori have for his research. Yasaka nodded and they both continued to speak about the many things happening in Kyoto while enjoying some tea. Meanwhile, in the underworld, Rias and her peerage had almost recovered from all their injuries, but they weren't happy about that or happy at all. The underworld as a whole was upset with Rias and blamed her for putting the devil race under the radar of a dragon god. This was something Rias wasn't used to. She has never been ignored or glared at before, but now that was what she was receiving everywhere she went. Her peerage had been more than physically broken, Harry beat them emotionally too, and now they seem even worse than before. Rias was worried about Kaiba the most since he seemed to transfer his hatred towards Excalibur to Harry and Le Fay Pendragon, and that didn't make any sense even to her. Good thing Rias's mother Venelana saw this and thoroughly got those thoughts away from him before he made a horrible mistake. She also forced him to get some therapy. It wasn't normal to go around with your heart full of anger and hate, but all of this did show her that she had utterly failed her knight. Konako was even worse. After her fight against Harry she was terrified of everything, almost as if she expected Harry to burst into the Gremory mansion and kill them all. She seems to think that because Harry was a master sage that it was a matter of time before he went insane. Her poor Rook was still living in the past, and under the shadow that was her elder sister still haunted Konako. And then there was Akeno, Rias's best friend and queen. She hated Harry Potter. No, it was more like she despised him, not only because he beat them all within an inch of their lives, but because he belittled their problems and revealed her half-fallen heritage. Though she had been warned by both Venelana and Sirafal not to do anything stupid, because if she did and Harry went after her, no one would protect her. Rias herself was forced to realize how much of a failure as a king and friend she was. Up until now she never understood the depth of the traumas that her peerage lived with and was just content with letting her peerage deal with all their problems by themselves and in their own time. She should have gotten them help from the get-go, but instead decided to focus on finding a solution to her problem. Even that wasn't going anywhere either. She was still engaged to that piece of shit Riser, and she was nowhere close to being ready to face him for her freedom. Now she lost Gasper and the boosted gear. Harry was right about her after all. Rias Gremory was finally realizing how much she had messed up, not only towards her friends but to herself as well. Now soon they'll be going back to school and to the town that she no longer had any rights to protect. In the Satrai hospital, a still injured Sertx finally woke up and looked around only to smile when he noticed his wife sitting beside him. Grafia smiled back at her husband. You're an idiot, you know. Sertx flinched at the obvious pain in Grafia's voice. I know. I'm sorry Grafia, but I had to protect Rias. Harry Potter isn't someone I could just ignore. Grafia just shook her head. Sertx, I know how much you love Rias, but you can't keep doing this. You almost died. You almost left me and Mil-Icas alone. Sertx frowned. He didn't like the fact that his actions brought pain to his wife. Suddenly another voice caught his attention. Sertx, you can't keep babysitting Rias like this. At some point she's going to have to live with the consequences of her actions. Sertx turned towards the doorway to his hospital room and saw Sirafal standing there with a frown on her face. Sirafal, how bad is it? Sirafal huffed in annoyance and walked in. Pretty bad. The other factions now know what has happened to you. They now know that you can be defeated and that you can be surpassed, so don't expect anyone to bend to your wants anytime soon. The elders are in a panic. They seem to think that Harry will pop up down here and begin a genocide. Luckily Harry is very busy at the moment and he really doesn't care about the devil faction, but honestly, I don't care about the elders panicking. I did threaten them when they tried to demand to me fix this though. Grafia and Sertx raised an eyebrow in surprise and Sirafal grinned. What? I'm tired of always fixing all of the devil faction's problems. The devils go around doing whatever they want whenever they want, and when they get confronted or caught red-handed they come crawling to me to fix it, but no more. I'm done with all of this. The next time a devil does anything stupid I'm not going to intervene, and if the devil faction decides to go against Harry and the yokai faction then I'll join the yokai faction myself and help them destroy the underworld and the devil race. Sertx widened his eyes in shock while Grafia gasped. Sirafal, you can't be serious. You would throw away everything we fought for during the Civil War? Why? Sirafal huffed. And what has changed since we won that war? The devils haven't changed much since then. Just look at most of the devil purebloods. They do what they want, whenever they want, without caring about the consequences. They're so arrogant and full of themselves. Look at what happened to you and Rias. Sertx, even the elders don't respect us as we're just kept in that position as a deterrent to the other factions, but now that you have been defeated so easily, it doesn't matter anymore. They're all now scared. I'm done with all of this nonsense. This is exactly why I moved to Kyoto. I couldn't stand what the devil race has become. I didn't fight that war just so things would stay the same. Surtsks and Grafia looked down. They have to admit that Sirafal was right about everything she just said, but was it really enough for her to just leave the devil faction? Sirafal then began to walk towards the door. I have already spoken with Mom and Dad. The Satrai will be joining the yokai faction as allies, and so is the House of Leviathan. Yasaka agreed to it after Dad paid the fine against the House of Satrai. Sana has also agreed and has personally apologized to both the yokai faction and the Japanese government for helping your sister with her foolishness. Surtsks was speechless and just stared at Sirafal in shock while she continued to speak. Unlike you and Rias, she's making an effort to make up for her mistakes, and even Harry has been helping her with the duties to Kyoto town while Rias is here in the underworld licking her wounds. But you should really begin to think what to do with her and the devil race as a whole. Surtsks, like I said, I'm done fixing this faction's mistakes. Sooner or later one of them is going to do something stupid. Again. Sirafal left the room, leaving a very preoccupied Surtsks and Grafia behind. They were still in shock about what Sirafal has just told them, but one thing was made perfectly clear to them: the devil faction was on its own from now on. Back in Kyoto, Harry was visiting Sana in the student council office. Sana spoke up. So how can I help you today, Harry? Harry smiled and brought out a bunch of papers and handed them to Sana. These few days, with the help of Jarvis and the Japanese government, they were able to get everything ready for Asia to join the school here. I'm hoping you would help me enroll this girl. Her name is Asia Argento and I think she would do great here in Kyoto Academy. Sana took the paperwork and handed it to Tsubaki, who took it and nodded. She then left to begin getting that done. Sana then decided to ask Harry a few questions. Who is she, and where did she come from, Harry? I don't think I've seen her around here in Kyoto before. Harry nodded. She's an excommunicated nun. She was treated as a saint back in Italy, but a devil somehow got in where she was being kept and she helped him. Not knowing he was a devil, the church immediately kicked her out, but she was picked up by the fallen faction. The fallen angels we found here a while ago were planning to extract her sacred gear here, so she was being sacrificed. I found her and she joined the yokai faction. Right now she's my student in the healing arts and protege of Archangel Gabriel. Sana gaped at how protected this girl is, but she could understand. It was horrible what had happened to her. Wait, how did a devil get inside so deep into church territory like that? Harry shook his head. We don't know. Your sister is looking into it, but she hasn't found anything. Honestly, it all seems very suspicious. Sana nodded. Yes, it's almost as if. Wait. You don't think? Sana stared wide-eyed toward Harry, who nodded that someone within the church helped that devil get to Asia? Yes, we thought so too, and Gabriel is investigating that too, but right while we get answers, I want Asia to have a semi-normal life. That's why I'm helping her get what she always wanted. Sana nodded. I see. What else did she ask for? Harry smiled. The girl just wants to go to school, make friends and have fun. She's a sweetheart, so I would appreciate it if you and your peerage can help her. Sana smiled and nodded. Consider it done. I'll make sure to keep an eye out for her. Harry nodded. Thank you, and make sure to keep Rias away from her. I don't want her pestering her. She's a member of the yokai faction now, so she won't be joining another faction and most definitely won't be turned into a devil. Sana nodded. Don't worry, I'll make sure to let her know. She'll be coming back in a couple of days, so you should come and talk to her. She might not be in charge of Kyoto anymore, but at least she can still finish her education, even though that means she'll be heavily monitored and limited to what she can do. Harry nodded and stood up. I'll make sure to come and see her when she comes back. I do need to let her know what the yokai faction and the Japanese government have decided in regard to her constant abuse of power. Once again thank you, Sana. I'll see you later. Harry then opened a dark corridor and stepped through while Sana waved at him goodbye. A few days after Asia was finally able to go to school, her kind and polite attitude made her instantly popular among the students. Asia was able to get even more friends with her classmates and Sana's peerage, who took it upon themselves to make sure she always had what she needed, and eventually they too became her friends. 3 days after she joined the school, Rias and her peerage were allowed to go back to class, but it was quite evident to the students that something was seriously wrong with the members of the Occult Research Club. Rias looked stressed and completely exhausted. Her mother has thoroughly made sure to get her off her high horse, and the fact that Riser had been an annoyance as of late had made things worse for her, but the worst thing was that her parents and Yasaka had decided that she won't have a voice in whatever happens in Kyoto anymore. Her mother had told her that the yokai faction no longer trusted the Gremory, and that as of now Harry Potter will be in charge of Kyoto alongside Sana, whose family had officially joined the yokai faction. This was decided after Sana had officially apologized to Yasaka and the Japanese government for her actions. Also, her and Sirafal made sure to send money to the affected female students as reparations for their inactions towards allowing Issei and his friends to continue their perverted actions against them. Kaiba was even quieter than usual and would spend most of his time brooding somewhere around campus. It got so bad that even his hardcore fans grew to dislike this new gloomy attitude of his. Konako seemed to have somewhat recovered from her paranoia and seemed to be lost in thought all the time. Whatever she was thinking about, must be very important to her. Akeno stopped smiling altogether and just seemed ready to snap at anything. Thankfully she still had some control over her actions, so she didn't actually snap at anyone. Overall, all the students were very aware that something was wrong with them, but they just didn't know what. Today, there was a bit of a commotion up at the school's main gates. Asia noticed as she was exiting the school to go home, but she ignored it until she noticed Harry standing there with Kunu, Le Fei, and Fu. The students were curious about this group of individuals who had been seen often around the school, but everyone was surprised when Asia ran past everyone staring at Harry and the girls and hugged Harry for dear life, surprising him and the mob of students. But Harry hugged her back with a smile and ignored everyone else. Hey Asia, did you have fun in class today? Asia let go of Harry and nodded yes. We learned a lot and I had fun with my friends and the student council. The students' sweat dropped knowing how strict Sana and the student council are, so it was a bit hard to believe that Asia had fun with them. Harry grinned. That's great. I'm glad you're enjoying your time here. Asia smiled. Are you guys here to visit Sana? Asia waved hello to Kunu, Le Fei, and Fu, who waved back at her with a smile on their faces, while Harry answered her question yes, but not only her. We're also here to speak with Rias about a couple of other things. We were waiting here for you to see if you wanted to come with us. Asia nodded and Harry grabbed her school bag and placed it on his shoulders while he began to walk towards the Occult Research Club building, while the 4 girls with him followed him close behind. The mob of students just stared at their backs, confused as to what was going on, but soon enough they all left to go home. Meanwhile, Sana and her peerage were already in Rias's office along with Rias herself and her peerage. They were patiently waiting for Harry to arrive while Sana was speaking to her. Listen Rias, just let me speak and just accept everything Harry tells you, don't make things worse for you, okay? Rias just nodded while her peerage frowned. None of them wanted to be here but they had to. Sana noticed the looks on their faces and frowned. The same goes for all 3 of you, don't speak unless spoken to. If you do something foolish I've been authorized by my sister to put you down like stray devils. Rias and her peerage gasped in shock. Sana. That can't be true. Right. Sana shook her head. I'm sorry Rias, but my sister, even though she couldn't care less about the devil faction, she still doesn't want to go to war ever again. In order to prevent that outcome it was decided to control you and your peerage. Lady Venelana also agreed to this. Rias looked down heartbroken. Mother agreed. Sana sadly looked towards Rias. You really messed up Rias, you should know by now that everything is going to change for you and I'm sorry but I can't help you anymore. The Satrai have allied themselves with the yokai faction and if I'm ordered to take down your peerage I will. I don't want a war either after all. Rias just sighed and continued to look down while her peerage was staring at Sana and her peerage in shock. Suddenly someone knocked on the door to Rias's office and then Harry along with Kunu, Le Fei, Fu, and Asia stepped in. As soon as Asia saw Momo, Ruriko, and Rhea she ran to them to say hello. Sana and her peerage smiled at their friend who was cheerfully talking with some of them. Harry and his company smiled at how happy and content Asia seemed. But Harry continued his walk until he was in front of Rias and Sana. He smiled at Sana who smiled back at him. He then turned towards Rias who flinched when she saw Harry's eyes glow as he looked at her and her peerage. I see. Still drowning in darkness. Hey. Harry's comment made Akeno and Kaiba frown while Konako looked down lost in thought. Suddenly she looked up and stared into Harry's eyes. Can I ask you something? Harry raised an eyebrow at the determined gleam in her eyes and nodded while Rias, Akeno, and Kaiba stared in shock at her. Konako took a big breath and then asked, is it true, what you told me that day? That senjutsu doesn't make you insane? That you are a sage and that you taught others how to use it? Harry nodded and turned towards both Kunu and Fu. That's right. Kunu and Fu here learned how to wield and use senjutsu from me and are full-fledged sages. Sana and her peerage were impressed while Rias and her peerage were shocked. Konako stared at both Fu and Kunu. See, can I see? Harry stared into Konako's eyes. She's terrified, but she's trying to move on, to take that step forward. Harry then turned his head towards both girls and nodded to them. Kunu and Fu nodded back. They closed their eyes and a second later black markings began to appear on their faces, signaling that they have entered sage mode. Both opened their eyes and everyone could see their eyes had changed color to green, almost the same color as Harry's eyes. The devil widens their eyes in awe. They couldn't sense anything but their sheer presence was overwhelming. Konako was trembling. Unlike the others in the room, she could sense the enormous amounts of natural energy within Kunu and Fu. She was scared but she saw that they were in full control. They're okay. They're not going insane. Harry frowned. What? Of course not. Senjutsu doesn't make you go insane if you can't control it. you turn into stone and die, where did you even hear that from? Every devil within the room had their eyes wide open in shock, especially Konako, who spoke. What? But my sister went insane because she couldn't control her senjutsu. Harry tilted his head in confusion. Your sister must be a Nico Shao too, so no, that would be impossible. Yokai have an affinity towards natural energy, it's impossible for them to lose control while in sage mode. This is especially true for Nico Shaos. Their bodies naturally absorb natural energy from the moment they're born, so their bodies are even more attuned to senjutsu. The devils looked perplexed, but it was Sana who explained. Konako's sister, Kurika, is a stray devil. She's a wanted criminal for the murder of her master, who was a member of the branch family of the clan of Nabrius. The report stated that she went insane from senjutsu and killed her king. Harry frowned. Then that report is a lie. Either all of this was a covered up to protect the Nabrius clan, or Kurika's king was involved in some shady things and they used Kurika as a scapegoat. I'm sure if she killed her king it must have been for another reason, but either way, it's not possible to go berserk from senjutsu. If you lose control you die, that's all. Konako looked down and seemed lost in thought, but she did say her thanks. Thank you for letting me know. Harry nodded and smiled when he saw some of the darkness in her heart dissipate. At least one of them is trying to change and move on. Rias and her peerage looked in concern toward Konako, who seemed to be thinking hard about what she just heard. Sana stared at Konako and then nodded. I'll ask my sister to investigate further on this entire situation. Something doesn't make sense about all of this. I'm sure she'll be happy to investigate this further than it was allowed back then. Konako looked up and nodded to Sana, while Harry grinned towards the Citrier, who noticed and just huffed, causing Harry to chuckle. But then he turned towards Rias and stared at her. Now with that out of the way, Rias Gremory, as of now you have no right to anything to do with Kyoha and its inhabitants. You're no longer allowed to do contracts within Japan, and are forbidden from reincarnating anyone considered a Japanese citizen. If you're found doing any of these things within Japan you will be banned from Japan and a kill on sight order will place on you and your peerage. Rias looked down as tears began to drop from her face. Her peerage looked at her sadly. You're allowed to stay in Kyoha and continue with your education, but the yokai faction and the Japanese government sincerely hope you leave and never return once you graduate from Kyoha Academy. Rias began to sob, even though now she understood that what she had done was bad and that she had been extremely arrogant when she challenged Harry Potter to a fight. She still can't believe she was being punished this harshly. Akeno glared at Harry, who just ignored her. He didn't want to waste his time with her any longer. Kaiba looked down and tightened his fists in anger. Konako just sat down on the couch and began to eat. She seemed to be still lost in thought and not really paying attention to anything around her. Sana just closed her eyes and sadly shook her head. She felt bad about her best friend, but there was nothing she could do about it. Unfortunately, this was something brought about by the actions of her friend and it was time to pay. Asia was confused as to what was going on, but Momo and Ruriko were explaining what had happened. Needless to say, she was sad about what was happening to Rias, but she knew that there was nothing she could say or do to fix things. Suddenly Harry, Fei, Kunu, and Fu sensed something teleporting to the room, and they all turned to stare at the place where a magic circle suddenly began to form and let out a gout of flames. Rias and Sana began to panic. Sana in her panic growled and turned towards Rias. Rias, why is he here today of all days? Rias just stared back at Sana in shock. I don't know, my parents didn't tell me about this. Harry was half listening because he was distracted by the disgusting amount of darkness he could sense coming from whoever was arriving. Suddenly a tall blonde man dressed in a burgundy suit materialized. HOH. Riser hasn't visited Earth in a long time, but the air quality here is still disgusting. Harry and the girls frowned at this man. Asia hid behind Momo and Ruriko. She didn't like this man at all. Something about him made her feel unsafe. The devils frowned while Riser began to look around until he caught sight of Rias. Rias, my love. I, Riser, have come to take you home. Rias frowned. I'm not going anywhere with you, Riser. Why are you here? No one was supposed to show themselves here today. Riser grinned. Ha ha ha. Your father and mine decided to push ahead our wedding day. That fine those despicable yokai gave to your father has placed the Gremory in the red, so he decided to go ahead and push for the wedding now. Suddenly another magic circle materialized, but the being coming through this one was way stronger than this idiot, which in turn made Kunu, Fei, and Fu react. This was how Graphia Lucifer found herself with a holy sword aimed at her heart, a key blade touching the back of her head ready to blast her with holy light, and a water blade touching her neck ready to chop her head off. Of course, this made her freeze in shock as she stared at Harry Potter standing before her, glaring at her while being held down by who she assumes are members of Kyoto's elite squad, and she was terrified. The devils present gaped and stared with wide eyes at how Harry and the girls moved so fast. They didn't even see them move at all. Harry glared at Graphia. Who are you, and what do you want? Graphia gulped. I'm Graphia Lucifer, maid of the Lucifer household and wife to Sir Lucifer. My apologies Lord Potter, but Lady Venelana Gremory sent me here to prevent Lord Riser from coming here today, but it seems I was too late. Harry frowned but nodded at the girls, who then let Grafia go and stepped away from her. However, they kept their weapons out. Grafia signed in relief but then turned to glare at Riser. Lord Riser, you were told to not come here today. Why have you disobeyed both your father and Lord Gremory? Riser just grinned. Riser just wanted to tell Rias the good news. Besides, Riser doesn't get why everyone is so nervous about this Harry Potter guy. Riser is sure that he isn't as scary as everyone makes him out to be. Rias, Sana, and Grafia gasped and immediately turned towards Harry, who just deadpanned at the idiot in front of him. Sigh, great, another clown. I really don't want to deal with this level of stupidity, so I'll be leaving. Let's go girls before we get infected with whatever makes this idiot speak in third person. The girls nodded while Asia ran towards Le Fay. Then Harry and the girls turned around and began to walk towards the door. Sana, Rias, and Grafia deeply sighed. They were glad Harry didn't want to deal with Riser right now. However, Riser didn't appreciate being insulted like this, and he responded like the arrogant and idiotic person he is. He launched a fireball toward Harry's back. Don't ignore Riser, you fool. The devil stared in shock while the fireball flew at high speed toward Harry's back, but Harry just turned around and stopped the fireball with his bare hand and then absorbed the mana, feeding the flames, causing the fireball to break down. Rias, Sana, and Grafia were terrified now. Harry was glaring with so much anger right now that they felt they were being choked. Riser, however, was too arrogant and stupid to sense his impending death. Harry glared at Riser. Do you have a death wish, kid? Because if you do, I'll gladly end your existence. Riser frowned. Riser is impressed that you were able to stop Riser's attack. Not bad for a human, but you definitely don't know who you're talking to. Don't worry, Riser will show you how to treat your betters. Grafia had enough, and so she flared her demonic power. Lord Riser. That is enough. You will stop right now or I will kill you. Riser flinched and gaped upon hearing Grafia's threat, but this lowly commoner insulted Riser. Riser has a right to defend his honor. Grafia had heard enough and launched herself at Riser, intending to kill Riser, but Harry's voice stopped her a few inches away from reaching the foolish Phoenix heir. Lady Grafia, stop. Grafia stopped, turned, and stared with widening eyes as Harry began to speak to Riser. Defend your honor, hey? Very well, I'll allow you to defend this so-called honor of yours. What was those game devils like to play? Harry turned toward Le Fay, who jumped a bit at being asked a question so suddenly, but she answered it anyways. Oh. They're called rating games. It's a match between two peerages, however there are failsafes put in place to prevent death. It's more like a boxing match or a battle royal like those wrestlers Hope likes to watch on TV sometimes. Harry nodded. Right. That's perfect. You see, lately it seems like the devil faction either doesn't know who I am, or they think everything I can do is just a rumor, and honestly, that is getting very annoying. So this is what we'll do, Riser. You and your peerage against me and Kyoto's elite squad in a true death match, which will be televised to the entire supernatural world. What do you think? Do you accept and defend your honor, or be a coward and leave with your tail between your legs? The devils gaped at what Harry just suggested, but Sana understood what he wanted to do. He's going to publicly execute him, and he's going to showcase his strengths and that of Kyoto with this. Dear Moo. Riser gaped at the mention of Kyoto's elite squad, but his arrogance and his belief of him being truly immortal gave him the confidence to accept. Riser accepts your challenge. A week from now Riser will teach you how to treat your betters, fool. Harry maliciously grinned. Great. This will be fun. With that said, Harry opened a dark corridor and the girls, and he began to walk into it. See you in a week, Mr. Riser. As soon as Harry stepped through the dark corridor, it then dissipated. Riser frowned and then turned around toward Rias, who was staring at him horrified. Riser, do you know who you just attacked? Riser just raised an eyebrow. No, and Riser doesn't care. That commoner will die by Riser's hands no matter who he is. Grafia frowned. That was Harry Potter, one of the leaders of the yokai faction, and you just challenged him to a death match, you fool. He's a dragon god. Do you honestly believe you can beat him? Riser shrugged. Riser is sure those are just rumors. Ha ha ha, he didn't look too strong. Anyways, I have to go and let Riser's father know about this. With that said, Riser teleported back home via magic circle while loudly laughing. Silence reigned in the room, but Sana broke that silence. Well, Rias, it seems like you won't have to worry about Riser soon. I'm pretty sure Harry is going to mercilessly murder him in that match. Rias just nodded, still not believing what she just saw. Wait, is that how I sounded when I challenged him? Sana and her peerage nodded, making Rias flinch. Ah. I see, you know what, I really did deserve that beating. No one said anything while Grafia began to teleport. I'll have to report this to Lord and Lady Gremory. Sirtx isn't going to be happy with this. With that said, Grafia teleported back home, leaving a room full of perplexed young devils. That night during dinner, Harry told everyone what had happened that day. Yasaka, Sirafal, and Gabriel were also present. Yasaka frowned and turned towards Sirafal. Sira, there's something seriously wrong with your race, you know. Sirafal was grabbing and pulling her twin tails in anger while growling and cursing something fierce, while Jean and Pepper covered Hope and Morgan's ears. Harry chuckled at Serafal's reaction to the news but turned towards Yasaka. Well, in any case, this works perfectly for us. We'll televise this to the entire supernatural world and showcase the yokai faction's power. This way they'll learn to not mess with us, or at least those that aren't too stupid will learn not to mess with us. Everyone chuckled because they know that there will always be stupid people. After that, everyone finished their dinner and then went to either go to sleep or continue working. It comes to show how unpreoccupied they are with this situation. Harry stays at the dinner table speaking with Yasaka, Kunu, Fei, and Fu about what else had happened during the meeting. When suddenly Harry got a quest notification. Ding! Ding! The Otsutsuki are back and one of them has attacked Konoha. Help your friends Naruto and Sasuke against Jijin, or both might be crippled, foreshadowing their future deaths. Objective: saved both Naruto and Sasuke from Jijin and prevent them from losing very important parts of themselves. Reward: Skill Orb, Angelic Magic, Tales of Symphonia. However, the moment Harry read that quest notification letting him know that his friends were in trouble, he stood up from his seat, surprising Kunu, Fei, and Fu, while Yasaka stared at him in worry. Harry? What's wrong? Harry turned to look toward Yasaka. I have to go help my friends, right now. Yasaka nodded and stood up along with the three other girls. Well then go. Save your friends, Harry. Harry widened his eyes, but then he grinned, happy that Yasaka was encouraging him to go help his friends. He then turned to look towards Kunu, Fei, and Fu. They smiled and nodded to him. Thank you, girls, you're the best. I'll slow down time here so we have plenty of time to help my friends. The girls nodded and Harry then looked up. Just hang in there, Naruto, Sasuke. I'm on my way. Harry then raised a hand and said world jump, and reality shattered around him and the girls. Chapter 48. Naruto had just saved Konohamaru from being crushed by a stone pillar when he, Lee, Tenten, Kaiba, and Koji tried to stop Jijin from causing destruction. However, the Otsutsuki took them down in one move using his unique ocular power, leaving a shocked Konohamaru the only one conscious. Jijin, however, wasn't impressed and tried to kill the young Jonin, but Naruto appeared and destroyed the pillar just in time. Naruto of course was pretty upset about what Jinjin had done to his friends. Jijin however just stared indifferently at Naruto the Hokage. Naruto stared down at the Otsutsuki. Konohamaru, thank you for buying time. Konohamaru was glad to see Naruto here and could only call out to him in relief, Lord 7th. Naruto, however, couldn't afford to take his eyes off Jijin, so he gave new orders to Konohamaru. Anyways, take everyone and get away from here. Konohamaru nodded yes sir. With that said, he got up and went to get the others away from the area while Naruto jumped to face off against Jijin. How dare you? Jijin just continued to stare at him. I'm glad to see you since this will save me some time. So where's Kawaki? But Naruto was never going to give Jijin what he wanted, like I'd tell you. So forget about that, instead let's pick up where we left off and finish things once and for all. Jijin just softly sighed. Good grief. Suddenly Naruto received a telepathic communication from Ino about that location. Thanks to Konohamaru and the others buying us some time. We've finished evacuating that area. We'll soon finish evacuating the other areas as well, so you're free to go all out, Naruto. Suddenly Naruto activated his chakra cloak and went full sage mode. Okay. Immediately he went on the attack, launching himself towards Jijin, but the Tsutsuki easily dodged his attack and kicked him away, causing Naruto to land on his feet on the ground. However, Jijin was already waiting for him under the cover of the dust that Naruto picked up with his landing. Unable to react in time, the Hokage was suddenly once again kicked away by Jijin, and this time the force of the kick sent Naruto through multiple buildings until his momentum slows down enough for him to crash against a wall where he momentarily sat against in pain. Yet, he's really strong. But Naruto was not given any time to rest. Jijin appeared above him and suddenly launched himself towards the Hokage with a flying kick, intending to crush Naruto underneath his heel. Sasuke however arrived just in the nick of time and swapped places with Jijin with the help of his Rinnegan, saving Naruto from being crushed. Jijin wasn't happy about that and turned to glare at the Uchiha. That annoying, damn Rinnegan. Naruto was glad that Sasuke was able to get to him in time. Sasuke. Meanwhile, Sasuke stared down Jijin while responding to Naruto. I had to prepare a couple of things. Naruto just sighed and stood up. He then walked forwards and stopped by Sasuke's side, Jijin wasn't impressed by the two and just continued to glare at the duo. You just don't know when to give up. Did you forget how badly I beat you last time? Sasuke however ignored Jijin. Naruto, cover me with projectiles, shuriken, kunao, it doesn't matter. Naruto was a bit confused about Sasuke's request. What? But Sasuke ignored him and took off at high speed towards Jijin while throwing shuriken at him at high speed. Naruto followed him soon after. Does he have a plan? But in the end, Naruto decided to follow Sasuke's lead and began to cover him with shuriken, but Jijin whispered Sukuna Hakona. Naruto's shuriken began to disappear before they could even touch Jijin. Tch. It's not going to work, he's shrinking all of them. But Sasuke just kept throwing more shuriken towards Jijin, who was getting annoyed. Damn Uchiha, what is he planning? Suddenly Sasuke threw his sword toward the Otsutsuki, causing him to scoff at Sasuke. There's no difference, no matter what you throw it won't work. But the moment he tried to use his ocular power, he was shocked to find out that he couldn't shrink the sword. What? I can't shrink it. Suddenly the sword burst into a puff of smoke and Boruto, the son of Naruto, appeared before a shocked Jijin. Boruto glared at Jijin and had his karma activated as he flew towards the shocked Otsutsuki. Naruto was also shocked to see his son here when he had ordered him to evacuate earlier. Boruto. Sasuke just glared at Jijin. You have the power to shrink anything but. Boruto continued with Sasuke's declaration that doesn't apply to living creatures, right? Jijin was both angry and in shock at being caught so off guard. Henge no jutsu. Transformation technique, such impudence. While Boruto was flying towards Jijin, he began to reminisce about the words his teacher Sasuke had told him and the promise he gave to him to stop him at all cost if he lost control of his karma again. Now he too was ready to die for the village, and the proof is the headband around his head, the headband belonging to Sasuke. Jijin however wasn't worried. He arrogantly believed that there was nothing Boruto could do to him. So what? What can you do anyway? While Naruto was evidently worried about his son Boruto. But Boruto surprised everyone by creating a black portal and taking Jijin and himself to another place. Naruto was shocked about what his son just pulled off. What? That jutsu is just like the one Jijin pulled on me. How did Boruto? Hey Sasuke! What the hell is going on? But Sasuke calmly responded, it's what he was prepared to do. Come on, we need to follow Boruto's chakra signature. Meanwhile, in an open field somewhere unknown to anyone, both Boruto and Jijin suddenly came out of the black portal Boruto had created and landed a few feet away from each other. Both were staring at each other in the eyes. Jijin was pissed to have fallen to a trick like this. Where am I? That brat! How much of Momoshike's karma can he use? Boruto was breathing heavily and feeling quite drained. He had just used quite a lot of his chakra with this technique. Suddenly another black portal opened up behind Boruto, and Naruto and Sasuke jumped out of it. Naruto immediately checked on his son. Boruto, are you okay? Boruto just chuckled. I didn't know what to expect, but it went well. Now you can go all out without worrying about the village, right? Naruto however was a bit upset with his son. Idiot. That was too reckless. But Boruto didn't care about that right now and turned to glare towards Jijin, who was nonchalantly sitting on the ground. That doesn't matter, all you have to do is take him down. Though that's easier said than done. Though Jijin seemed nonchalant, on the inside he was angry. Inferior creatures. You'll regret this soon enough. Soon after, Naruto launched himself toward Jijin and reactivated his chakra cloak. He attempted to crush the Tsutsuki by growing chakra arms and hands and sent them toward Jijin, but to Naruto's dismay, his enemy was easily dodging all of his attacks. Suddenly Jijin made his way towards the Hokage while still dodging all of his attacks and retaliated with a kick, sending Naruto flying for a bit, but he recovered in midair and landed on his feet. He then used the Kagebushin no Jutsu, creating a small squad of clones who immediately ran forwards to attack Jijin. Sasuke, taking advantage of the Tsutsuki's distracted state, ran forward. His hand lit up with lightning as he approached Jijin from behind in a tremendous. Naruto, noticing his friend's plan, decided to follow through and made two chakra hands grab hold of Jijin and pushed him into Sasuke's trajectory while the Tsutsuki was too busy with his clones. Sasuke was ready to run through Jijin's back with his Chidori, but the Tsutsuki countered their maneuver by growing to massive size a few giant black cubes above them and then dropped them on them. Sasuke was forced to swap places with a cube and landed on top of it to avoid being crushed, but he was worried about his friend Naruto. However, Naruto was fine since he was able to avoid the giant cube. I'm fine, he just got all of my clones. But be careful, I lost sight of him. Boruto, who was watching all of this going on, was worried about his teacher and father, but he knew that there was nothing he could do at the moment, so he stayed where he was. Sasuke was glad Naruto was fine and began to take a look around, but was caught off guard when Jijin appeared behind him and gave him a hurricane kick to the ribs, sending Sasuke flying into the air, where Jijin followed him and punched him, then kicked him once more. the kick sent him flying through the air in high speed until he crashed into a small cliff behind Boruto, who immediately went to check up on his teacher. Naruto watched what happened, unable to do anything to help his friend, and called out to his friend in concern, Sasuke. But Jijin then flew at him so fast that Naruto wasn't able to react and was caught by the throat and dragged through the ground for a few seconds before Jijin then threw him away, slamming Naruto through a rock formation a fair distance away from Boruto and Sasuke. As he crashed through the rock formation, he flew to the air some more and then slammed into the ground, where he bounced once, then rolled on the ground a small distance away, where he impacted the ground until he stopped. However, Jijin didn't give Naruto any time to breathe, because as soon as Naruto stopped rolling on the ground, he threw another giant cube at him, forcing the Hokage to throw himself to the side to avoid being crushed. After dodging the giant cube, Naruto watched as Jijin landed on top of the cube and stared at him. Naruto glared at the Tsutsuki in return. Bastard. He then launched himself towards Jijin with a raised nan in each hand, but the Tsutsuki used his ocular power to shrink Naruto's techniques, surprising the Hokage. Damn it. Naruto then lit up his hand and legs with highly dense chakra and met Jijin on top of the giant cube in a hand-to-hand combat match. But Jijin easily dodged all of Naruto's attacks, who ended up receiving quite a few counter-strikes until Jijin once again used his ocular powers and threw a small chakra rod. He regrew at mid-flight, where it stabbed itself into one of Naruto's wrists. Naruto cried out in pain, "You bastard," and then launched a punch with his uninjured arm, but Jijin used his power again, stabbing Naruto in the other wrist. The Tsutsuki then regrew another chakra rod and then stabbed it into Naruto's unprotected back. Naruto grunted in pain, but Jijin didn't stop there. The Tsutsuki began to stab Naruto in the legs and body, causing the Hokage's chakra cloak to disperse as he dropped to his knees, where he began to breathe heavily from the damage and pain inflicted on him. Jijin stared at the down form of Naruto and then kicked him in the face, causing the weakened Hokage to land on the cube on his back, where the Tsutsuki grabbed him by the throat and squeezed, making Naruto choke. "I'll get you all one by one, you'll be the first one to die." Suddenly another giant cube appeared above them and began to drop, causing Naruto's eyes to widen in shock. The cube slammed on top of both of them with a loud bang. But Jijin suddenly appeared completely unharmed, in the sky a fair distance away. Next one is. Meanwhile, Boruto was trying to free Sasuke from where he was buried under a bunch of heavy rocks after crashing against a cliff. "Mr. Sasuke. Are you okay?" Sasuke was obviously in pain but was still trying to recover, so he answered Boruto's question, "Why yet?" Boruto was relieved. "Just hold on a second. I'll get these rocks off of you." While Boruto was busy getting the rocks off Sasuke, the Uchiha looked to the side and noticed Jijin nonchalantly standing not too far away from there. Jijin then threw a bunch of chakra rods towards the distracted Boruto, forcing Sasuke to swap with him and take the attack meant for Boruto, shocking the young genin. "Honestly, when it comes to the both of you, like father, like son." But Jijin decided to speak now. "I figured you would do that. My plan won't be diverted even 1 millimeter by any of you." Boruto, who was in shock about what had happened, was still able to catch Jijin's words, his plan. However, Jijin wasn't in the mood to wait any longer, so he then kicked Sasuke away from Boruto and summoned another giant cube above him, fully intending to crush Sasuke as he did with Naruto. "Don't move from that spot, Sasuke Uchiha, then again, I don't think you can." Jijin then dropped the giant cube, but Boruto ran forwards. "Mr. Sasuke." To Jijin's surprise, Boruto reached his teacher while creating a highly condensed raised nan and slammed it below the giant cube, slowing down its trajectory. As Boruto roared in defiance, Sasuke could see that Boruto wouldn't be able to fully stop the giant cube from crushing them both. So as soon as Jijin saw Boruto fail to stop the cube and about to be crushed, he was forced to shrink it so Boruto wouldn't die. Boruto decided to speak. "Why did you stop? That was your chance, to kill us both." Jijin was annoyed. "Damn you." Boruto however laughed. "He, I knew it, so I was right. You can't kill me, can you?" Jijin grunted in annoyance while Sasuke was confused. "What do you mean, Boruto?" Boruto then began to explain to his teacher. "Boruto mentioned something before, that thanks to me, the time limit on their plan might as well have been lifted." Sasuke was of course perplexed. "Their plan? The one involving the divine tree Yamato mentioned?" Boruto nodded. "That's probably it. They plan to use me as part of this plan of theirs. In other words, he can't afford to kill me." Boruto then took out a kunai, making Jijin scoff as he began to approach them. "Kunai are useless." But Boruto pointed the kunai to his throat. "Don't move. Don't move even a finger. I won't hesitate to do it." Sasuke was shocked at what his student was willing to do. "Boruto." Jijin stopped walking and stared into Boruto's eyes. "Is that supposed to be a threat?" Boruto just grinned. "If you don't think I will go through with it, then you're severely wrong. I've prepared myself to die from the moment I entered this battle." Jijin however narrowed his eyes and disappeared, causing Boruto to try and go through his threat. "You bastard," but the kunai suddenly shrank and fell from his hands. Suzuki then spoke, "Run away, Boruto." But Boruto didn't want to leave his teacher but Mr. Suzuki. But Suzuki began to explain himself, "Our choice is to wait until his time runs out. Try and buy us enough time until." However, Suzuki wasn't able to finish his sentence because Jijin appeared out of nowhere and kicked and drove his body through the hard rock ground, surprising Boruto. Mr. Suzuki. Suddenly Jiren appeared right in front of Boruto, who could only watch in fear and shock as the Tsutsuki reached out to grab him by the arm and began to squeeze. "I don't intend to kill you, I'll admit to that, Boruto Uzumaki." However, Jijin then snapped Boruto's arm, causing him to scream in pain while the Otsutsuki continued speaking, "I apologize for the misunderstanding." As Boruto was squirming in pain, Jijin then kicked him in the abdomen, lifting Boruto into the air a bit before dropping to the ground, where he began to cough from the sudden kick he received. But the Otsutsuki wasn't done with him yet. Jijin then stepped on Boruto's back. "But I have no qualms about hurting you." And then Jijin pressed down on Boruto's back and snapped his spine, causing the young genin to howl in pain. Boruto was left on the floor full of pain and unable to move as Jijin continued to speak. "Didn't you say you were prepared to die, Boruto Uzumaki? That makes things simple. I'll let you in on the plan in advance. You're going to be eaten by the 10TA. But Jijin didn't get to finish his sentence because he was suddenly struck in the head by a strange key-like weapon that sent him crashing against the ground a fair distance away from Boruto. Sasuke's eyes widened the moment he saw a young blonde girl with fox-like ears and tails send Jijin to the ground so fast he couldn't even see her move. The fact that she was holding an all-too-familiar weapon shocked him to the core even more. The mysterious girl looked down towards Boruto and frowned when she saw how hurt he is. She bent down on one knee. "Hey, hang on, I'll heal you really quick." The mysterious girl then pointed her weapon toward Boruto Kuraga. A flash of green light engulfed Boruto and began to heal him at an accelerated pace. Jijin finally recovered and stood up. He then noticed the girl who had hit him. "What? Kyubi? But how?" Kunu, however, ignored him in favor of healing Boruto. Jijin didn't appreciate that and launched multiple chakra rods at her, causing Suzuki to scream in alarm, "Watch out!" But a barrier suddenly materialized around Kunu and Boruto, causing the chakra rods to hit it and bounce off it. Jijin looked up, sensing the one who had stopped his attack, and stared in confusion as he saw another young blonde woman wearing a strange big hat and a cape floating in the air. However, he didn't get to do or say anything because Fu appeared in front of him in a blur and kneed him in the chest, causing him to fold like a piece of paper. Then Fu grabbed him by the horn, lifted him up and slammed him on the ground and then stomped him on the chest. She then jumped back and landed right in front of Kunu and Boruto. Le Fei floated down beside Suzuki. She stared at him for a bit but then waved a hand and the chakra rod stabbed into him vanished. Le Fei then spoke up, "Are you, Mr. Suzuki?" Suzuki was a bit shocked and perplexed about this girl, but she seems to have come with Fu, so he decided to trust her. "Why, yes." La Fei then brightly smiled and pointed a hand toward Suzuki, causing the Uchiha to jump a bit as his body was engulfed in a soft white light healing circle. A magic circle appeared below Suzuki and his wounds began to heal while Le Fei cheerfully began to speak. "It's nice to meet you, Mr. Suzuki. Harry told us a lot about you. I don't know why you like to be gloomy and whiny, but I'm sure you have a cool reason for it." Suzuki's sweat dropped at what this girl was saying to him, but then something clicked. "Wait. Did you just say Harry? Is he here?" Le Fei stopped talking and nodded yup. "He went to go help Mr. Naruto. But don't worry, I'm sure he'll be here soon." Suzuki for the first time in a while was glad to know that Harry was here. He might have his differences with him, but he knows that Harry would always protect his friends. Kunu just finished healing Boruto, who sat up and stared at Kunu. "Thank you, miss. Are you Kurama? Is my dad okay?" Kunu tilted her head in confusion. "Kurama? Nope. My name is Kunu, and if your father is Mr. Naruto then you don't have to worry. Harry went to help him." Boruto was perplexed and confused. Harry. Meanwhile, back to where Naruto was severely injured and unable to move, Kurama had been watching his partner struggle with this enemy and once again lose to the Tsutsuki, so he decided to speak with Naruto, wanting to know what he was planning to do. "What a sorry state you're in, Naruto. You plan on just dying like this?" Naruto was in a lot of pain and couldn't really speak out loud, so he then spoke to Kurama within his mind. "Shut up. I'm the Hokage. Protecting the village and everyone is more important than my life. I'll keep fighting him until that bastard's life runs out." Kurama knew Naruto meant every word he just said, but they needed a plan. "So what's your plan against someone whose strength is on an entirely different level?" But Naruto didn't have a plan and could only grunt in response. Kurama spoke again. "So no real plan, huh? Naruto? You really are prepared to die, aren't you?" Naruto smiled in response to Kurama's question. "Yet. I'm sorry, Kurama." Kurama closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds and then reopened them. "In that case, there might be a way." Naruto was surprised. "Really? Kurama nodded. It's a do or die, last stand, final weapon sort of thing, rather than getting killed disgracefully, it's worth giving it a try. Naruto was shocked at this news. What? If you have something like this, why didn't you say so sooner? Kurama stared into Naruto's eyes. Because you'll die, do this and it's over. Naruto stared back into Kurama's eyes as Kurama continued speaking. But if you don't do it, you'll die anyway, even so, it's not a choice to be made lightly, so you decide. However, before Naruto could make a decision, a very familiar voice called out to him inside his mind, I rather you don't decide to just go kill yourselves, I would be very pissed off if I have to bring you back from to life. Both Kurama and Naruto's eyes widened in shock, and instantly recognizing whose voice that was, they couldn't help but call out at the same time, Harry. Naruto opened his eyes and tear up when he saw his old friend lift up the giant cube off of him and throw it to the side. Harry then grinned widely at Naruto. You look like shit, Lord Hokage. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. I feel like it too. I'm glad you're here, Harry. Harry nodded, and with a wave of his hand he made the chakra rod stabbed into Naruto's body vanish. He then got on one knee and began to heal Naruto. Don't move, you have multiple broken bones and quite a few damaged organs, I'll have to heal you a bit slower, so just relax and lay down. However, Naruto was worried about his son and Sasuke. Forget that, Harry, we have to go and help my son and Sasuke. Harry then smiled. Son, hey? I'll have to meet the little guy, but relax, few and two of my students are here and helping them, so don't worry. But Naruto was still concerned. You don't understand, Harry, Jijin is on a completely different level. Your students and few are going to need help. Harry just grinned. Another level, hey? It's fine, so are we, just relax and let me heal you, few and my students can handle it, trust me. Naruto was about to say something else, but Kurama called out to him, Naruto, just do what Harry tells you to, you haven't noticed it yet, but he's different now. I don't know what it is or how to describe it, but something tells me that Harry is extremely dangerous, way more dangerous than Jijin. Having no other choice, Naruto decided to just trust his two friends while Harry was patching him up. So few told me that you married Hinata, how did you finally notice she liked you? Naruto chuckled nervously. Well, it all started when Hinata was kidnapped by a bunch of puppets and this albino-looking guy who lives on the moon. Back with the others, Boruto and Sasuke were fully healed and standing up while Jijin got up from where he was slammed and glared at the newcomers. His eyes immediately recognized that Fu is Jinchuriki, another chakra monster. Why do more and more nuisances keep appearing? Fu narrowed her eyes, not liking how this guy's just referred to her. Kunu and Le Fei didn't like the fact that this guy just insulted their friend, and so they stepped forward, Kunu with her keyblade to her side and Le Fei summoning Clarent into her hand. Jijin just nonchalantly stood there and stared at the girls. Suddenly he swung his arms and multiple chakra rods shot out toward the girls. However, Le Fei and Kunu swung their weapons and released a wind wall that stopped the chakra rods, causing them to bounce off and fall to the ground. Kunu just huffed. You already tried that, can't you do anything else? Sasuke and Boruto gaped at the ease the girls dealt with that attack, the same attack they'd been having a very difficult time dealing with. Jijin wasn't amused, so he decided to attack in close quarter combat. He suddenly disappeared and reappeared behind Fu, but Fu and the girls saw him coming. Le Fei vanished in a blur and reappeared right behind Jijin and stabbed Clarent into the back of his knee, causing the Otsutsuki to fall on one knee, while Fu twirled on her toes and spin-kicked Jijin in the head, driving him into the ground. Kunu appeared behind him as Le Fei pulled Clarent from the back of Jijin's knee. Kunu the charged her keyblade with blue fire and slapped Jijin away with her now engulfed in flames keyblade. As soon as the keyblade struck the downed Satsuki, it detonated in an explosion of blue fire, causing Jijin to blast off screaming in pain and land under a waterfall nearby. The Satsuki then exploded out of the waterfall and stood on top of the water and coughed up blood. What? How are these girls able to hurt me like this? Fu suddenly appeared in front of him and punched him in the stomach, then she grabbed his face and lifted him up. All our attacks do spiritual damage. No matter what resistances or healing factor you possess, our attacks will always cause permanent damage. Jijin's eyes bulged in shock, while Sasuke and Boruto gaped. Boruto commented, it's just like in my video games. Amazing. Jijin then slapped Fu's arm away and tried to kick her in the chest, but she dodged to the side and then elbowed him in the face, making Jijin's face harshly whip to the side. Suddenly Fu jumped back and Le Fei appeared in front of the Satsuki and thrust Clarent forward, hurricane thrust. Jijin was able to barely dodge to the side, however he was blasted off his feet by the sudden burst of wind released by Le Fei's technique, while Fu went through multiple hand signs and then ran forwards until she caught up to Jijin in midair and slammed her palm onto his chest. Sudden, Seirisho. Water style, Azure Dragon Palm. A sudden and aggressive burst of condensed water was released from Fu's palm, striking and sending Jijin flying toward the ground until he crashed on the hard rock floor and bounced a couple of times before stopping. He rolled onto his feet and growled, "Damn it all." He then raised his hand and released a few giant cubes towards the girls, but Kunu appeared in a flash of light in front of Li Fei and Fu and then grew and stretched her tails and easily stopped the cubes. Jijin widened his eyes when he saw Kunu suddenly grunt and throw the cubes back at him so fast that he couldn't even see them and ended up being crushed by his own attack. Sasuke and Boruto couldn't believe what they were seeing. These girls were easily dealing with Jijin when they couldn't even scratch him. Suddenly the cubes shrunk and fell to the ground. Jijin was on his hands and knees coughing up an alarming amount of blood. How can such inferior creatures be this strong? The girls frowned, and Fu then spoke. "You think too highly of yourself, Satsuki. If someone is an inferior being, then it's you. You aren't even close to our level." Jijin then growled, "Shut up. And just die." But he didn't get to say or do anything because Fu suddenly disappeared in a blur and reappeared above him with her fist engulfed in wind, which she used to punch Jijin on top of his back, driving him into the ground as his back was being shredded by the wind. Fu jumped back a bit and then Li Fei appeared on top of Jijin, who couldn't even move, and stabbed Clarence into his back. Guardian Frost. The moment Clarence's tip made contact with the downed Otsutsuki, the area around him and Li Fei exploded with a spike of ice which then shattered, leaving a severely wounded and partly frozen Jijin on the floor. Then both Fu and Li Fei jumped back while Kunu pointed Vulpus Union towards the downed Otsutsuki. Holy! A pillar of white light sprung forth from under Jijin and hit him full force with the power of the holy magic spell. Jijin, having never felt this sort of attack before, couldn't help but scream in pain as his body was being purified and damaged by the holy light. Just to teach him a lesson, Kunu kept up the spell for a good 2 minutes before she let it dissipate. Once the spell ran its course, Jijin sagged where he was laying while breathing heavily. "What was that? It felt like I was torn asunder from the inside out." Sasuke, having watched that jutsu with his Sharingan, was also curious about it. His eyes couldn't understand how it was done or how such a technique was possible. As a matter of fact, a lot of those techniques weren't analyzed by both his Sharingan and his Rinnegan. Just what were those techniques? They seemed to be like the kind of techniques Harry could do back then. Suddenly a voice was heard from above. That was a holy light spell of the master rank, one that causes more damage the more darkness your target has in their heart. Everyone looked up and saw Harry floating in the air while floating Naruto beside him with telekinesis. Soon after speaking, Harry floated down and landed softly beside Boruto and Sasuke. The girls smiled and waved at him, causing him to chuckle and waved back while Boruto ran toward Naruto, who had landed on his feet next to Harry. "Dad, are you okay?" Naruto grinned at his son while he patted his head. "Yes, Harry healed me completely. Are you okay?" Boruto nodded while Sasuke walked up to them. Harry noticed him and raised an eyebrow. "It seems like there's no more darkness in your heart left, Sasuke. I'm glad to see that you're finally free." Sasuke just huffed. "Yeah, it's nice to see you too, Harry, but why do you look younger?" Harry grinned. "Perks of becoming a dragon god, but forget about that for now. Who's this guy?" Harry pointed at Jijin with his thumb, who was struggling to stand up after getting hit by such a powerful spell and being so thoroughly beaten. Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto were intrigued by what Harry said about being a dragon god but pushed it aside. For now, Sasuke decided to explain. "He's an Tsutsuki, or rather a vessel of one. Apparently Kaguya was a low class in power to the Tsutsuki and this guy is her higher up. He's planning to take a young boy named Kawaki as his next vessel and sacrifice Boruto here to attend tales he keeps like a pet." Naruto, not having been around to learn the part about Boruto being sacrificed, panicked. "What? What do you mean by sacrificing Boruto?" Boruto spoke next. "He was just explaining that he was planning to feed me to the 10 tails when the fox lady kicked him away from me. She healed me after Jijin broke my back and arm." Naruto turned towards Kunu and finally noticed her fox ears and fox tails while Kunu stared back at him and then grinned. "I'm liking the whiskers, Mr. Naruto." Harry chuckled while Naruto and Sasuke sweat dropped while Boruto rubbed his own whiskers in embarrassment. Meanwhile Kurama was nodding in agreement with Kunu's statement, making Naruto sweat drop even more. Meanwhile, Jijin was angry, so he got on his knees and then attacked by releasing multiple giant cubes above everyone and then dropping them, causing Sasuke, Naruto, and Boruto to panic. But Harry just glared at Jijin and then raised an open hand and waved it while using his power over reality. Suddenly the cubes turned into a bunch of cherry blossoms that softly rained down on everyone. The girls liked it while the men were shocked at what Harry could do. Harry then released his adamantine sealing chains from his back and shot them at high speeds towards Jijin, who couldn't even react in time and was suddenly wrapped by them. He immediately sensed his chakra vanished and his eyes' powers shut down. Naruto's eyes bulged. "Those are the Uzumaki sealing chakra chains." "How?" Harry smiled at his friend. "A lot has happened, Naruto, but don't worry, I'll be happy to tell you about everything that has happened soon, but for now let's deal with this asshole." Harry then pulled Jijin to him and once he had him right in front of him he spoke again. "So you're the one who hurt my friends, When I got told that my friends needed help I was expecting something else or something very dangerous, but you're already dying. Suddenly Harry felt something dark behind him and sent his chains to wrap whoever it was that had just appeared, only to be surprised when he saw that it was Boruto, but something was different, something just seemed wrong about him, and that horn and glowing blue markings told him that something else is going on here. Naruto and Sasuke were shocked by Harry's sudden move, but then they noticed that Boruto seemed to have been taken over by Momoshiki. Harry then glared at Boruto. Who are you and what have you done to Boruto? Momoshiki however just glared back. Naruto then decided to explain. He's Momoshiki, another Tsutsuki who attacked the leaf some time ago. Boruto defeated him and he then gave my son something called the Karma Seal. He's been taking over Boruto's body frequently, but as of right now we don't know what to do about it. Harry frowned. And why hasn't Sasuke used the Rinnegan's human path and ripped this Momoshiki's soul out of Boruto? But Naruto and Sasuke froze and sweat dropped, causing Harry to sigh. You forgot the Rinnegan could do that, didn't you? Both Naruto and Sasuke scratched their heads in embarrassment while Harry just shook his head. Both of you are idiots. Harry's eyes suddenly started glowing and then he plunged his hand into Boruto's chest. He suddenly seemed to grab hold of something and yanked his hand back. In his hand now lay a squirming translucent orb which Naruto and Sasuke assumed is Momoshiki's soul. Boruto sagged down, falling unconscious, while Harry then clawed at his face with his free hand, summoning his hollow mask, and then he ate Momoshiki's soul right in front of everyone. As he was chewing Momoshiki's soul, Boruto awoke and Harry freed him from his chakra chains. As Boruto was let down, he was surprised to see himself still using the Karma Seal, but this time he didn't feel any resistance. It was like he could finally freely use it. Harry then swallowed the chewed up soul and grinned as his hollow mask began to disintegrate. Oh, coconut. Nice. Everyone's sweat dropped, even Kurama, while Harry then turned towards Boruto. Okay, now you don't have to worry about Momoshiki anymore and you still have full access to the powers of this Karma Seal. You still have to train to learn how to use them, okay? Boruto smiled, feeling relieved that he didn't have to worry about being possessed again and possibly hurting his friends. Thank you, Mr. Harry. Harry grinned. Just called me Harry, I'm not much for formal talk, and now, what to do with you? Harry turned to glare at Jijin, who for the first time ever he was utterly terrified, and who wouldn't be? He just saw this man rip the soul of an Tsutsuki and eat it as if it was a snack. Harry maliciously grinned and pointed an open hand toward Jijin. I know. I'll erase you from existence. After all, no one hurts my friends and gets away with it. The girls widened their eyes and jumped back far away from Harry while Fu yelled, Naruto, Sasuke, get away from Harry now. Naruto and Sasuke immediately jumped back while Naruto lifted Boruto onto his shoulder like a sack of rice before he jumped away. Meanwhile, Harry was charging and condensing an enormous amount of the power of destruction, so much in fact that everything around him except his chakra chains began to disintegrate. Jijin was screaming in pain as his body began to break apart at the mere presence of this man's power and could only watch as a giant red and black orb of some kind of energy began to form right in front of Harry's open hand. Harry then glared one more time. Disappeared Tsutsuki. And so Harry released the giant and heavily condensed ball of the power of destruction which slowly flew toward Jijin, who being unable to move was forced to watch and feel as his body and soul were being destroyed and erased. The orb then detonated in a big explosion of red and black energy, destroying everything around Harry and behind where Jijin was being held up by Harry. Naruto and Sasuke gaped at the level of power Harry was showing. This was on a completely different level from what he was capable of back in the Fourth Shinobi War. They just couldn't believe how powerful Harry seems to have grown. Inside Naruto, Kurama watched everything happen. I told you, Naruto. He's so different from before, and remember he called himself a dragon god. I don't think that's just an alias or title. Boruto was in awe, and as the explosion subsided everyone could witness that there was nothing left of the area, everything was completely gone. Suddenly a voice from behind startled everyone except the girls, who giggled. All right. With that done, let's go back to the leaf. I'm curious to see what has changed in all of these years. As Harry grinned, Sasuke, Naruto, and Kurama sweat dropped at the nonchalance that Harry just had right now, while Boruto was just happy to go home and tell everyone the good news that they don't have to worry about Jijin or Momoshiki anymore. Chapter 49. Everyone in the village was worried about their Hokage and the people fighting the Tsutsuki who attacked them so openly not only once but twice now. Shikamaru was having a conversation with Amato, Sumire, Kawaki, and Katasuke about Kara's plan while hoping that everyone was safe and sound. Suddenly Shikamaru received a telepathic communication. What? Damn it, get everyone there immediately and don't attack until we confirm what's going. The other three individuals in the room turned towards Shikamaru. Amato then spoke to ask what's going. Did the Seventh Lord get back, or is Jijin here? Sumire, Kawaki, and Amato began to nervously sweat and worry about Boruto and Naruto while Shikamaru turned towards them to speak. A pillar made out of darkness erupted right on top of the Hokage monument. There's only one person I know who can use darkness like that, and if he's here he might be able to help us with this crisis. He is one of our strongest shinobi after all. The other individuals in the room looked intrigued about who exactly Shikamaru was talking about. Meanwhile, on top of the Hokage monument, from the pillar of darkness that Shikamaru mentioned having suddenly appeared, Naruto, Boruto, and Sasuke walked out of it. Soon after, Harry and the girls stepped through and the dark corridor instantly dissipated afterward. Harry grinned the moment he saw the hidden leaf village. Whoa! It got bigger and more modern too. Naruto chuckled. Yet, we have been working a lot on technology research and expansion. Many people and shinobi families moved to the village to start anew, and that made Konoha grow, not just in size but as you can see in technology as well. Harry nodded while the girls were awed, while Kuno was the most excited. It really does look a lot like Kyoto. And the natural energy here is so dense as well. Sasuke and Naruto turned to look towards Kuno. Being a sage, Naruto was curious about what Kuno just said. Natural energy? You can sense it? Kuno nodded. Yup. I can feel it all around us, and it's so pure, it's almost like tapping into a ley line. Harry smiled. Kuno is a nine-tailed fox, as you so obviously can see, but she's also a yokai, and yokai are a species of supernatural beings that have an affinity to senjutsu. They are born with the ability to sense and use natural energy very easily. Naruto nodded. I see, like the toads of Mount Myaboku. Harry nodded. That's right, the only difference is that yokai come in all shapes and sizes. Boruto tilted his head. This all sounds like a fantasy RPG, it's pretty cool, and the fact that magic exists makes it all better. Harry chuckled while Naruto just sighed. Your son sure does acts like you sometimes, huh, Naruto? Naruto just chuckled awkwardly while Sasuke just grinned. Suddenly a group of Anbu appeared, but Naruto raised a hand and stopped them from doing anything. Hey now, this Harry Potter, Captain Dragon for you guys, do show some respect to your retired superior, okay? The Anbu flinched and immediately got on one knee, and at the same time all of them spoke. Welcome back to the Leaf Village, Captain. The girls awed while Harry just shook his head at ease. Everyone, and that's retired Captain Dragon, there's no need for all this show. Naruto and Sasuke huffed, while Boruto awed at Harry. It was Sasuke who spoke next. Harry, just because you were gone for a long time doesn't mean everyone forgot about your accomplishments. Harry awkwardly scratched the back of his head while the Kuno and Lee got a very intense look in their eyes, making Naruto, Boruto, and Sasuke take a step back. Even the Anbu flinched from the intensity in their eyes. Lee then spoke. Can you tell us about his accomplishments? Harry sometimes gets all shy and doesn't tell us what he's done in other worlds. We've been dying to know for a while what sort of adventures he's had. Suddenly a voice caught everyone's attention. This troublesome guy graduated with all of us and joined Team 7, who then went on many missions where they saved a country, a princess/actor, and even saved the village from destruction. Not only did he become a Chunin at the same time as me, but having saved the third Hokage from dying and having defeated Orochimaru not only once but twice, who at the time was a very dangerous shinobi. He was then made an Anbu at the young age of 12. He then left with Naruto here to train for 3 years with Lord Jiraiya while still doing Anbu missions. He helped save the 4th Kazekage and became Anbu captain as soon as he came back to the village. After doing so, then he went to go on to save countless number of lives, like my teachers, and defeated Haiden the Immortal and Deidara the Artistic Bomber. He helped Naruto defeat Pain and saved the village once again. He was one of the first ones in the front lines during the 4th Shinobi War. It's thanks to him, Naruto and Sasuke, that this world was saved when godlike enemies tried to either destroy or control it. The girls listened with their full attention to what they were being told. Harry, however, blushed but grinned at his old friend Shikamaru. Did you have to summarize my life here in the Leaf Village like that? Shikamaru only chuckled while a few people behind him were awed at Harry's accomplishments. Of course, I had to, otherwise, you would just shrug it off and say that it wasn't a big deal. Harry huffed while Boruto excitedly jumped in front of him. Harry, that's amazing. It's like you're a superhero or something like that. Naruto got depressed. I was there too, you know? How come you don't get excited about me like that? Boruto just shrugged and Naruto looked like someone stole his ramen. Sasuke just grinned while he patted his friend on the back. Sarada finally noticed her father and ran towards him. Papa, are you okay? Sasuke smiled and then poked Sarada on her brow. I'm fine, Lee here healed me, so don't worry about me. You should worry more about yourself. You shouldn't be walking around right now. Sarada blushed from Sasuke's poke but then looked up. I couldn't just lay down while everyone was trying their best to help. I wanted to do something too. Sasuke sighed but smiled at his daughter. Then Harry approached her and smiled at her. So you're Sarada, I'm Harry Potter and I was in Team 7 with your father, mother, and Naruto back in the day, it's nice to meet you. Sarada got a little shy about meeting a stranger but she knew who this was. Her mama had spoken about the fourth member of her Team 7 a couple of times so she knew he was a family friend, plus after hearing Mr. Shikamaru tell almost everything that Mr. Harry had accomplished she knew he was trustworthy. It's nice to meet you, Mr. Potter. Harry grinned. Wow, you're polite, you can't be Sasuke's and Sakura's daughter and please call me Harry, I'm not one for the formal talk. Sasuke frowned and the jab directed at him and his wife while Naruto chuckled at his friend. Sarada giggled at Harry's comment about her parents, while Harry handed her a blue-colored candy. She looked up to Harry who just smiled at her. Go ahead, eat it, it's a magical healing item, it will heal you completely. She took it and then took a look at her father who gave her a nod. She then ate it and to her surprise and everyone's amazement she was instantly healed and her chakra was fully restored. Wow! I feel better than ever and it was delicious too. What was it? Harry smiled. It's called a healing gel, the one I gave you is a miracle gel and it heals and restores energy and stamina, they're very handy to have, right? Sarada nodded with a smile and went to talk to Boruto who was glad she was now fully healed. Naruto and Sasuke smiled at their children while Naruto commented, so you really learned how to mass produce them? Harry nodded. Yes, it took a while and a few worlds but I was finally able to replicate the process and even improve it. Sasuke, that's good, those healing gels of yours saved our lives and of others plenty of times. Shikamaru nodded. Yet, without them Asuma-sensei would have died. Harry, is there any way that the Leaf Village can have access to them? Sasuke and Naruto widened their eyes in shock. Naruto wasn't happy that Shikamaru would suggest this. Shikamaru. WH. Harry cut off Naruto. Sure, but we'll have to speak about everything that's been going on with me and here in the Leaf Village, okay? Naruto was surprised but happy Harry was willing to negotiate and so he nodded. Sounds good, but we'll be speaking about this later. Shikamaru, we had already spoken about asking Harry for the things he has available to him. Shikamaru nodded and all of them began to walk back toward the Hokage's tower to speak about everything that's been going on lately. Naruto, Sasuke, and Shikamaru listened intently as Harry told them about everything that he had seen and done. Their children were in awe about all the different things he's seen during his travels to other worlds, plus the fact that Harry and the girls with them had access to all kinds of abilities like magic was amazing to them. Naruto closed his eyes and leaned back on his chair. Amazing, the things you've witnessed and experienced. I kinda wished I could have gone with you to some of those worlds, they sound fun. Sasuke and Shikamaru nodded in agreement. Suddenly a puff of smoke exploded on Naruto's desk and a chibi version of Kurama appeared sitting on his hunches. Kunu instantly grabbed him and hugged him tightly, causing the mighty Baijuyu to grunt, but he didn't try to escape. Naruto and Harry chuckled at Kurama's predicament. Hello Kurama, it's been a long time. Kunu stopped hugging the chibi Kurama and put him back onto Naruto's desk. Sigh, that was disturbing, and hello to you too, brat. Harry grinned toward Kurama, but then another puff of smoke appeared out of nowhere and a chibi version of Kome appeared beside Kurama, who huffed, hi there bro. Kurama rolled his eyes. Hello Kome, it seems you and your Jinchuriki have been having a lot of fun, hey? Kome enthusiastically nodded. Yup. It's been really fun and Harry has even taught us all kinds of cool stuff. Everyone except Harry's companions looked intrigued. Naruto then got curious about what Kurama was doing out of his seal. Hey Kurama, what's up? You're not one to come out of your seal? Is something wrong? Kurama nodded. This conversation seemed very interesting and I wanted to be here to listen to it, but I also had a very important question for Harry. Harry tilted his head. Really? Okay, what is it? Kurama stared into Harry's eyes. What are you? You're not a normal mortal anymore, are you? Everyone except Harry's girls turned towards Harry, curious as to what he would say. No, I'm not. Over the course of my travels into so many different worlds I've gained access to all kinds of races. I have even become an Satsuki too, ha ha ha. Everyone was shocked to find out that Harry was an Satsuki, but Harry continued, but you're completely right, I'm not a mortal anymore, I'm a dragon god, the Twilight Dread dragon god of chaos and creation, that is my actual godly title. Kurama nodded while the rest of the shinobi were busy gaping. Kurama then spoke. I see. I could tell something about you was different, my instincts were screaming at me to run away and now I know why. I can't believe that the brat that used to prank the Anbyo Corp and the third Hokage with Naruto is now a legitimate deity. Boruto and Sarada turned to gape at Naruto. They could have never imagined that he was a prankster. Naruto nervously chuckled while he scratched his cheek, while Harry, Shikamaru, and Sasuke grinned at the embarrassed Hokage. Suddenly lots of footsteps began to echo through the room until the door to Naruto's office suddenly exploded into tiny pieces of splinters. To Boruto's surprise, it was his mother who had destroyed the door, but she wasn't alone. A lot of other people were behind her, including his little sister Himawari, who stepped into the office and walked towards her brother but stopped when she noticed Kunu, and her eyes sparkled when she saw her tails and ears. Hinata looked around everywhere until she saw Harry standing there in front of Naruto's desk and began to tear up. Shikamaru panicked when he saw all of his friends begin to run towards Harry. "Oi! Everyone calm down. You're in the Hokage's office." But everyone ignored him and then ran ahead with Hinata leading them, and then jumped towards Harry, whose eyes widened in shock as he was dogpiled by his old friends. All of his friends then screamed at the same time, "Harry! Welcome back!" Harry, who was at the bottom of the dogpile, grunted, "Why? Why does this always happen to me? And you guys are grown-ass people, act your age." Everyone laughed at Harry's expense except Boruto and Sarada, who were thoroughly shocked at having watched their mothers act like this, while Himawari clapped and laughed at what had happened. Harry groaned and then glared at the ones on top of the pile. "And why are you guys up there? You already do this all time." Kunu, Fu, and Le Fei were sitting nonchalantly on the top of the pile while they were holding the chibi Baijiu in their arms, just grinned and shrugged to Harry. Kurama couldn't help but to comment, "The mighty dragon god being taken down like this, how shameful." Harry glared at the chibified Baijiu. "I will eat you, furball." Kurama just chuckled and ignored the poor dragon god, while Shikamaru just sighed, "This is the elite members of our shinobi ranks." He turned to speak with Naruto, but then he saw that his chair was empty. He then turned to look at Sasuke, who just shrugged and pointed at Naruto, who was laying top of Koji and Kaiba. Shikamaru's sweat dropped. "Naruto, what are you doing there?" Naruto nervously chuckled. "Well, it looked like it was fun, so why not?" Shikamaru just tiredly sighed. "How troublesome." After everyone calmed down and got off Harry, everyone then decided to have Harry tell them about what he's been doing in his original world and why he looked so young, so Harry spent a few hours telling everyone in more detail about what he's been doing. Hinata smiled. "So you're technically a leader of a hidden village now and have so many loved ones. I'm happy for you, Harry." Harry smiled back at Hinata. "Thanks, Hina, but I'm more of an advisor for the yokai faction. Yasaka is the leader of Kyoto." Kunu giggled and everyone turned towards her. Everyone chuckled when they saw Himawari being engulfed by her fluffy tails while holding both the chibi Kurama and Kome in her arms as if they were stuffed animals. Kurama was deadpanning, but Kome seemed to be having fun. Himawari herself seems to be having the time of her life in there. "Don't listen to Harry, Mom actually considers him the leader of Kyoto." As a matter of fact, every member of the yokai faction and our allies follows Harry's leadership. He just doesn't want to officially get the position because, in his own words, "There's no way in hell I would ever get caught doing paperwork, but otherwise he is our leader." Naruto grumbled, "Lucky bastard." Harry grinned and then chuckled at Naruto while everyone laughed at the Hokage's misfortune. Sakura then spoke, "But to think that our friend would become an all-powerful dragon god. I used to think that you transforming into a dragon was wild enough as it is, but now." Himawari then popped her head out of Kunu's tails. "Uncle Harry, you can transform into a dragon?" Harry nodded. "Uncle Hey? Well, I have always considered both Naruto and Hinata my siblings in all but blood, so okay, and yes, I can transform into a dragon, but my dragon form has changed from what it was back then." Naruto and Hinata smiled at the fact that Harry said that he considers them his siblings, while Ino became curious about Harry's dragon form. "Wait, that giant black and green dragon form of yours changed?" Harry nodded, but it was Le Fei who spoke next. "Oh, is that what it looked like back then?" Harry smiled. "Yes. Originally my dragon form was black and green, but back then I was just merely a dragon lord. My dragon form has evolved over my time in other worlds." Kaiba then spoke up. "Really? Your dragon form was pretty badass back then. What does it look like now?" Kunu happily spoke up next. "Oh, it's very big. And his scales are a beautiful golden and silver color, and he has 2 sets of pretty feathered wings, but he usually has 1 set out at all times, plus he has this awesome white mane too." Everyone looked up in thought, trying to imagine how Harry looks now in his dragon form. Mitsuki, who has been quiet since he met Harry, knowing full well that this man has almost killed his parent Orochimaru on multiple occasions and didn't want to catch his attention, couldn't help but to hum, "I wonder how big is he in his dragon form." Sarada and Boruto nodded since they themselves were also curious. Harry, having heard Mitsuki, turned to look at him. "In my dragon form I'm at least twice as big as Kurama." Mitsuki froze when he noticed Harry staring at him, and he began to sweat profusely, which Harry noticed. "You okay, kid? You got very nervous all of a sudden." Sasuke decided to speak. "He thinks you will attack him since he's Orochimaru's child. I'm sure he's told him about his battles with you and how more than once you came really close to killing him the times you met." Harry raised an eyebrow towards Mitsuki. "I see, you don't have to worry, kid. I know Orochimaru was trying to turn a leaf before I left this world, plus I'm not the type to judge someone depending on who their parents are, so relax." Mitsuki sighed, relieved that Harry wasn't going to attack him, while Kawaki then decided to ask a question. "Is it true Is Jijin really dead? Harry turned towards Kawaki and nodded yes, the power I used on him is known to be able to erase even souls so that pale bastard is gone forever. Kawaki sighed in relief as the Uzumaki family and Sarada smiled at him, happy that he was finally free. Kawaki then surprised everyone by bowing thank you for taking care of that monster. Harry grinned don't mention it. The bastard hurt my friends and no one gets away with that plus it was the girls who beat his pale ass to the ground. Kawaki bowed toward the girls too who just blushed and shook their heads in embarrassment, while Hinata got curious about Li Fei and Kunu by the way, what are you girls to Harry? You seem close to him, I know he and Fu were going out back then but what about you guys? Harry got nervous while Kunu smiled proudly we're members of Harry's harem and his future wives. Everyone shouted at the same time what? Lee couldn't help but say Harry. Your flames of youth are so bright. Naruto chuckled well, I'm sure Pervy Sage would be proud of you Harry. Shikamaru shook his head you poor bastard. While Sasuke, Shino, Sai and Koji just smiled at their friend's predicament. Kaiba howled in laughter, while Hinata suddenly activated her Byakugan making Harry panic oh it seems like you have fallen Harry. I'm going to have to bring you back to the light. Sakura, Tenten and Ino sweat dropped and took a step back from Hinata not wanting to get caught in the crossfire. Harry began to shake his head and wave his hands in surrender wait a minute Hina, it's all a misunderstanding. Hinata stopped for a second oh. Then you really aren't going out with multiple women. Harry began to panic well yes but there were special circumstances too. But Hinata didn't let him finish repent. The villagers going about their day were suddenly startled by the screams of pain echoing through the entire village. Back in the Hokage's office Harry has been knocked out and was lying on top of a puddle of his own blood, while all the males present were huddled together against a corner of the room. Shikamaru couldn't help to comment damn Naruto, your wife is very scary. The guys nodded while Naruto chuckled nervously why yet? She is the only one who can control Harry after all. Harry's little soul came out of him, but was still attached to his body, the poor thing was crying so Himawari decided to pat it on its head there. Boruto and Kurama were sweating profusely since they got reminded where Himawari got her scary mode from, while the girls were impressed with Hinata's skills. Li Fei bent down toward Harry and poked the little soul that Himawari was consoling wow, I've never seen Harry so beat up. Hinata however just dusted her clothes someone had to make sure Naruto and Harry didn't traumatize everyone in the village, some people still have flashbacks to their pranks. The Anbu who were hiding in the office nodded, they might respect their captain but he was a terror to deal with when he and Naruto started with their pranks. A few minutes later Harry was able to recover and was now standing while Himawari was on his shoulders messing with his hair. Kurama who was back on top of Naruto's desk decided to comment I'm surprised Naruto's wife was able to cause that much damage to you like that, why didn't your scales stop her strikes? Harry huffed if I had used my scales Hinata would have broken her fingers and then she would really be pissed and I don't have a death wish thank you very much. Everyone chuckled because they knew that the real reason he didn't use his scales was that he didn't want to hurt Hinata so he took his hits like a champ. Hinata smiled well you should have started by explaining that you really didn't have a choice about the harem and that it was the girls who decided on it. Harry sweat dropped sigh. Hina you didn't even give me a chance to breathe much less speak but yes the girls pretty much decided everything and I just got along with the ride plus I do love them. The girls blushed but smiled brightly. Hinata smiled because she knew Harry had always wanted a big family and it seems that his dream became true, she then clapped her hands okay. Then you're staying with us until you have to go back home. Naruto, Himawari and Boruto cheered happy that Harry and the girls will be staying with them. Harry chuckled because he knew he really didn't have a choice anyways okay, tomorrow I'll be bringing Yasaka and the rest of the girls here, that way we can officially have Konoha and Neo Kyoto become allies. This would allow us to share resources like medicine, technology and the leaf will get access to the guilds and natural dungeon that way everyone in the village can grow even stronger. Naruto, Sasuke and Shikamaru smiled and nodded. Naruto then grinned toward Harry we'll offer our services as shinobi, training and whatever else Neo Kyoto may need. I think that we're getting the best out of the deal but knowing you probably don't really care. Harry chuckled yup. Konoha is my village too so, of course, I want to help it grow. I'll be also raising some very powerful wards and wartime wards for the village, that should prevent anyone from trying to come in here and cause trouble. Everyone smiled at Harry's words while Naruto nodded thank you, Harry, you're the best. Hinata then spoke, well if that's all, let's all go home. I'll be making a special big dinner tonight. Naruto, Himawari, Boruto, Harry and the girls cheered, Kurama grinned and even Kawaki looked excited well if that's the case I'll stay out, for now. A big dinner sounds good plus I want to hear more about how a nine-tailed fox is the leader of an entire faction. Himawari and Kunu cheered about having Kurama join them for dinner while Boruto grinned. He really did like the Baijuyu since they seemed very cool to him. That night after dinner Kawaki, Boruto, and Himawari went to sleep. Boruto and Kawaki were still very tired from the ordeal they went through today while Himawari was just tired from all the excitement that went down that day. Naruto, Hinata, Harry, and the girls sat on the couches in the living room while Kurama and Kome sat on the coffee table. Naruto and Kurama explained everything that had been happening to them lately and about the Tsutsuki causing trouble. Harry, of course, frowned. Where do the Tsutsuki even come from anyways? I know Kaguya came from space, so I was sure they were aliens of some kind, but now? They seem more like world jumpers like me. Naruto nodded. Yeah, Sasuke and I found more information about them inside Kaguya's castle. That's how we found out that they travel in pairs and that Kaguya betrayed her partner who you destroyed today. Kurama then spoke, but that scientist said that they were still more members of Kara out there. I'm sure this isn't over yet. Naruto frowned. Harry spoke next. Scientist guy. Naruto nodded. Yeah, his name is Amato and he betrayed Kara. He gave us information about them in exchange for protection. Technically all of Kara's members were modified to an extreme degree, they're more machines than anything else. Harry narrowed his eyes. He made androids? Can these guys absorb energy? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Yes, there's a limit to how much they can absorb, but that does make them annoying to deal with. But how do you know that? Harry heavily sighed. In another world, I faced something similar. Dr. Gero was the name of the crazy bastard who created a bunch of highly advanced and powerful androids. Technically he heavily enhanced a few humans, but at the time they were terrifyingly powerful, and if I and my friends in that world didn't stop them, then that entire world would have been destroyed. If Amato is anything like Dr. Gero, you really shouldn't trust him. Naruto began to sweat. What Harry just told him was way too similar to what has been happening to them lately. I see. I'll speak to Shikamaru about this and decide what to do with him. You're right, he might be too dangerous to let roam around freely. Harry nodded. If you need to, I'll deal with him myself. Naruto, you don't have to force yourself. Naruto chuckled. Thank you, but I'll be fine if it's for the safety of the village. I'll handle it myself. Harry nodded to him. You've grown a lot over the years, Naruto. Naruto scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. I have the entire village depending on me, so I can't act selfishly anymore. Few then spoke. We're going to have to deal with that 10 tails Kara has under their possession. If we killed it, that would definitely weaken them and practically destroy all of their plans. You said Sasuke knows where it is, right? Naruto nodded while Harry hummed. I'll ask Sasuke to take me to its location and I'll take care of it. That thing is too dangerous to let be in the hands of our enemies. It's better to destroy it. Naruto nodded. That sounds like a good plan, plus that's one less worry on our shoulders. Kunu then spoke. You're also bringing Mom and the others over, right? Harry nodded. Yes, we might as well stay a couple of days. After dealing with the 10 tails, I'll be busy raising the wards around Konoha and making a dimensional gate connecting Konoha with Kyoto. That way everyone can travel back and forth. Fei nodded. I'll help you, Harry. Let's add some wards on the dimensional gate to prevent anyone with ill intent from coming over our world. Harry nodded. Yeah, that sounds like a good idea. Naruto grinned once again. Thank you, Harry, this will really help us, plus getting more missions from your side will be interesting. Harry chuckled. You're welcome, and besides we do need more help with the natural dungeon. It keeps changing and evolving, so having more experienced people going in there and surveying the new areas will be a lot of help, plus it is a great place for the genin to grow stronger and gain more skills and abilities. Naruto grinned. Honestly, it all sounds like a lot of fun and it seems like this will open up all kinds of different occupations. I'm interested in this enchanting research branch you spoke about. I wonder how Uzumaki sealing would work with it. Harry smiled. Well, everyone is welcome to go to Kyoto and learn what they want. We even have our own Anbu Corp that I trained myself, so the Anbu from here and them can swap notes. Naruto nodded. I think I'll have to start training again. Jijin showed me how much I've been lacking lately, and if you wouldn't have shown up I probably would have died. Harry looked down. I can help you with that right now. The rest you can do by going into the natural dungeon, or you can train with me and the girls whenever you want. Naruto widened his eyes. You'll help me? Harry nodded. Of course, I would. As matter of fact, I'll help everyone in my generation while I'm here. I can now grant skills, spells, and techniques to other people now. Naruto gaped. Holy crap, Harry. Do you know how powerful that ability is? Especially with you the one having access to it. You alone must have a countless amount of abilities that you can now hand over like candy. Harry grinned. I know, it's how I helped my family and friends grow stronger. I just handed them the skills, but they're the ones that put in the effort to master their use. Naruto looked down, lost in thought for a second, but then looked up for a second with determination burning brightly in his eyes. Then I'll gladly accept your help. I need to grow stronger, not just for the village but Hinata and my children too. Harry nodded and got up from the couch and approached Naruto until he was close enough to reach him. He then placed a finger on his brow and began to transfer skill after skill to Naruto. Naruto himself could only widen his eyes in shock at the amount of knowledge and skills Harry was giving him. He hasn't felt this powerful since he had access to Old Man Sage's power when Haragomo shared half of his power back during the Fourth Shinobi War. Suddenly his chakra cloak activated, but this time he was in full Six-Path Sage mode. He turned his head to the side and saw that his Gautama were back and that he now knew how to use Yin and Yang release. Hinata's eyes widened in shock while the girls looked in awe. Kurama grinned widely, and Naruto then turned towards Harry. Harry. How? This should be impossible. Harry shrugged. I told you, I'm in Tsutsuki now, so I did the same thing the Sage of Six Paths did back then, just instead of sharing my power with you I just reactivated those power for you again. They were always in there, they just needed a little spark, plus I also gave you my blessing and a bunch of usual perks like perfect control and dragon core. Technically you're almost a full-blown god now. Naruto gaped but then turned towards Hinata. But what about Hinata and my children? Will I outlive them? Naruto looked sad until Harry slapped him on the back of his head. Oi, you bastard! Harry just rolled his eyes. I'll be giving Hinata and the rest of our generation the same thing except Tsutsuki's powers, so they'll live as long as you, so don't start getting all depressed. I'll grant my blessings to Himawari and Boruto, so don't worry about them either. Naruto grinned and then dissipated his Six-Path Sage mode while both he and Harry began to laugh together. Both Harry and Naruto seemed so happy to be together. Hinata, who was watching this from where she was sitting, teared up in happiness. It has been a while since her husband seemed so happy and alive. They both missed Harry very much, and now that he was back it was like everything seemed so bright. Harry and Naruto noticed Hinata smiling and crying, but Harry softly smiled at her, which Hinata returned while Naruto gave them one of his bright and wide smiles. Yes, things were looking very bright and happy to Hinata right now. She can't wait for more surprises from her dear older brother, Harry Potter. Chapter 50. The next day arrived in Konoha and everyone in the Uzumaki household was awake and ready to start the day. Himawari was having fun playing and talking to Fu, Kunu, and Life. The stories they were telling her were so amazing to her. She wanted to meet the yokai and see Kyoto since it seems like a fun and interesting place. Naruto and Harry were talking about the past and laughing while eating breakfast, while Boruto and Kawaki were listening to their conversation. Hinata was enjoying a cup of tea with a happy smile on her face. Himawari then approached Harry and pulled on his shirt, drawing his attention to her. Oh Himawari, what's up? Harry smiled at the little Uzumaki and patted her head, causing Himawari to giggle. Kunu told me you have these giant knights, angels, and even giant dragons friends. Harry grinned. Oh my Digimon, yes, they're very big and powerful. I'll introduce you to them when you go to Kyoto for a visit. Himawari excitedly nodded while Naruto raised an eyebrow. Oh. How are the Digimon? It's been a while since I've seen them. Harry turned his gaze towards Naruto and gave him a grin. They're doing great. All of them have reached their mega forms and most of them are doing something in Kyoto. Like the Royal Knights, they take care of the security of Kyoto, while the Holy Digimon are taking care of a healing temple we opened when we created the natural dungeon. It's thanks to them that Kyoto has been allowed to flourish in peace. Hinata looked up for a second. It's still amazing that in your village you don't have to worry about dying. Back then you had one spell to revive the dead, but it was so limited. Naruto nodded. Yeah, but it was still very useful and it saved the lives of many. Haku and Zabuza got to live after the mess that was our first mission, and the old man Third got to survive Konoha's invasion. Boruto, who was taking a drink, suddenly choked and then sprayed Kawaki in the face with his mouth full of tea. Oi! You bastard! But Boruto ignored him. Wait! What do you mean Konoha's invasion? Harry raised an eyebrow. You don't know? I would have guessed that the academy would have talked about this. Oh well. Anyways, yes, the Sand and Sound village attacked and invaded the Leaf with the intent to destroy it. It was thanks to Naruto, who fought Gaara and Shikaku the One Tail and beat him, that the Leaf wasn't destroyed. Boruto gaped at his father, not knowing this. What? How come this wasn't mentioned in school and you fought Gaara and Shikaku too? Naruto blushed and scratched his cheek. It's not mentioned in school because back then the Sand Village was tricked by Orochimaru into attacking us, and since we made peace with the Sand Village, it was decided to leave it out from the school so as not to incite unnecessary hate. Besides, it was after that fight that me and Gaara became good friends. Harry chuckled. Yeah, your father has a habit of beating the living daylights out of his enemies and then becoming best of friends with them. Naruto slumped down on his chair in dejection. You make me sound like I was some sort of aggressive delinquent or something. Hinata and Harry laughed at Naruto, but Naruto wasn't going to take this down. But don't forget that you helped a lot too, Harry. You took down the snake summons, beat Orochimaru, and forced him to run away, plus you made the Shinigami let go of Old Man Third's soul and then brought him back to life. Hinata nodded while the kids gaped at Harry, who awkwardly chuckled. Yeah, Too bad the old man died during our trip with Jiraiya, but at least we got to see him again during the war. Boruto then widened his eyes. That's right. How come I didn't see you when me and Mr. Sasuke went to the past to stop Urashiki from getting Kurama? Harry tilted his head in confusion while Naruto spoke to answer his son's questions. Well, at the time, Harry was undergoing Anbu training, so we weren't allowed to speak about him. That's why you didn't see him or why no one mentioned him. Boruto nodded in understanding while Fei spoke up next. Oh. That's why you trained some of the yokai to become Kyoto's Anbu Corps, you already had the experience. Harry nodded while Kawaki decided to ask about something next. You scared the Shinigami away. Harry turned towards Kawaki and hummed, well, even back then I held the title of Master of Death. That title allowed me full and total control of any aspect of death, and the Shinigami of this world had to listen to me or I would have taken its powers over death from it. Boruto and Kawaki gaped at Harry's comment while Naruto chuckled at their expressions. He was already used to Harry's craziness, but the children still have a lot to learn. Well, at least the boys do. Himawari seems very excited about all of this. Meanwhile, the doorbell rang, catching everyone's attention. Hinata got up to open the door while Naruto and Harry continued to tell Boruto and Kawaki stories about their past adventures. Himawari had already jumped behind Kunu to be engulfed by fluffiness, to which Kunu wrapped a tail around her waist so she wouldn't hit the ground while she giggled. Hinata came back in with Sasuke, Sakura, and Sarada, who had decided to visit. Harry waved at them while they waved back at him. Sasuke and Sakura sat at the table while Sarada went to speak with the girls and Himawari. Boruto got up from the table and went to join his teammate while Kawaki stayed back and enjoyed his tea with the adults. Harry grinned at Sakura. So you finally bagged Sasuke, hey? Sakura. Good job. Sakura rolled her eyes, but she had a blush on her face. Shut up, idiot, sigh. Sasuke smiled at his wife and then turned to speak to his friends. I take it that Naruto spoke about Artsutsuki problem in more detail last night, right? Harry nodded. Yup, I'll be needing you to take me to the 10 tails you found later. I'll destroy that thing to make sure it's never used. Sasuke nodded while Naruto spoke. I also decided to take care of Amato. Harry raised a good couple of concerns about him, plus he's too dangerous to be allowed to roam free. Sasuke raised an eyebrow but nodded. Kawaki himself also nodded in agreement. He knew firsthand how dangerous that crazy scientist is. Sakura then spoke. Seems like it's going to be a busy day, hey? Harry nodded. Well, for me, Naruto, and Sasuke it is. I'll be bringing Yasaka and the rest of the girls here so they can meet everyone and meet with Naruto while we take care of business. At the mention of Harry's girls, Hinata's eyebrow twitched and then she jabbed Harry in the kidney with a juken so fast that almost no one saw it happen. As soon as the strike hit Harry, he twitched, then he turned pale white and passed out on the table. Everyone stared in shock while Naruto gaped at his wife Hinata. Hinata twitched and then gaped at what she had done. I'm so sorry. I just reacted on reflex. Harry shakily sat up and grinned at Hinata. It's alright, Hina. Blood suddenly began to drip down his mouth. Naruto panicked. Oi. You're obviously not okay. Fei giggled. It's okay, Harry has a fast regeneration and healing factor, plus he's immortal. He just has a habit of allowing his guard down with friends, but even then it's impossible to really hurt him. Look, he's okay now. Everyone turned towards Harry and it was true, he was perfectly fine now, but he still looked a bit scared. Ugh. I might be immortal, but having a kidney get popped like that hurts like hell. Everyone's sweat dropped while Hinata flinched. Sorry, Harry, every time you mention your girlfriends something snaps in me and I just have to hurt you. Harry's sweat dropped. You don't have to hurt me, woman. Harry then grabbed Hinata by the cheeks and began to pull them, causing her to cry out in pain. Newt the cheeks. I'm sorry. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura laughed since these two have always acted like this. Hinata has always considered Harry like an older brother, but she was a bit of a brocon with him, so she had a habit of getting a bit jealous when a girl would try to get close to him. Honestly, it was scary, but no one wanted to say anything about that out fear of what Hinata would do to them. Naruto was already used to it since this has been going for years. Few began to nervously sweat when the flashbacks of how Hinata reacted when she found out she was dating Harry. She was only able to survive thanks to Kome and Harry's healing spells. The children laughed, enjoying how much their parents seemed to be having fun. For the rest of the morning they all spent some time reminiscing about their old adventures while their children listened intently. After they ate breakfast and spoke for a while, Harry quickly gave Sasuke and Sakura skills and perks to increase their power and potential, just as he did for Naruto and Hinata last night. Sasuke's situation was different. Like Naruto, Harry rekindled the spark of power sleeping within Sasuke, allowing him the use of his abilities and power he once had during the Fourth Shinobi War. Sasuke and Sakura were in awe since he could feel he had even more power still, though Harry did tell them that they have to train a bit so they can get used to the increase in power. After that they all left towards Naruto's office so Harry could bring everyone to Konoha while the children left to speak with their friends. Once Shikamaru arrived, the dragon god opened a portal and stepped through. A few minutes later he stepped back through again, this time being followed by another nine-tailed kitsune and a few other girls. Harry himself had a little black-haired girl on his shoulders while holding the hand of another little girl with a red hair. Kurama, being curious about the nine-tailed kitsune who had arrived, decided to come out of his seal in his chibi form to meet her. Yasaka stared at Kurama, who stared back at her for a while until Yasaka reached out and grabbed Kurama off Naruto's desk and held him like a teddy bear. Kurama's face had a very impressive deadpan at being used as a stuffed animal, but he seemed to have accepted his fate. Naruto was chuckling at his partner's predicament, causing Kurama's eyebrow to twitch in annoyance. Stop laughing. This nine-tailed fox is at least 4 times stronger than me. I rather not pissed her off, fool. Yasaka gently smiled. Phew, it is an honor that you think so highly of me, Mr. Kurama. It's a pleasure to meet another nine-tailed fox. Kurama just huffed but nodded, while Yasaka turned to look at Naruto. Lord Hokage, it is also a pleasure to meet you. Harry spoke very highly of you. Naruto awkwardly laughs. I hope he only told you good things, he. Yasaka giggled and then tilted her head. You mean like defeating a goddess with a reverse harem no jutsu? Naruto flinched while Sasuke closed his eyes and huffed, while Sakura had a bit of blood dripping from her nose as she was reminded of that event. Hinata was blushing deep red since Naruto had told her of that. Naruto then stood up and pointed a finger at Harry. Bastard. I told you to take that information to the grave. What hell, Harry? Harry just chuckled. Ah well, Yasaka was curious how you could have defeated a goddess while I was busy protecting Kakashi and Sakura, so I told her how you pulled it off. Naruto groaned and slumped on his seat, while Yasaka was giggling. I think it was great. You pranked a goddess and defeated her like that, a true kitsune move if I say so myself. I kinda want to try that to Amaterasu and see what happens. Everyone from Kyoto sweat dropped knowing how effective such a technique would be against Amaterasu. Kunu suddenly spoke, please don't use that on Auntie Amaterasu, Mom, I don't think she'll survive. Yasaka giggled while Hope was floating about until she stopped in front of Hinata and tilted her head. Your eyes are very pretty. Hinata blushed at the compliment but still smiled at Hope. Meanwhile, Harry spoke. Sorry guys, I haven't introduced everyone. That little girl in front of you is my daughter Hope. Hope turned around while still floating and waved at everyone who were gaping at the fact that Harry had a daughter, while Harry continued, her mother is the pretty redhead right there, her name is Jean Grey. Hinata hugged and smiled at Hope, who accepted her hug and smiled back at her, while Jean smiled and waved. Harry went on with the introductions. Next is the other pretty redhead, her name is Jessica, the cute pink-haired one is Milim, and the beautiful blonde with red eyes is Ereshkigal, Hope's second mother. Yes, I know how it sounds, but Hope's birth was a very special set of circumstances. Jessica, Milim, and Ereshkigal waved at everyone who nodded and waved back, already knowing who they are thanks to Harry having told them about them before. Harry nodded and went on. The last one of the redheads is Susan, then we have the super smart Hermione, the ever cute but scary Luna, and last but not least the very beautiful pale blonde Valerie. Valerie, Susan, and Hermione waved at everyone while Luna softly smiled. Suddenly Harry felt his passenger poke his head, causing him to chuckle. And the cutie pie on my shoulders is my niece, Morgan. Morgan waved at everyone with a bright smile which made Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura, and Hinata vow to protect her for eternity. Harry smiled and then pointed at Yasaka. As all of you are all aware now, this is the beautiful leader of the yokai faction, Yasaka. Yasaka bowed while still holding Kurama like a stuffed animal. Naruto and Shikamaru, Sakura and Hinata, who was still hugging Hope, bowed back while Sasuke nodded. Harry smiled and then walked towards Naruto and put Morgan on his lap while taking Naruto's Hokage hat and putting on top of Morgan's head. Well, now that I have introduced everyone, I have to leave and take care of a couple of things, but I'm leaving my assistant to make sure everything goes okay. Morgan, make sure everyone behaves okay. Morgan smiled while lifting the Hokage hat a bit so she could see her uncle. Okay, Uncle Harry. Everyone smiled at the mini temporary Hokage while Naruto softly smiled as he remembered how he used to do the same thing when he would come and bother the old man Thor, and he would put his Hokage's hat on. Harry then turned towards the girls. Fei, you go ahead and begin to prepare to raise the ward around Konoha. Jessica and Hermione, go with her and help her, okay? Fei nodded while Hermione and Jessica nodded after Harry asked them to help Fei. Harry went on, I'll create a portal when I come back. For now, the rest of you stay with Yasaka, and after the meeting ends we'll go ahead and tour the village. I'm sure everyone is curious about it, so don't worry, we'll make sure to walk around a bit, okay? Everyone nodded and Harry smiled. He then turned to Sasuke. Let's go, Sasuke, the sooner we finish this the faster we can relax. Sasuke nodded and then walked towards Harry. As soon as he got within reach of him, Suzuki put his hand on his shoulder and instantly teleport them to where the Ten Tails is. Meanwhile, Yasaka spoke with Naruto and Shikamaru about signing a full-blown alliance between Neo Kyoto and Konoha where both would have access to each other's resources, facilities, technology, and training methods. Both Konoha and Neo Kyoto will grow soon and become even bigger superpowers than they were before. Meanwhile, while Faye, Hermione, and Jessica left to go prepare for the ward system they were planning to raise so Konoha would always be protected. Harry and Suzuki arrived at a desolate canyon of sorts. Harry immediately felt two energy signatures close by. Both of them were quite large, but one of them seemed like it was locked or sealed for some reason. Harry then glared at the Ten Tails. Yet, that's definitely a Ten Tails, but it feels way weaker than the one we fought during the Fourth Shinobi War. Suzuki nodded. Yet I noticed that too, but even if it's weaker it's still dangerous. You remember what the other one was capable of, right? If this one is capable of even a tenth of that, it could be a very bad situation for the elemental nations. Harry nodded but then turned to the side to stare at the sleeping redhead a little away from where the Ten Tail was being kept. And who's that? Suzuki turned towards where Harry was staring and then he too noticed the sleeping redhead. I don't know, but if he's here then he must be a member of Kara. Harry nodded and then pointed his finger at the sleeping redhead and fired a powerful ki blast that blasted the sleeping guy's head off. Suzuki nodded. That makes one less Kara member to worry about. Harry hummed. Should we take a look around or do you want me to just destroy the entire area? Suzuki closed his eyes to think for a bit. I already took a look around and I didn't find anything else, just destroy it all. Harry nodded and then began to float while also floating Suzuki with telekinesis. Once they were high above in the sky, Harry then pointed an open palm towards where the Ten Tails was kept. Suddenly Harry's energy flared alive as he began to charge an enormous amount of ki into his open palm. Suzuki, who was watching all of this, widened his eyes in shock at what he was watching. Harry then narrowed his eyes. Big bang attack. An enormous ball of highly condensed blue ki shoot forward at high speed until it collided with the ground and then exploded with a tremendous force that shook the entire place. The explosion was so big, so loud, and so bright that Suzuki was forced to cover his face. When the explosion subsided, Suzuki was finally able to see the aftermath of such a devastating attack. Suzuki gaped at the sheer destruction brought upon the area by Harry's technique. There was nothing left. It was like that time he and Naruto used their strongest attacks and destroyed the Valley of the End, but what they did together, Harry did it by himself and he seemed completely fine afterward, like if he didn't even use a lot of his energy with that one attack. This is insane. Such power and destruction. Harry grinned towards Suzuki. That's nothing. I underpowered that technique so I wouldn't accidentally destroy the planet, but I can definitely make it more powerful. Suzuki just stared at Harry in shock. Yet, let's not do that, all right? Harry chuckled. Don't worry, I have perfect control over my techniques. Thanks to the skill Perfect Control I can freely manipulate my energy, something you, Naruto, Hinata and Sakura have already. With it maybe you'll be able to create even more techniques, but I do recommend that you train your Rinnegan first, Suzuki. There's a lot of techniques only available to it that are very useful. Suzuki looked up. You're right. I've been so busy running around the world trying to protect it from the shadows that I have not only neglected my training but my family as well. It's time I concentrate on them. Plus I am Boruto's sensei, I have a duty to that kid, and now that you're here to help it's time for me to focus on them. I think the same goes with Naruto and his Hokage duties. Harry nodded. Leave the protection of the village to me and Neo Kyoto, and I understand what happened with you and Naruto. Peace has a habit of letting you relax too much. This is why I decided to create the natural dungeon. I knew that with me and everything I brought to the yokai faction, the yokai would eventually lose their reasons to move forward, to get stronger, and I didn't want the village and the people I come to love to become complacent or over-rely on me, so I gave them a reason to get stronger in the form of an ever-expanding dungeon where anyone can get stronger, get richer, and find something they're good at. Suzuki turned his gaze towards Harry and grinned. You haven't changed one bit, you're still as ruthless as ever, but that kindness that used to piss me off is still there. Harry chuckled. And my kindness doesn't piss you off anymore? Suzuki grinned and shook his head. Just a little. At least you're not naive like Naruto was, though I wished that back then you didn't kick my ass so hard on top of the hospital. Harry grinned. You and Naruto were acting like idiots and I wasn't going to allow you to continue that nonsense. Not that it helped because you still left. You know you're lucky I was busy with Enbu training at the time, or would have kicked the shit out of you at the Valley of the End and dragged your ass back to the village. Suzuki shivered at the close call he just learned he had back then. You know what? I'm glad you weren't around at that time. You terrified me back then. As a matter of fact, you still do. Harry just laughed. Come on. I'm not that bad. Suzuki deadpanned. You and Naruto traumatized Kakashi during the Genin exam, remember? And let's not forget the kami awful beating you gave to Orochimaru after he gave me that curse mark of his. To this day that snake still jumps at the mere mention of your name. Harry huffed. Okay, first Kakashi said to come to him with the intent to kill, and I had been helping Naruto with his training since we were really little, so it wasn't my fault he wasn't prepared when Naruto and I came at him with wind, water, and lightning ninjutsu, and Orochimaru was an asshole. Sasuke sweat dropped. And those zeros and high-level spells you used on Kakashi. Harry groaned. Okay. I might have taken things a bit too far, but in my defense, Kakashi kept using the substitution jutsu. And that got really annoying very fast. Sasuke and Harry stared at each other for a few seconds, but soon after they exploded in laughter. Sasuke chuckled for a bit longer and then said, Kakashi's face as he was running away from those zeros was priceless. I think Naruto still has a picture of it. Harry laughed. He does? Son of a bitch never told me. I got to get a copy of that, but for now let's go home, our families are waiting for us. Sasuke nodded and reached out to Harry and grabbed hold of his shoulder, and in an instant, they teleport back to Konoha. The death of Code, one of the most dangerous and powerful members of Kara, and the destruction of the Ten Tails that was the center of Kara's plans took under an hour to happen. Harry once again had caused chaos in a world and changed the course of history for the well-being of his loved ones. Funny enough, he wasn't even aware of what he had done with this simple act. Harry and Sasuke arrived in Konoha, and Sasuke immediately left to spend time with his family, while Harry, who still had things to do today, went to meet with Ellie, Jessica, and Hermione to raise the wards around the village. He found them hard at work right in the middle of the village. All three of them were looking towards a basketball-size crystal-like orb while they were writing runes on it. The villagers were watching curiously at the girls while they were working on the crystal orb. Harry even noticed Boruto, Himawari, and some other kids looking intently as the girls worked. Harry smiled and approached them. Himawari was the first one to notice him and ran towards him. She then grabbed his hand so they could walk together, causing Harry to give the young Uzumaki a soft smile. Soon they arrived where the girls were working and Harry spoke, I'm back. The girls stopped what they were doing and turned to look at Harry with a smile each. Hermione decided to speak. That was fast. Did you take care of that thing? Harry nodded. Yeah, the Ten Tails is gone, plus we seem to have found another member of Kara guarding the place, but he was asleep. I took care of him too, so that's two fewer things to worry about. Hermione nodded. That's good. From what I know from what you told me about that creature, they're nothing but trouble. It's a good thing it's gone. Harry nodded. How are the preparations going? Jessica was the one who answered his question. Good so far, but since this world seems to lack a source of mana, we had to find another source of energy for the ward stone. Luckily this world is saturated with natural energy, so we're using that. We're also using runes to program the ward system right now, but we're almost done. Harry smiled and nodded at them. He then turned to Boruto and the kids around him. And who are your friends, Boruto? Boruto grinned and then began to introduce everyone. These are my friends. They graduated at the same time as me, Harry. That's Shikade Nara, Chch Akimichi, Inajin Yamanaka, Iwabi Ueno, Denki Kaminaraman, and Metal Lee. Harry grinned, recognizing that almost everyone here is a child of some of his old friends. It's nice to meet you kids. My name is Harry Potter. Everyone nodded and waved at him, but Denki gasped, You're the Dragon Lord. Everyone turned towards Denki while Harry tilted in confusion. Dragon Lord? What does my old title have to do with anything? Suddenly a voice caught his attention. Because Big Bro. That's your official alias in the bingo book since the 4th Shinobi War. Everyone turned around and immediately recognized Hanabi, who was the one who had just spoken. Harry widely smiled. Firecracker. There you are. Hanabi rolled her eyes but still smiled at Harry and then jumped on him, forcing Harry to catch her with his free hand. Oof. You've certainly grown, Hanabi. I almost didn't catch you there. Hanabi then pulled his cheek a bit. You shouldn't comment about a lady's weight, Big Bro. All the girls present in the area nodded in agreement, even Himawari, causing Harry to chuckle. Right, my bad, and what this about me having a bingo book page? He let Hanabi down and she began to explain. Well, after the war a lot of shinobi were added to the bingo book with a flea on sight order in order to avoid anyone from angering them. Among the strongest and more dangerous added were you, Naruto and Sasuke, with a warning to all of the consequences of provoking your wrath. Harry nodded. Ah. That makes sense, but what's a kid doing with that sort of information? Hanabi scratched the back of her head embarrassingly. Well, recently they have been making this trading card game with information in the bingo books, so your card is not only very rare but very popular since it showcases you with your dragon form standing behind you. Harry deadpanned. I have a trading card. Damn, that's cool as hell. Himawari and Hanabi giggled at Harry's reaction while Denki then approached him and took out said trading card and showed it to Harry. Please, Mr. Dragon Lord. Could you sign my card? Harry chuckled and grabbed the card, and he had to admit it looked pretty awesome. it showed him standing with his arms crossed over his chest while his old dragon form was behind him roaring. He snapped his fingers and created a marker with magic inside the card. Here you kid, but call me Harry, okay? Denki widely smiles and held the card like it was a priceless artifact while Harry and the girls chuckled. Le Fei then spoke, we better not let Luna find out about this or we'll have our very own trading cards too. The girls nodded while Harry shook his head in amusement. He then turned towards Hanabi who was now hugging Boruto and Himawari. How have you been, Hanabi? Hanabi stopped suffocating Himawari and Boruto and turned around to speak with Harry. I've been great big bro and I even have my own genin team, you should meet them later. Harry smiled. Sure, now that I'll be creating a portal to my world I can visit anytime, well everyone will be able to go back and forth. Himawari and Hanabi clapped in happiness about being able to visit Harry whenever they wanted while Boruto was excited to see all the cool stuff in another world. His friends, however, were very confused about what was going, but before they could ask, Hermione spoke up. It's ready, Harry. We're done with the programming, all you have to do is provide it with the intent and power. Harry nodded and then moved to where the crystal orb was now floating in the air. The girls stepped back while Harry placed his hand on the crystal orb. He then closed his eyes and focused everything that was him into the orb. His divinity, his dragonic energy, his light and darkness, everything was being fed into the orb, but most of all his desire to protect the village hidden in the leaves. Everyone was in awe at how Harry's energy began to flow around the entire village. Lights of different colors began to dance around everywhere and everyone could feel a very gentle warmth from the lights. Suddenly the orb began to glow and then it seemed to melt and drop onto the floor where it seeped into the ground, and then a pillar of a beautiful white light shot off towards the sky and everyone in the village couldn't help but look up at the beautiful light dancing and twirling like a white flame. A barrier began to form from the tip of the pillar of light and began to cover the entire village. Himawari and Hanabi were in awe at everything they were watching and the young Uzumaki could help but say it's so beautiful. Hanabi nodded in agreement and watched as the barrier finished forming. Harry then stepped back and looked up as the barrier formed and then turned invisible. Harry nodded. Great job girls, I like those functions you added. Le Fei smiled. Well, we used the Neo Kyoto's wards as a template, so now Konoha has wartime wards and peacetime wards. Hermione spoke next. We added the intent base wards, healing wards, repair wards, reinforcement wards, and intruder detection wards, then we connected them all to Miss Ino's unit per Mr. Naruto's say so since they're better prepared to monitor them. Jessica then spoke. The war wards are the same as Neo Kyoto's, so not even gods can come into the village when they're activated, plus we added anti-teleportation wards so no one with time and space techniques can't just appear here unless they're registered into the wards. I'm sure Yasaka gave Mr. Naruto the control ward system so he could add or take out anyone he wants to. Harry nodded. Perfect, now that that's done let's go and see if the meeting between Yasaka and Naruto is over, that way he can tell me where he wants the dimensional gate to our world to be. You want to come with us, Hanabi? Himawari. Himawari and Hanabi nodded since they wanted to tell Hinata what they just saw, and so Himawari once again grabbed Harry's hand as he began to walk towards the Hokage's tower with Hermione, Le Fei, Jessica, and Hanabi following them. Harry then turned and waved at Boruto and his friends. I'll see you guys some other time, see you later Boruto. The genin waved at Harry and company as they watched them leave. Iwabe suddenly spoke. That was the coolest thing I have ever seen. Everyone nodded and Boruto grinned. My uncle is pretty cool, hey. Everyone nodded and was a bit envious of Boruto, so Shikide decided to get a little even. Well then let's go eat a burger. I'm sure Boruto will be happy to invite us for lunch. Boruto gaped and was about to protest, but everyone cheered and then picked him up in the air and took off at full speed toward their favorite burger joint while ignoring his cries of protest. Chapter 51. By the time Harry along with his company arrived back at the Hokage's office, Naruto and Yasaka had already signed a full-blown treaty between Konoha and Kyoto, and they were now just having a friendly conversation, while the rest of the girls were speaking with Hinata. Morgan was still in Naruto's lap playing with his whisker while Hope was still being held by a smiling Hinata. Himawari and Hanabi instantly gushed at the cuteness and went to Hinata and Naruto, who smiled the moment they saw them approach, while Harry walked forwards and stopped beside where Yasaka was sitting and patted her head, causing her to smile at him. Naruto chuckled at the image of a nine-tailed fox enjoying being petted, knowing that if he dared to do that to Kurama he would get a bijutama to the face. He then turned to Harry. Did everything go okay with the 10 tails? Harry nodded while he stopped his petting, causing Yasaka to pout in disappointment. Yes, that thing is gone for good. We also found someone guarding it. Since he was there we suspected him to be part of Kara, so I took care of him too, so that's one less person to worry about. Naruto nodded and sighed in relief. I'm glad, that certainly takes a load off my shoulders, thank you, Harry. Harry smiled. No problem, I also finished with the wards, the girls did an excellent job with the programming and set you up with all the cool stuff so you don't have to worry about anything or anyone breaking into the village anymore. Naruto nodded. Yeah, we saw the light show from here, it certainly looked and felt incredible. Li Fei then stepped forward and reached out a hand and handed to Naruto a piece of paper. We listed every ward and their functions in here so you can review whenever you want. We also keyed the wards to you and Ms. Ino's surveillance team so both of you will be responsible to who to key into the wards. Hermione then spoke next. We also wrote down how to add more people into the main control stone that I'm sure Yasaka gave you during the activation. Yasaka and Naruto nodded since she did give him the stone as soon as the wards activated and explained what it was. Himawari then spoke up. It was very pretty, Papa. The light was so warm and made me feel safe, like nothing or no one can hurt me. Naruto chuckled. Yet, we all felt it and it was quite impressive the amount of energy you let out, Harry. It's certainly way more than I could ever let out, and that's with Kurama giving me hand. Harry tilted his head. Hey? That was just about 1% of my power. You didn't think that was my max, right? Naruto's sweat dropped because that's exactly what he was thinking. Luckily he was saved from answering Harry's question by Hanabi. Big bro. All of these girls are your girlfriends? And I'm just finding out that right now. Harry twitched and turned towards Hanabi. He instantly noticed the dark aura coming out of Hinata. Luckily the fact that she was hugging Hope saved him from getting hurt again. Harry then turned to Hanabi. Yes, they're my girlfriends, and future wives. Hanabi's eyes sparkled and tried to hug all the girls. Yes. I have always wanted more sisters and now I get to have a lot. The girls giggled and happily hugged Hanabi, while the young Hyuga turned towards Yasaka, who was drinking some tea, and so she decided to ask something important. Is that sexy fox lady your girlfriend too? Hanabi pointed at Yasaka, who covered her smile with the sleeve of her kimono while Harry blushed. Yasaka was very amused at the situation and decided to have some fun with it. Phew, I wouldn't mind becoming one of his wives. Harry is quite the catch. Harry gaped at Yasaka while Kunu's eyes suddenly sparkled. Harry did not like the gleam in both mother and daughter's eyes, while Hanabi vigorously nodded. Yup, big bro is a big catch. Back in the day big sister and I had to jukin girls off him all the time. Naruto laughed out loud, remembering the fierce battles the Hyuga sisters had with the members of Harry's fan club. Those battles were legendary and got even more destructive as they grew older. Harry slumped in defeat. Ugh, don't air out my dark past, firecracker. The girls giggled at the poor defeated dragon god while Himawari walked up to him and patted his leg to comfort him. Having finished the meeting, everyone left the Hokage's office and toured the village in the company of the Uzumakis. The villagers were in awe at their visitors and the beauty all of them possess, plus the fact they were wearing such strange clothing caught their attention even more. The girls didn't care about any of that and just enjoyed getting the opportunity to see the village where Harry learned his shinobi skills after hearing so much about the place. During their tour, Harry got to meet some old friends and acquaintances. They saw Asuma and Kurane walking around with their daughter Mirai. Asuma and Kurane smiled and approached Harry the moment they noticed him to say hi and see how he was. Harry smiled back at them and spoke about some of the things he had done and is currently involved in. Needless to say, that the Sarutobi family was impressed was an understatement. Mirai then suddenly walked up to him and bowed in thanks for having saved her father. Harry just smiled and told her that he owed a lot to Asuma and his father and that he wasn't about to let them die, though Harry did hug Mirai and told her that he was glad that she had grown so big and strong, plus he also told her that she was lucky she inherited her mother's beauty and didn't look like her monkey-looking father. Said father complained but was professionally ignored by Harry. Mirai blushed and stuttered, causing her parents to laugh at her embarrassment. Then they told her that Harry had babysat her a couple of times after she was born and that he had even changed her diaper. This, of course, made the poor girl turn crimson red and disappear in a flurry of leaves, causing Asuma to grimace and said that they were going to pay for that one later, causing Harry to chuckle. Then they met Kakashi and Guy, who were shopping together. Harry immediately ran to them and tackled Kakashi into a hug, something that Naruto decided to join in because it looked fun. The poor 6th Hokage almost had a heart attack at being suddenly attacked with hugs, but then ended up laughing when he noticed who had just tackled him. Harry then introduced everyone to his sensei and the girls were in awe at having the chance to finally meet the man who had taught Harry the importance in teamwork, which he then taught to them. Kakashi was happy to meet Harry's loved ones and was especially taken with Morgan and Hope, who instantly took a liking to the grey-haired shinobi. Guy was excited to meet everyone and had loudly claimed that Harry's flames of youth were burning as brightly as ever. The girls liked Guy. To them he seemed like a fun person. Then Harry decided to do something that he didn't have the power to do back in the 4th Shinobi War. He summoned the King of Hell, scaring everyone around them, and then nonchalantly chucked Guy into its mouth, with even the wheelchair included. Everyone's sweat dropped when they saw the King of Hell begin to chew a screaming Guy like he was a piece of gum and then spit him out completely healed of all his past injuries. Guy groaned on the floor, but then to his shock he noticed that he could feel his legs again. He stood up and began to do sit-ups like they were going out of style and then turned to challenge Kakashi to a race. Kakashi tiredly sighed but seemed happy that his best friend could walk again, while Guy thanked Harry and then grabbed Kakashi and took off running, disappearing into the distance, not even giving Harry a chance to tell them that he had given them his blessing and a few skills too. Harry then shook his head and smiled, happy to have finally done this for Guy. The fact that he was unable to heal him back then was a very sore point in his memories, but now he had finally fulfilled something that he had wanted to do for a long time. Then everyone continued their tour and even found a dismayed Burrito who was now poor for having paid for his friend's burgers. He then spent the rest of the day visiting everywhere he knew with everyone, from the Hokage Monument to the Shinobi Academy, where he saw Irika, who had become the principal of the academy. He also saw Anko, who had become a teacher somehow, and even now Harry was having a hard time understanding how that had happened. Still, Anko is the same mischievous and sexy woman that she has always been, and Harry was glad for that. Finally, everyone went to Ichiraku Ramen for dinner, and Harry was extremely happy to see that it had grown over the years and to have seen Ayam too, who was also happy to see Harry again. That night everyone enjoyed a very delicious and warm bowl of ramen among family and friends, and Harry couldn't help but be glad that he was finally able to share this with the girls and Yasaka. After dinner, everyone went back to the Uzumaki household and with a few expansion charms made the living room and one of the guest rooms big enough for everyone. After a few more hours to let their dinner settle, everyone went to sleep. Naruto, for the first time in a while, was able to soundly sleep in peace, something that Hinata noticed and smiled about as she cuddled with him. The next morning, while Hinata, Hanabi, Himawari, and Burrito took Yasaka and the girls to go shopping, Harry and Naruto left to pick a place for Harry to create a dimensional gate. After speaking with Shikamaru and Suzuki, they decided to build it in the plaza in the middle of the village, since this way it would be close to the Hokage Tower. Harry nodded and agreed. He had already chosen a temple in Kyoto to serve as the place for the other side of the dimensional gate. Once he was there, Harry once again surprised everyone when he used Mokuto to create a giant Torii gate. Then he used his power over time, space, and reality to create the dimensional gate and bind it to the Torii gate while connecting it to its counterpart in Kyoto. The middle of the Torii suddenly started to look like the surface of a clear water pond and reflect everything like a mirror. Harry nodded to himself. All done, now Konoha and Kyoto are linked. Yasaka and I will prepare a building so you can send some people to act as representatives and have a voice within the yokai faction. Yasaka suddenly called out from behind everyone, catching their attention. It's already done, Harry. When you came to pick up us, I sent someone to prepare a building after you explained what you wanted to do, plus I figured they would need a place where they can store the magical medicines, weapons, armor, accessories, and all kinds of resources while they safely transport them here. Harry and the guys with him turned around and immediately gaped because all the girls were now wearing kunoichi battle kimonos and gear matching their usual color schemes. Even Hinata was wearing a more modern version of her last kunoichi clothes. She was blushing and smiling at Naruto, who was blushing about seeing his wife in those sexy clothes again. Harry blushed and smiled at his girls. Wow, you all look so beautiful, those clothes really suit you all. All the girls grinned while still blushing. Even Off-Eyes with her black and purple battle kimono was blushing a little bit too. Yasaka giggles. Phew, thank you, Harry. Is the gate ready? Harry nodded and pointed at it. Yup. Just finished it right now. Are you guys done with your shopping? The girls nodded and lifted their bags, and Harry's sweat dropped about the amount of bags they were carrying, and food too. Off-Eyes and Milim were carrying bags full of snacks and food. Harry looked down. My poor wallet. Naruto, Shikamaru, and Suzuki patted Harry's back to offer their condolences while the girls giggled. Himawari then approached Harry. Uncle Harry? Are you guys leaving already? Harry turned to look at Himawari, who seemed sad, so he patted her head, causing her to smile at him. Yeah, we have a few things to take care of back in our world, but I created another dimensional gate in your house. That one is connected directly to my house so you can visit whenever you want, okay? Himawari brightly smiled and nodded. She was happy to know that she could see her Uncle Harry whenever she wanted. Meanwhile, Shikamaru couldn't help to comment, I see Harry is still as popular with the Hyuga women as ever. I wonder what it is about him that makes them so attached to him. Naruto chuckled. Hinata described it to me before. According to her, it's like Harry is this cute little kitten that needs someone to take care of and cuddle him. Shikamaru gaped. But he's a big-ass dragon. That makes no sense at all. Naruto and Suzuki nodded and Shikamaru sighed. Women are so troublesome. After that, everyone said their goodbyes and began to step through the gate to show that it was safe to use, while Harry was the last one to head in. Before he stepped through the gate, he turned around and smiled at his friends. Come visit us anytime, guys. And we'll do the same, okay? Naruto, Hinata, Suzuki, and Shikamaru smiled and nodded while Himawari, Boruto, and Hanabi waved goodbye to him, causing Harry to grin and then step through the gate while everyone watched on. They already miss their good friend and the new ones they have made, but they knew that this wasn't the last time they would see them. With that done, they left to do their work or chores of the day, but they all had a smile on their faces. Hinata and Naruto left together, planning to spend the day together. After returning to their original world, Harry and the girls headed back home where Asia, Tony, Pepper, Gabriel, and Hella were waiting for them. Asia hugged everyone, having missed them while they were gone. She couldn't go this time because she had school, but she was still looking forwards to talking to everyone about their trip to another world. Morgan immediately ran to her mom and dad and began to tell them about all the cool stuff she saw and about the very cool new uncle, aunt, and cousins she met, especially since 3 of them had very cool whiskers. That night everyone had dinner together while they spoke about Konoha. Tony was very intrigued about their technology and wanted to visit soon to see what he can learn more about it. Harry promised to go with him sometime after his match with Riser. Pepper, Gabriel, and Asia were gushing about the girls' outfits and clothes they brought back. Luckily everyone decided to bring them some so they could try them out. Needless to say, Tony couldn't get his gaze off of Pepper when she changed to her kunoichi battle kimono, causing Harry to grin at his friend. They even brought one for Hella, which she liked very much and wore it while still wearing her maid apron and headdress. Surprisingly, it fit her very well. Tony then looked up and thought, this whole turning humans into cyborgs just seems so unethical and dangerous, but I got to admit, Amato and Dr. Gero must have been geniuses to successfully pull that off. Harry nodded. Oh, there was no doubt those two were very talented. Too bad all that talent was used for evil and destruction. Dr. Gero was killed by his own creations and Amato knew Kara would eventually kill him off. That's why he ran to Konoha for protection, so both scientists got karma to slap them on the face. Tony nodded in agreement. Well, it's a good thing that Amato will be taken care of, though I'm excited to see what Konoha and us can create together. I remember you told me about their puppets and their sealing techniques. Maybe some of that knowledge will help us with our mini-arc project. Harry nodded. Now that you mentioned it, maybe chakra conductive metal could work to fix the overheating issues. We could try making all the circuits out of it. What do you think? Tony lay back on his seat and rubbed his chin. Chakra conductive metal for the circuits, vibranium for the casing, and mithril for the rest of the parts, plus with Hermione, Faye, Sirius, and Remus working on the runes and charms, it might just work. I'll talk to the yokai you trained in metal release and see when we can try to make a prototype. Harry nodded and then turned towards Asia. Asia, can you come here for a second? Asia looked up from her dinner and turned to look towards Harry with a bright smile on her face. She then nodded and quickly got up from her seat. She immediately walked up to Harry, who smiled at her. I got something for you. I just got it as a reward for helping my friends, but I don't need it though. I believe it's the perfect gift for you. Asia tilted her head in curiosity and watched as Harry pull out a pink crystal orb from his inventory and handed it to Asia, who took it. Okay, to give a quick explanation, that's a skill orb and it contains a special set of skills. Crush it to activate. Asia stared at the orb for a second and then she crushed it with her hand. The orb turned into glowing pink dust, which was then absorbed by Asia, who could only watch in curiosity. Suddenly a pair of soft green ethereal wings sprouted from her back. Asia gasped as knowledge of what is known as angel spells rushed through her mind. Spells like angel feathers, holy song, and judgment became second nature to her now. Gabriel gaped in awe as she intently stared at Asia's wings. Harry then placed a finger on Asia's forehead and gave her all the knowledge he has about light-based spells he knows. There, now you're pretty much a high-class angel, Asia. We'll continue your training in the healing arts soon and the girls will continue to train you on other things. Asia smiled and played around with her light manipulation to create a few orbs of light and made them dance around her with a smile on her face. Harry then turned towards Gabriel. I'm planning to renovate the church in town and turn it into a second healing temple for the yokai faction, and I want you and Asia to run it. Both of you will be the first angels of the yokai faction in Kuaho. Let's show heaven and the church how they should act. Gabriel and Asia gasped and then launched themselves to Harry, who had to get up to catch them. Both hugged him tightly, causing him to chuckle in amusement. Everyone was glad that their friends were happy. Meanwhile, a very tired and annoyed Sierra Fall teleported in. She then stared at the two angels hugging Harry for a long minute, and while she was curious as to how and when Asia had become an angel, at the moment she really couldn't muster up the strength to care, but then she shrugged and joined in the group hug. Harry frowned when he saw how tired and annoyed she looked, so he hugged her tightly, causing the poor mood to slump and relax against Harry. Gabriel got concerned for her friend and decided to ask what was wrong. Sierra? Are you okay? Sierra Fall turned her head towards Gabriel and then she rested her head on Gabriel's chest, surprising everyone, especially Gabriel, but she recovered quickly and began to gently pat Seraphil's head. The tired mood then began to explain. Sigh. Lady and Lord Phoenix have been bothering me non-stop. They want me to convince you to not kill their son, but I refused to help them. I warned the elders that I was no longer going to help them pull their butt out of trouble, and I was very serious with my threat. She then sighed and turned her gaze towards Harry, but Lord Phoenix has even got most of the elders bothering me all day. Ugh. I can't even work in peace in my office without an elder busting in and trying to convince me to help the Phoenix clan. Harry hummed, how about we build you an office here in the house, that way you can work in peace and the elders won't be able to come here to bother you, well, not unless they want to die, that is. Seraphal then lifted her head from Gabriel's chest, who pouted because she was enjoying herself, and stared at Harry with wide eyes. Really? You would do that for me? That would be great. My home is here and in Kyoto, so I can move around more easily and I'll be able to be close to everyone, you and Sana, all the time. Seraphal cheered while everyone smiled at her. She seems to have regained her cheerful demeanor. Harry then continued speaking. Yasaka and I will decide where to build you your office. For now, use your room. Did the devils decide where the raiding game will take place? Seraphal nodded. Yes, Ajuka will be preparing a special reinforced pocket dimension so everyone could fight at their fullest. Harry scoffed. And you think that whatever he chooses to do will be strong enough to contain all of our powers? Seraphal rolled her eyes. Of course not, but Ajuka thinks it will and he believes he knows better, so I didn't bother arguing with him, though he is looking forward to watching what you're capable of. Harry frowned. If he dares to get within my eyesight I will hurt him. You better let him know, because I won't hesitate for even a second. Seraphal grinned and shrugged. I warned him, so I'm hoping he stays away, but he does let his curiosity get the best of him at times. Just don't kill him if he approaches, okay? Harry exaggeratedly rolled his eyes and then huffed. Sigh, fine. But just because you're the one who is asking me to. Seraphal giggled, and soon after everyone went to sleep. These next few days will be busy for Harry since he had to renovate an old church and build a new office for Seraphal to work in. Overall, his match with Riser was the last thing from his mind. The next couple of days Harry spent building Seraphal's office in the house, and Tony set her up with all the cool toys and even gave her her very own personal AI assistant to help Seraphal with all of her work. Then he spent the rest of his time before the raiding game renovating the abandoned church. Like with Seraphal's office, Tony set it up with all kinds of technology and even a place where Asia and Gabriel can make medical gels and supplies, since Harry was teaching them how to synthesize magical remedies. Harry also visited Sana to let her know that Seraphal would be working from the Potter home and won't be going back to the underworld at all because of Lord Phoenix, and about the new healing temple which was available to her in her peerage. Sana was glad her sister could get away from the underworld and the elders, since she herself had noticed how tired and annoyed she seemed lately, plus she was curious about the healing temple and its services. Harry chuckled at her curiosity. Well, in Kyoto we have a trio of holy Digimon who take care of the first healing temple. Here Gabriel and Asia will be in charge of it. The basic idea is that the healing temple will work as a free hospital and shop where any supernatural being allied to the yokai faction can get treated and buy healing remedies. Sana was awed at the idea. I see, with this Kyoto will have its own medical shop and hospital. Impressive. This is why you were training Asia in the healing arts. Harry nodded and turned towards Asia, who was happily speaking with the girls in Sana's peerage, and smiled. Asia at her core is the kind of person who loves to help, so I decided to give her a place where she can do so in peace and still maintain a semi-normal life. Unlike the church, we won't shelter her and prevent her from growing as a person. I want her to be her own person and enjoy the things she wasn't allowed to before. Sana nodded in agreement. Yes, I think everyone here is glad that she's allowed to be herself. Everyone in school loves her and protects her like a little sister. Honestly, is quite funny how everyone, including my peerage, gets overprotective of her. Harry chuckled in amusement. That's great. I'm glad she's well loved here. Is your dad happy with the shipment of medicine Yasaka sent to him? Sana smiled and nodded to Harry. Yes. He was quite excited about all the new types of magical medicine the yokai faction has at its disposal, and they're cheaper and far more efficient than the Phoenix tiers, something that makes Mom very happy. Harry grinned. I'm glad they like our merchandise. Tony will be traveling with Seraphal and setting up the Satrai hospital with all the cool and new toys, so I'm sure your father will be having the time of his life. Sana rolled her eyes at the mention of how gung-ho her father is about the alliance between the yokai faction and the Satrai family, and the fun he was having with all the new methods of healing he was learning about. Tomo then ran up to Harry. Hey Harry, Asia told us that you were a great swordsman. Since you didn't use a sword when you fought against Rias and her peerage, can we have a friendly match? I want to see where I stack up to someone of your level. Harry raised an eyebrow in intrigue. Sana was about to berate her, but Harry raised a hand stopping her. He then smiled. Sure, I'm always happy to help fellow swordsmen improve. Where do you want to have our match? Tomo and Sana's peerage cheered, since they were still quite curious about Harry's skills, especially since Asia kept telling them about all the cool stuff he can do. How about the gym? The kendo club is training right now, so I bet they could let us borrow some bokuto to have our match with. Harry nodded and stood up. Well, lead the way then, this seems like it's going to be fun. Everyone led Harry to the gym where they saw the kendo club going through drills. However, they all stopped the moment they saw the student council come into the gym. Murayama approached Sana. President, what do you need? Can we help you with something? Sana softly smiled. Yes, could we borrow a couple of bokuto? Tomo here wants to have a friendly match against this gentleman here, his name is Harry Potter. Murayama turned towards Harry, who just smiled and waved at her. She noticed right away that this was the person that was often seen picking up Asia at the main gate. Speaking about Asia, she was right there beside him waving at her. Murayama smiled and returned her wave and then turned to nod to Sana. Of course, President, do you mind if the kendo club watches? It's always a treat to watch Tomo practice or have a match. Sana turned her gaze towards Harry, who nodded at her since he didn't mind if anyone watched. Soon after, the entire kendo club and the student council was sitting on the benches while Tomo was facing Harry, her wooden sword on her hip as she got into an Ijutsu stance. While Harry was holding his sword in one hand and was in a relaxed stance, but Tomo could immediately see that he didn't have any openings in his defenses and began to get tense and nervous about making a move since Harry's presence seemed too strong right now. Everyone in the kendo was in awe at Harry's presence right now. They didn't have the experience or skill yet, but they could instantly tell that Harry was very strong. Harry noticed how tense and stressed Tomo seemed and decided to give her a push. Tomo, just relax and show me what you can do, okay? Harry then gave her a small but soft smile that helped Tomo relax. She then took a big breath and exhaled, and then grinned at Harry, who nodded at her. Sana smiled watching Harry help Tomo relax. Suddenly she felt someone sit beside her, causing her to turn her gaze towards whoever had sat beside her. What are you doing here, Rias? With Uedo no less, you do know we won't hesitate in taking him down if he decides to do something stupid, right? Rias frowned but nodded as she turned to look at Uedo, who was standing by the entrance watching the match about to begin. I already know that he won't cause any problems, besides we're here because we're also curious about Lord Potter's skills. Sana huffed and watched as Konako went to sit with Asia, who smiled at her while Akeno was sitting beside Rias frowning and glaring at Harry. Fine, just keep your peerage out of trouble. Tomo, finally being able to be calm, decided to speak. Don't hold back, Harry. I want to see how much I have to improve. Harry grinned. Of course, show me what you can do, Tomo Meguri, don't hold back. Tomo nodded and then launched herself at such high speed that the kendo club just gaped while both devil peerages paid attention to what was about to begin. Tomo then appeared right in front of Harry and went through her Ijutsu stance, and in a flash she performed 3 super fast slashes towards Harry, who perfectly blocked all of them with his bokuto, unleashing 3 loud clacks that echoed throughout the gym. Having failed her first attempt to attack, Tomo jumped back and stared at Harry with wide eyes. Harry smiled. Impressive speed and precision, Tomo. Those 3 strikes were directed toward vital points, and if I hadn't blocked them they would have caused some serious damage. Well, against a normal opponent that is but a good job so far. Now show me more. Tomo widely grinned and nodded in excitement at Harry's challenge. Then get ready, Harry, I'm going to show you what I'm capable of. Be ready to be in awe. Harry chuckled and nodded, getting ready for anything Tomo might throw at him. All of this was reminding him how much fun he had, training Kunu, Valerie, Fei, and Luna. It seems so long ago since those days. He couldn't help but think that this was quite fun, and so the Dragon God was going to enjoy the first friendly match he has gotten in a long time. Chapter 52. Loud clacks of 2 wooden swords crashing against each other and the sounds of high-speed movement echoed throughout Kuaha's academy gym. The entire kendo club was in utter awe at the show of speed and technique the 2 individuals facing off each other were displaying. While Sana was smiling as she watched her knight being pushed past her limits, every time she was pushed back she would recover and try again even harder. Her peerage was shocked at the level of skill their fellow peerage member was showing. They had never seen her like this, and the smile on her face made everyone want to face off against Harry and show off what they can do too. Rias was in awe. She knew Harry was powerful and that he had powers beyond her understanding. She had learned that the hard way after all, but the fact she and her peerage couldn't force him to show this amount of effort was annoying to her pride, but she now knew to keep that sort of behavior and opinion to herself. Both Akeno and Uedo were frowning. Watching this going on show them that Harry didn't take them seriously at all and that he had been playing with them. They didn't like the feeling of inadequacy that was taking over their hearts. Konako was watching Harry intently. She knew that he wasn't a bad person and that what had happened to them was caused because they were arrogant, but now she knew that out there in the real world exist monsters capable of both amazing and terrifying things. Still, she couldn't help but to feel ashamed at the display she had shown to one of the leaders of her race as a yokai. Tomo was having fun. Fighting against someone stronger, faster, and more experienced was teaching her many things about her swordplay. She could see the flaws in her techniques, how much faster she should go when to dodge, to block, or direct an attack. she was learning much more on this one match that she had learned with all of her time training by herself. Harry could see as Tomo was improving little by little. He wasn't surprised though. Sirafal was known to speak about Sana and her peerage all the time, and so he knew that she used to belong to a clan of exorcists that fought evil spirits with their sword style and spirit swords, so she had the talent and she was showing it off right now. Harry dodged 2 slashes sent to him by Tomo and blocked the third. He then parried it to the side, but Tomo rolled forwards and then tried to stab Harry with a backward thrust from her hip. However, Harry moved his body to the side to avoid the jab of her sword and then swung his sword down, intent on hitting her on top of the head, but Tomo was barely able to block the overhead slash by putting her wooden sword to absorb the blow. However, the force of Harry's swing forced Tomo onto her knees, causing her to grunt in exertion, but Harry continued to push down, waiting to see how Tomo would deal with this situation. Right now Tomo was glad that Harry had reinforced the wooden swords so they wouldn't break, otherwise she would have been defeated by this attack, though right now she had to think of a way to get away from this situation. Suddenly Tomo tilted the tip of her sword down and the slight tilt of her blade caused Harry's sword to slip on it, where Tomo was able to slide to the side and avoid the full strike. Her arm was still slightly brushed by Harry's slash, hurting a bit. Murayama, seeing in this, was about to stop the match, but Tomo suddenly yelled, "Don't! I can continue." Murayama hesitated, but she really wanted to stop the match. However, Sana spoke, "Let them continue." Murayama turned towards Sana, "But Tomo is hurt, Miss President. We should stop the match before she gets even more injured. Mr. Potter is too strong." Sana frowned but turned her gaze to Murayama. "I know, but look at Tomo's eyes." Murayama turned and stared at Tomo's face and noticed the determination flashing brightly in her eyes and the grin on her face. "Tomo looks like she's having a lot of fun." Sana nodded. "Not only that, she looks like she's about to learn or understand something. Right now she's a step away from learning something very crucial to her." Murayama stared at Tomo for a minute but then nodded and sat back on the bench to continue watching. She didn't know why, but she too felt that she was learning a lot from watching this match. Tomo flinched a bit when her arm flared in pain, but then she took a big breath and exhaled. She then stared into Harry's eyes. Harry smiled at Tomo and nodded at her in approval. Meanwhile Tomo closed her eyes and began to breathe in and out while she focused on her next attack. Harry narrowed his eyes. Something is different. Her energy shifted from being chaotic to calm in a second. Just what is she going to do? Suddenly she took her Ijutsu stance and opened her eyes. In a second she moved so fast that everyone except Harry lost sight of her this time. Harry widened his eyes when she appeared in front of him again, and then she, in an impressive show of speed, unleashed multiple slashes in all directions toward him. Harry then moved to block them all, but to his shock, all of them were after images. What? After images? In truth, Tomo hadn't attacked yet and she watched Harry move to block her high-speed illusion. She then struck as hard and as fast as she could toward Harry's neck while he was distracted by her illusions. Suddenly a loud clack echoed very loudly in the gym and everyone gaped at what they just watched happened. No one could believe what they were seeing. Harry had blocked Tomo's true slash with the hilt of his wooden sword. Tomo's eyes were wide in shock while Harry stared into her eyes. "To think she would force me to use this technique that old Mifune taught me while I was visiting the Land of Iron. For 1 second she caught me off guard. Good job, Tomo." Harry suddenly pushed her back and then took a stand. Shuyusu Hezen. Raining Tiger Blade. Harry then unleashed a series of fast thrusts that hit Tomo too fast for her to dodge. Then Harry hit her with an ascending slash that sent her up in the air, but before she could even process that, she was then hit by a jumping downward slash that hit her hard and sent her crashing against the floor, where she bounced off once and then rolled away from where she had landed until she stopped on her back a fair distance away from Harry. Harry landed softly on his feet and stood there staring at Tomo, who was looking up at the ceiling with a shocked look on her face. He then began to walk towards her. Everyone was shocked and in awe. They all saw Tomo almost hit Harry with a surprise attack, but then Harry blocked it with the hilt of his sword. No one had ever seen that before, and the Kendo Club was in complete and total awe. Even Yuato looked shocked and speechless, not only at Tomo's technique but at Harry's hilt block and that technique he used at the end. He hated to admit it, but he always thought that out of the two of them he was the better swordsman, but Tomo just showed him that wasn't true and he didn't know how to feel about that. Rias was gushing at the very anime-like match she just watched. It all seemed like one of her shonen shows. Sana had a soft smile on her face. Not only did Tomo do her best against an opponent way above her level in power and skill, but she almost hit him. She was very proud of her knight right now. Tomo stared up toward the ceiling. Everything had happened so fast. 1 second her attack was blocked by Harry and the next she was on the floor and her body was hurting a lot. Suddenly Harry's smiling face appeared in her sight. "Holy shit, Tomo! That technique almost got me. You forced me to use that hilt block technique. Good job." Tomo couldn't help it and began to loudly laugh, surprising Harry, but then she stopped and exhaled. That was the most fun I had in a long time, ha ha ha. Thanks Harry, I feel like I learned a lot right now. Harry chuckled and helped her get up and then discreetly gave her a lemon gel to eat. Recognizing the magical medicine, she immediately ate it and was instantly healed. Suddenly both she and Harry were surrounded by the kendo club and were bombarded with questions, while Sana's peerage smiled at their friend who seemed very happy right now. After spending a few hours giving advice and teaching the kendo club some drills to improve their swinging speed, Harry and Tomo were finally freed to rest. Sana, seeing that they were done with their impromptu sword lesson, approached them. Looks like you both gained a fan club. Harry sighed but smiled at her while Tomo just gave her king a grin. Harry then stood up and stretched. Well, that was interesting. I haven't given someone a lesson on swordsmanship since I trained Kunu, Le Fei and Luna. Sana tilted her head. You only thought those three? I was sure you trained everyone in the Kyoto elite squad. I nodded. I trained them all in some things and some of them already had their own way of fighting. I just taught them different things to give them more options in battle, but Kunu, Le Fei, and Luna were the ones that wanted to focus on learning how to use a sword. Afterward they focused on magic and other things. Sana nodded in understanding and Tomo looked up at the ceiling lost in thought before she decided to ask Harry something. Hey Harry, would you help me train? I feel like I could learn a lot from you. Sana gaped at Tomo when she heard her request while Harry turned to look at her. Sure, why not? Just come around my place after school. If I'm not there, then one of the girls will be able to help you too. Tomo grinned and cheered. Suddenly Sana's entire peerage surrounded Harry and began to ask for him to train them too. Harry agreed and told them the same thing he told Tomo. Sana was flabbergasted. Not only did her peerage ask a leader of another faction to train them, but he also accepted like it wasn't a big deal. But thinking about it more thoroughly, she understood that this is just how Harry is. Her sister has told her how Harry is the kind of person to always lend a hand if you ask, well, as long as you're an ally to him and the yokai faction, that is. So after thinking about it for a minute, she decided to ask Harry for training too, and so she walked up to Harry and pulled on his shirt. Can I get training too? Harry turned to look at Sana and after hearing her request he smiled at her. Sure. I'll teach you magic and I'm sure you will be happy to teach you more about water manipulation, though a fair warning to everyone, I'll be teaching you how to use a weapon and hand-to-hand combat too, so be prepared. Sana and her peerage nodded and cheered. Meanwhile Rias, who was watching all of this, dejectedly looked down. She now knew that Sana, her best friend and rival, will surpass her, and she didn't know if she would ever be able to catch up. After that everyone left to go home. Sana and her peerage were excited about their incoming training and all they would learn with Harry Potter and Kyoto's elite squad. A couple of days passed and the day of the rating game between Riser Phoenix and Harry Potter had arrived. The entire supernatural world will be watching this match. Having heard about the power of Neo Kyoto, they were naturally curious about what they're capable of, so this match was important for every faction in the world. The devils were divided between being scared out of their minds or arrogantly believing that Riser would win because of the Phoenix's bloodline ability. Of course, Lord and Lady Phoenix were terrified not only for their son but her clan as well. Unlike most devil clans, the Phoenix were very well aware of the power that Neo Kyoto has amassed, not only in strength but politically and financially as well. If Neo Kyoto decided to one day wage war against the entire supernatural world, they would easily win. No faction was powerful enough to stand up to them. Honestly, everyone was lucky that the yokai faction was happy with just being left to their own devices. The arena chosen for this match was personally created by Ajoka Beelzebub. What he prepared was a pocket dimension surrounded by monitoring spells, allowing everyone to watch what was going on inside the pocket dimension at all times. Soon in one of the viewing rooms prepared for the Mu, their families, Lady and Lord Phoenix, Lady and Lord Gremory, Yasaka and her fellow leaders, and both Sana, Rias and their peerages. The devils were already sitting in there and waiting for the match to begin. Suddenly a pillar of darkness burst out from the ground, and Yasaka, Gabriel, Sirafal, Ereshkigal and Elmenhilda stepped through. Everyone in the room turned to stare at the yokai faction delegates who were being guided by Sirafal to their seats, where they took a seat without even sparing a look towards the devils in the room. Surtsk and Lord Gremory looked down, not wanting to catch Yasaka's attention. They were very well aware that she wasn't happy with both of them at the moment. Lady and Lord Satrai approached the yokai faction representatives and began to converse with them. It was to be expected though, the Satrai are allies to the yokai faction after all. Lord Phoenix, however, decided to approach Sirafal to plead for his son's life. Lady Sirafal, I've been trying to speak to you these past days, if you would give a moment of your time. Sirafal however glared at Lord Phoenix. You mean you have been pestering non-stop this entire week? So much in fact that I moved my office to Harry Potter's home so I could work in peace without having you or another of the elders bothering me every 5 minutes. Lord Phoenix flinched from Sirafal's sheer vitriol in her voice, Admittedly it was probably a bad idea to bother her too much, but he didn't know what else to do. Lady Phoenix, however, spoke. "We're sorry to have caused you distress, Lady Seraphal, but we're worried about our son. We know how powerful Harry Potter is and we know that Riser won't be able to beat him. We don't want our son to die." Most of the devils in the room looked towards Lady Phoenix in concern. Sana and her peerage just ignored everything going on, while Rias and her peerage didn't really care about what could happen to Riser. Seraphal frowned. "I don't see how any of that is my concern. You as his mother and Lord Phoenix as his father are at fault that Riser has become this arrogant and stupid. Who the hell reads in the newspaper that Harry Potter beats Sirt's Lucifer half to death and thinks, cool, I bet I can beat him? Honestly, this has been a long time coming. Everyone in the underworld knows how much of an asshole your son is. Even Lord and Lady Gremory know. How could they agree to marry their daughter to him? I would never know, but the fact is that you knew your son was like this and you never put a stop to it. Now not only is your son going to die, but Harry is going to make him suffer. He's going to make the entire supernatural world see just how powerful the yokai faction and him are, and it's all your fault for allowing your son to be this idiotic and arrogant." Every devil in the room except the Citries, Sana, Rias, and their peerages gaped at everything Seraphal just said, while Lady Phoenix just burst into tears. Yasaka, who had been silently listening to everything being said, suddenly spoke. "If you don't mind, Lady Phoenix, we didn't come here to socialize, we came here to see Harry and the girls fight. If you and the rest of the devils would please refrain from speaking to us as much as possible, we would greatly appreciate it." The devils frowned but didn't say anything else, while Lord Phoenix hugged his distraught wife and took her back to her seat. Meanwhile, Riser and his peerage were already waiting inside the pocket dimension. Suddenly a dark corridor burst out of the ground, then Harry and the girls stepped through. Once everyone was standing before each other, Harry suddenly snapped his finger, reinforcing the barrier around the pocket dimension and adding his own version of the monitoring spell so a few friends of his could watch the match. In Harry's home, Tony, Pepper, Morgan, Hope, Asia, Sirius, Remus, and Hella were already sitting in the living room and waiting for Harry to let them watch the match. When suddenly a big screen appeared in front of them, allowing them to see Harry and the girls standing in a strange place waiting for their match to begin. The same was happening all over Neo Kyoto. In every house, guild office, and lab, there were groups of people watching their beloved leader Harry Potter and Kyoto's elite squad ready to face off and teach Riser a lesson. The same screens appeared all over Konoha. Harry had told Naruto and the rest of his friends about his match with Riser, and everyone wanted to watch, so Harry promised to let them see the match somehow. In the Carmilla vampire faction's castle, the same kind of screens appeared, allowing the vampires allied to the yokai faction to see the match. Ajuka gaped at had Harry accomplished with just a snap of his fingers. How? How did he do that? And so easily, that level of control over time and space is impossible, and the fact that he did it by himself. Seraphal giggled, causing Ajuka to turn around to stare at her. "You know how he did it, don't you, Seraphal? Tell me how he was able to pull this off." But Seraphal just grinned at him, while Yasaka suddenly glared at Ajuka. "As an ally of the yokai faction, Seraphal won't be telling you any details about Harry's powers and abilities. Maybe I will if I deem it necessary, but Lord Beelzebub, do not forget your place." Ajuka flinched and then silently sat back down. He had forgotten where he was, and he can't afford to make these kinds of mistakes, not when the yokai faction leader is here. Meanwhile, Seraphal grinned at Yasaka, who returned her grin with one of her own. Back in the pocket dimension, Graphia's voice began to echo everywhere for everyone watching the match to hear. "Good afternoon to everyone watching this match. Today we have Riser Phoenix going against challenger Harry Potter and Kyoto's elite squad. Riser smiled a cocky grin while his peerage arrogantly raised their heads, while Harry and the girls looked on in boredom. We all know who is part of Riser Phoenix's peerage. They have been participating in raiding games for a while now and have quickly shown to be a force to watch out for. As for Harry Potter's team, I shall present them. First, acting as king is Harry Potter, the third dragon god himself. Acting as his queen is Waat. As his queen is Ophis, the Ouroboros dragon, the dragon god of infinity. The entire supernatural world was shaken to the core. Ophis, the dragon god of infinity, was a member of the yokai faction and was fighting alongside Harry Potter. Kyoto has two dragon gods on their side, and this terrified everyone. Unlike Harry, Ophis has been known for longer and everyone knew how dangerous and powerful she is. The devils watching along with Yasaka, Gabriel, Elmenhilda, and Seraphal stood up in shock and fear and turned towards Seraphal for confirmation, which they got when Seraphal gave them a grin. Rias and her peerage gaped. They had seen the small black-haired girl around Harry plenty of times, but to think that she was the infinite dragon god was a shock. Sana just closed her eyes and tried not to laugh at everyone's expressions. She and her peerage had met Ophis a while ago when Harry came to visit her and Asia one day. Off-Eyes was hanging from Harry's back like a koala, so she was curious as to who she was. Harry nonchalantly told her she was Off-Eyes the Ouroboros dragon, causing her to choke on air, though if asked she was going to deny that happened to her with all her might. In the headquarters of the Cows Brigade, the remaining leaders were in shock. Off-Eyes had been missing for a while and they have been desperately trying to find her, but they would have never imagined that she was with Harry Potter, the one man they didn't want to ever cross paths with again. Now they had lost their benefactor and they didn't know what to do. At least they still had the snakes she had given them, so they could at least proceed with their plans. Back in the pocket dimension, Riser has now lost his cocky grin and was staring at Off-Eyes in fear. Off-Eyes just gave him an uninterested deadpan. Meanwhile, Grafia continued to provide commentary. Acting as his knights we have Kuna, Princess of Kyoto, and Luna Lovegood. Both Luna and Kuna raised their hands and summoned their keyblades. The weapons appeared in flashes of darkness and light as both girls glared at Riser. Next, acting as his bishops we have L.E. Faye Pendragon and Jessica Albert. L.E. Faye summoned Clarent in her hand while Jessica summoned her dragon scale whip and whipped the ground once before she rolled it in her hand. Next, we have acting as his rooks Fu and Milim Nava. Both Fu and Milim grinned and let out a burst of their energy, causing the air to whip and slam against Riser and his peerage. And acting as his pawns we have Hermione Granger, Valerie Teeps, Susan Bones, and Jean Grey. Hermione took out a beautiful wooden staff with a big blue gem on the top. Valerie took out her now signature handguns while Susan brought out a beautiful green naginata and twirled it around a few times before letting rest on her shoulders. Jean just floated up and sat in midair, her red hair dancing around from the force of her own power. Riser peerage were now very afraid. All of these girls seem very powerful and skilled, and that's not even counting Harry Potter and Off-Eyes. Riser frowned and glared at Harry. So, you're going to hide behind the infinite dragon, are you? How pathetic. Harry grinned. Don't worry about Off-Eyes, she's not here to participate, she decided to be here so she can watch the match more closely, she won't get involved. Riser grinned, thinking that he had secured his victory. His peerage wasn't so sure though. Sure, they don't have to deal with Off-Eyes, but the rest of Harry's team were very powerful, they can feel it. Too bad Riser is too much of an idiot to sense the difference in power between him and Harry, much less the difference in power between his peerage and Harry's team. Grafia continued to speak once she noticed that there were no more conversations going on. This rating game has been set as a death match. There will not be any emergency teleportation. Once someone is either dead or unconscious, they will count as being defeated and out of the rating game. 2 castles have been constructed to act as a base for each team, and only once a king is taken down will the remaining king will be declared the winner. Now Grafia, Queen of Surtsk Lucifer, declared this rating game to the death to begin. Immediately the 2 teams were teleported to their bases. Once Harry looked around, he noticed that their base looked like an old Japanese palace. He shook his head and turned around towards the girls. Okay, here's the plan, try and have some fun, but don't expect a challenge. Then defeat them and then teleport them here afterward, but leave Riser to me, okay? The girls smiled and nodded, and suddenly everyone disappeared in blurs while Harry sat at the throne inside their base and Off-Eyes sat on his lap. She then spoke. Is it okay to humor the enemy like this? You could easily take all of them down, with just a wave of your hand. Harry smiled and hugged Off-Eyes. Over the course of these few weeks she had made a space for herself in his heart. Well, not just his, everyone loves her and spoils her, but in their defense, Off-Eyes was a very adorable girl and that made it hard to say no to her. Morgan and Asia were the only ones that Off-Eyes hasn't charmed, but they had charmed her instead. It's fine, besides this gives the girls a chance to show off a bit. Off-Eyes looked up at me and then gave me a small nod and then closed her eyes. Not long after she began to softly snore, causing Harry to sweat drop. She fell asleep. Everyone watching this scene couldn't help but laugh at Harry's face at being used as a bed by the infinite dragon. Yasaka, Ereshkigal, Sirafal, and Gabriel were gushing at the cuteness while Elmenhilda was giggling behind her hand. Sana was smiling and shaking her head in amusement. Off-Eyes was always like this. She would often take naps on the laps of her peerage members, well except Saji, since Off-Eyes doesn't trust him for some reason. Now that she thinks about it, Harry has a habit of taking naps everywhere. They have often found him asleep all over Kua in his dragon form. So now Sana was wondering if this was just normal dragon behavior. In Harry's home, Drake, who was sleeping on Morgan's lap, suddenly sneezed a fireball that hit Sirius, who got up and began to jump around in a panic while everyone was trying to shoot him with water spells to put him out. Drake shook his head and scrunched up his face. I feel like someone just got the wrong idea about dragons. In Konoha, Naruto was chuckling at his friend's predicament while Hinata, Hanabi, and Himawari were gushing at the cuteness and saying they wanted to take a nap on Harry's lap too. Boruto and Sarada's sweat dropped while Suzuki and Sakura grinned in amusement at watching Harry not knowing what to do at the moment. Meanwhile, in Neo Kyoto, everyone was smiling or laughing in amusement as they watched their leader being used as a glorified bed. Back with Harry, who just chuckled and relaxed on the throne while he let Offai sleep peacefully on his lap. The girls were all moving at high speed together until they all sensed where their chosen targets were located, and so they all nodded to each other and then separated. Swollen, Isle, Nell, and Myra were traveling together when Few, Hermione, Susan, and Valerie appeared before them, causing them to flinch and jump back. Few then stared at Swollen and recognized her as one of the rooks in Riser's peerage, while Susan, Hermione, and Valerie sighed when they saw who they were fighting, which of course aggravated the young pawns in Riser's peerage. Nell and Isle immediately launched themselves toward Susan and Hermione, intending to tear them to pieces with their chainsaws. Susan and Hermione didn't move, knowing what was going to happen next. Suddenly Valerie shot at the two chainsaws, destroying them. Then Susan twirled her naginata and slammed the flat side of its blade right on top of Nell's head, who crumpled on the floor unconscious. Hermione slammed her staff into Isle's stomach hard enough for her to fold like paper and then blasted her with enough lighting to make her scream in pain until she passed out. Myra tried to go to her fellow peerage member's rescue, but Valerie shot her on both of her tights and then gave her a spin kick to the head, sending her flying a bit until she landed on the ground unconscious. Swollen, who watched all of this happen in seconds, could only gape. Few just shook her head. Is this what high-class devils and their peerages amount to? Sigh, how disappointing. We were looking forward to a good match, but I guess Harry was right not to expect much from a bunch of devils. Swollen didn't like what Few had just said and glared at her in anger. Few just shrugged and shook her head in disappointment. You can glare all you like, but it doesn't change the fact that you're weak, that the entire devil faction is weak, and yet you strut around like you own the world. Swollen grew angrier and angrier the more Few spoke, and unable to suppress her rage, she launched herself toward Few, her legs and arms engulfed in flames as she flew at full speed toward her opponent. Few just tiredly sighed and then went through a series of high-speed hand signs. Sudden, Daibakufo no Jutsu. Water style, giant vortex jutsu. Suddenly an enormous amount of water materialized from around Few, creating a massive fast-moving wave of water resembling a waterfall that caught Swollen midair and washed her away. Few's control over her primary element was so high that she could create water out of her own energy. This, of course, impressed the Citries, who were known for their skills with water manipulation. She then waved her arm and the water then swirled and surged up and then twirled in midair and crashed against the ground, until the water suddenly dissipated and left an unconscious Swollen on the floor in front of Few. Maybe I overdid it a bit. I didn't feel like messing around anyways. Susan, Hermione, and Valerie then walked up to Few while carrying their so-called opponents like a sack of potatoes, and then they threw them on top of Swollen. Hermione then frowned. That was disappointing. I was expecting more out of devils, but I guess our training is far more effective to whatever it is they do. Susan shook her head. Hermione, I don't think they train. I mean, those two little girls came at us with bloody chainsaws. Valerie sighed. It's a known fact that devils don't train. They're so arrogant and prideful that they think that their bloodlines and heritage make them all-powerful, but as you can see with these four and with Grimoire's peerage, most devils are nothing but a bunch of lazy creatures. Good thing Sirafal and Sana aren't like this. Few nodded in agreement. Let's just teleport these guys back to home base and go see how everyone else is doing. Hopefully, they have a better challenge than what we got. With that said, Hermione then teleported their prisoners back to home base, and soon they all took off to go watch their friends' fights, hoping that they at least had better luck with their targets. Meanwhile, every devil watching this match frowned and looked down. They didn't much appreciate having heard what the girls had said about their race. However, most couldn't really argue their point, and some even agreed with what they had said. The yokai faction delegates were giggling at the ease the girls took care of their target, while Lord and Lady Fennex looked down in both worry and shame. Surtsks, Venelana, and Zidicus frowned at the mention of Rias, but they couldn't really defend her since they knew that she really was lazy most of the time. Rias looked down in shame along with her peerage, while Sana just shook her head. She had told Rias before that she needed to be more proactive when it came to the training of her peerage, but she never listened, and now she was being shamed publicly. Well, she made her bed, now she has to lay in it. Needless to say that even if this match has just begun, it was already looking grim, not just for Riser and his peerage but for the entire devil faction. Chapter 53. Harry had his eyes closed while he rested with his sleeping Offais on his lap. Suddenly Swollen, Isle, Nell, and Myra teleported right in front of him, and then he heard Greyfias announce their defeat. Lord Riser's rook and 3 pawns have been defeated and taken off the board. He opened one eye and stared at the girls with a bored expression on his face that was fast. I guess we really shouldn't have big expectations about Riser's peerage. I just hope the girls won't be too disappointed after everything is well and done. Harry then closed his eyes and relaxed on his throne while he waited for the rest of the girls to send their targets his way. Meanwhile, both Luna and Kunu were moving toward their targets at high speed while their bodies were shrouded by dancing darkness and light. Behind them, Faye and Jessica were flying using their magic to move at high speed just a bit above them, covering their friends' backs. Soon enough they reached their targets, who were shocked at being found so fast. Risers Knights Cirrus and Carlamine barely had time to block a strike by Luna and Kunu, but the force of their attack sent them flying back while both Keyblade's masters followed them close behind. Riser's Rook Isabella tried to jump back and followed her fellow peerage members and give them some backup, but her leg was suddenly wrapped by Jessica's whip, who then pulled her back and slammed her against the ground hard enough to crater it with Isabella's body. Mai, who is one of Riser's bishops, tried to blast Jessica, who didn't even bother to turn around in the back with a fireball, but Faye dropped from the sky and slapped the fireball, draining it of the mana, feeding the flames and causing it to dissipate. Jessica grinned, knowing that she could trust Faye to have her back, and then whipped Isabella against the ground 2 more times before she let her whip unwrap from her leg and left her inside the crater Jessica created with her body. Meanwhile, Faye pointed her finger towards Mai and began to gather an alarming amount of fire and condensed it at the tip of her finger spiral flare. The ball of fire was so condensed that it turned into blue fire and then shot itself spinning like a drill at high speed towards the Mai, who, never having seen such a spell before, decided to foolishly block it with a magical barrier. Faye's spell hit Mai's barrier and instantly shattered it and almost hit Riser's bishop full on. It was only because Faye detonated the spell before it could reach Mai that prevented it from running her through and killing her. However, the explosion was quite aggressive and it sent Mai flying and screaming in pain until she crashed on the floor, where she lay groaning in pain for a few seconds before she fell unconscious. Faye sighed in disappointment and turned around to see how Jessica was doing. The only reason Isabella didn't pass out from Jessica's unexpected attack was because of her rook boost, but that attack still hurt her. She got up and then tried to launch herself at Jessica. However, being a rook meant that she wasn't even close to being fast enough to hit Jessica, so the red-headed mage easily dodged all of Isabella's punches and kicks, until she then counter-attacked Isabella with a knuckle sandwich to the face. The hit was so strong that Isabella's head whipped back. Taking advantage of Isabella's open defense, Jessica placed an open hand on her stomach. Kaboom! Her spell detonated so hard that Isabella was sent flying through the air until she crashed on the ground and aggressively bounced a couple of times before finally crashing against a protruding boulder back first. The impact was so harsh that she almost went through the boulder. Surprisingly, she was still conscious and moving. Jessica huffed because she was trying very hard not to kill the girl, but she was making it very difficult, so deciding to finish this already, she walked up to the still conscious Isabella, grabbed her by the head, and then she pulled her out of the boulder. Isabella, unwilling to give up, began to try to kick Jessica on her body, but the mage had reinforced her body with mana, so she didn't feel anything. Well, it's not like Isabella could hurt her without the reinforcement, but Harry has always told them to never underestimate an enemy. You never know when they might have a nasty surprise. Suddenly a massive amount of lightning surged forth from Jessica's hand and began to electrocute Isabella, who began to scream in pain until she finally passed out. Jessica then dropped her to the ground. Faye then approached Jessica while floating Mai's unconscious body behind her. She was pretty stubborn. Hey. Jessica nodded with a frown on her face, and pretty weak too. It was hard not to accidentally kill her. Sigh. I wonder if the others had a better challenge. Faye dropped Mai right on top of the unconscious Isabella. I doubt it. I think we're just too far above them. I wonder if this is some kind of lesson on self-control from Harry. Grafia then announced the defeat of these girls. Lord Riser's bishop and last rook have been defeated and taken off the board. Jessica then giggled and waved her hand over the unconscious rook and bishop and teleported them back to base. Sounds like something Harry would do. Honestly, he should take us out on more dates than having to do this. Faye giggled behind her hand. I think doing things like these together is fun. At the very least, things are never boring when Harry does things like these, right? Jessica grinned. True enough. Let's go and see how the others are doing. Faye nodded, and together both girls walked toward where they could feel Luna and Kunu dealing with their targets. Back in Konoha, Naruto chuckled, causing Hinata, Hanabi, and his children to turn to look at him in curiosity. Sorry, it's just the girls are moving in standard Anbua formations. I can tell Harry trained them all well and their teamwork is top-notch too. Hinata and Hanabi nodded in agreement. The way the girls were moving was very similar to their own Anbua core. The only difference was that the girls were moving at speeds way beyond what their ninjas were capable of. Boruto and Himawari were in awe at how skilled their new friends were, especially Himawari, since she had never seen someone use a whip before, and she liked how pretty Jessica's and Faye's magic looked, especially that blue spiraling drill-like fireball. With the yokai delegates, Zedekis, Venelana, and Surtsks were in awe at the skill showed by the girls. Even Lord and Lady Fenix were impressed. Ajoka stared in interest at the magic used by the girls, but for some reason, he couldn't analyze it, and that was annoying him until Yasaka giggled, causing him to turn towards her. Lord Satrai was in awe at the magic and teamwork used by the girls, causing Yasaka to giggle upon noticing his gaping face. Lord Satrai, that's just standard battle tactics in Kyoto. Teamwork is a big part of the way we fight, and unlike most devils, we don't just focus on one talent, we train in all aspects of combat, weapons, magic, martial arts, senjutsu, ki and chakra. Those are what we teach everyone in Kyoto. After that everyone is free to learn whatever they wish. For example, Hermione, she's a witch, but after training in Kyoto she has mastered all sort of techniques, but she specializes in runecraft and charms. Lord Satrai nodded in understanding. I see, the Satrai usually focuses on water manipulation and healing. Would it be possible for me and Lady Satrai to come to Kyoto and learn? Everyone turned around when they heard Lord Satrai request this, and Yasaka nodded with a smile. Of course. The yokai faction is always happy to help our allies grow in power and learn more skills. Elmenhilda here has been training in Kyoto for a while now. She was a mage, but now she can spar with the girls in martial arts, swordsmanship, and senjutsu. And put up quite a fight. Right now she's at least on par with a heavenly dragon in power. Elmenhilda blushed a bit at being the center of attention, as almost every devil gaped at her except of course the ones allied to the yokai faction, while Yasaka continued to speak. Though you and Lady Satrai will have to let Harry put a special seal somewhere on your bodies. Lord and Lady Satrai looked intrigued while the rest of the devils not allied to the yokai faction looked confused. Sirafal decided to explain to her parents while showing her seal, which was on the back of her hand. It looked like to be written in some kind of runecraft they haven't seen before. Here, Mom and Dad, this seal not only allows you entry to Neo Kyoto, but it grants you access to all of its facilities and shops. The best thing about this seal is that not only does it prevent anyone from analyzing your skills, spells, and techniques, but it also carries a bit of Harry's energy, allowing you to grow and learn things faster. It's a great thing to have if you want to take advantage of everything Neo Kyoto has to offer. The devils not allied to Neo Kyoto were gaping in shock at such a boon that the yokai faction had access to. Ajoka, however, let his curiosity get the better of him and stood up while reaching for Seraphal's hand to take a closer look at the seal, but one of Yasaka's tails enlarged and slammed him away before he could even touch Seraphal. Ajoka slammed against a wall and then fell to the ground and grunted in pain. Suddenly he was surrounded by Ereshkigal, Gabriel, Elmenhilda, and Seraphal. Each one was pointing their hand toward him while gathering energy in their hands ready to blast him until there was nothing left of him. Yasaka stood up from where she was sitting and began to walk while her 9 tails whipped around menacingly. I'm going to tell this just once, Beelzebub, keep your hands to yourself and away from anyone allied to the yokai faction or we will kill you. Do I make myself clear? Ajoka could only nod while he stared at the 4 girls who were letting off enough power to blast the moon apart and were directing all that energy in his direction. Luckily Lady Satrai was more interested in continuing her conversation with Yasaka than the stupidity of one of her so-called leaders. Lady Yasaka, just ignore the foolish child. It's a sad day when my daughter is the one who is smarter and more responsible than the other 3. Honestly, let's just continue with our conversation. Tell me more about this wonderful seal. Seraphal turned around to stare at her mother with a look of utter betrayal on her face while Yasaka giggled and went back to her seat while the rest of the delegates followed her back. Seraphal then began to whine to her father about how cruel her mother was to her. Sana just tiredly sighed. This was normal in the Satrai household. Meanwhile, Ajoka was left on the floor. That one strike from Yasaka had damaged his body too much and he couldn't move yet. She just hit me once and I can't move a muscle. Such power, I really have to be careful with how I act around them. Seraphal did warn me to keep away, and the fact that she was willing to kill me just now shows she's dead serious when she said that she would help the yokai faction destroy us if we provoke them. Surtsk silently helped his friend up and brought him back to his seat. Ajoka, control yourselves, you can't act like you usually do, these people are way more powerful than us, we can't provoke them like this. Ajoka nodded and then began to focus his energy to heal his injuries. The fact that Surtsk was the one scolding showed how much he just messed up. Damn my own curiosity. Meanwhile, back in Harry's home, Morgan, Hope, and Asia were cheering loudly for everyone while Tony was making bets with Sirius and Remus on how fast the girls can take down their targets. Surprisingly, it was Pepper who was winning, causing the man to sulk in a corner of the room. Hella was busy serving drinks and snacks to everyone, but she was also watching. She could see why her master was so proud of these girls. They were so strong and talented that she wasn't sure she could win even after having been training since she became her master's maid. Harry once again opened his eyes when he felt more girls teleport in front of him. That's 2 more, looks like I'll be my turn to fight soon. Harry once more closed his eyes and continued to relax. He had full confidence that the girls will finish with their targets soon. Back on the battlefield, both Sirius and Carlamine suddenly crashed against the ground, but they recovered quickly enough and bounced to their feet just in time to watch Kunu and Luna arrived. Both knights stared at the weird weapons being wielded by their opponents. Their shape may be weird and a bit childish looking, but they can feel the overwhelming light and darkness coming from the weapons. Luna and Kuno didn't feel like dragging this fight any longer than it should, so Luna pulled her arm back and then threw her keyblade toward the girls while Kuno then raced forward at high speed. The girls, being caught off guard by someone actually throwing their weapon at them, could barely dodge the surprise attack. However, they couldn't even catch a break because Kuno was on them in a second and began to attack both of them. Carlamine and Cirrus tried to fight her off, but Kuno was blocking, dodging, and parrying their attacks easily until Cirrus suddenly began to push her sword against Kuno's, leaving her side open. Carlamine tried to take advantage of the opening provided by Cirrus's attack, but suddenly Luna's keyblade came flying back and Carlamine was forced to jump back to dodge an attack from behind. However, to their surprise, Kuno caught Luna's keyblade and then slapped Cirrus's two-handed sword away and began to attack her with both keyblades in an endless stream of sword combos, both keyblades glowing with their respective elements as Cirrus was forced to take each and every fast-moving strike. Carlamine, watching this happening, tried to jump in and stop Kuno, but she then had to jump away from an eastern dragon made of darkness. Once she landed, she immediately turned around towards the direction the attack came from, only to gape when she saw Luna being surrounded by multiple eastern dragon heads made of darkness. Luna was softly and kindly smiling while she stared at Carlamine. Darkness, Shadow Yamata no Orokai. As soon as Luna called out the name of her original technique, the eastern dragon heads loudly roared and then launched themselves at the poor knight, who can only watch with widened eyes as the multiple dragon heads slammed against her and then detonated, releasing the darkest black energy anyone has ever seen. Even after all that destruction, Luna still smiled and then skipped towards where Carlamine lay unconscious and severely wounded. Oops, here, I'll heal you a little bit. I didn't mean to hurt you too much, Miss Knight. With that said, she cast a quick first aid on Carlamine and then turned around when she heard Kuno approaching while dragging an unconscious Cirrus behind her. Once she got close to Luna, she then threw Cirrus on top of Carlamine while she handed Luna's keyblade back to her side. These girls weren't very good swordsmen, hey? Plus their teamwork sucked. Luna giggled and then looked up to the sky. Well, we can't really expect them to be to our standards. We were already fighting super devil level enemies before we were even 11 years old. Kuno nodded. That's true. Well, it's not like I was expecting much anyways. Looks like some of the girls are done with their targets too, so let's join them. Luna nodded while she pointed her keyblade towards the unconscious girls and created a dark corridor beneath them and teleported them back to base. Grafia then announced Carlamine's and Cirrus's defeat. Lord Riser's knights have been defeated and taken off the board. After that, they disappeared in blurs as they left at high speed to meet with the rest of the girls. In Konoha, Naruto, Hinata, and Hanabi smiled while they watched Kuno and Luna fight. Naruto couldn't help but chuckled in amusement. Those two fight like Harry does when he's using his keyblades. It's like each one is a half of Harry. Hinata and Hanabi smiled in amusement while they reminisce a bit about how Harry would fight with the best of the sword user in Konoha with those keyblades of his. Meanwhile, Boruto and Himawari were in awe at such powerful techniques and the cool and powerful weapons. Himawari wanted to see what her uncle's keyblades looked like. With the Grigori, Azazel was in awe at the sight of such powerful magical weapons. Whoa! Are those new sacred gear? Or a mutation of currently existing ones? I want to know. Why won't the yokai faction share? The Cotter could only deadpan at their leader, since it was partially his fault that the Grigori were hated with a passion by the yokai faction and Harry Potter. Especially since Azazel has a habit of being too easygoing and aloof when reeling in his subordinates. Back with the yokai delegates, Yasaka was smiling proudly at how powerful her daughter had become. She would forever be thankful to Harry for having helped Kuno grow this much. Meanwhile, Ria stood up in shock. Those are keyblades. Real keyblades? But how is that even possible? Every devil not allied to Kyoto turned towards Rias in confusion. It was her mother Venelana who questioned her daughter Rias. Do you know what those weapons are? And where they come from? Rias turned towards her mother and nodded. Yes, they're from a video game called Kingdom Hearts. You've seen me play it before, Mom. It's the one with all the Disney characters. Her mother nodded, remembering the cute and fun game when Rias would play it, while Rias continued. Those weapons appear there and they're called keyblades. They're extremely powerful weapons that not only increase the strength of their wielder, but they're sentient and choose their own wielders. They're also capable of causing spiritual damage, open any lock, magical or mundane, and can even make travel between worlds or dimensions possible. Everyone gaped at the description of such powerful weapons while Yasaka giggled, causing everyone in the room to turn towards her. You sure know a lot about keyblades. Well, let me tell you this. The yokai faction has 3 keyblade masters: my daughter, who is a master of light, Luna, who is a master of darkness, and Harry Potter, who is the master of twilight, with Harry being the first master and the one to teach both girls. Ria gaped once more and sat back down in shock. it was here and now that she finally understood how easily Harry could have killed her and her peerage. She now knew that the only reason she didn't die was that her brother came to her rescue, and even then Harry never took them seriously. If he did, he would have used his keyblades, and she doesn't think anyone would have survived that. It was now that Rias finally got the fact that, to Harry Potter, everyone not allied to his faction was nothing more than ants scurrying around on the floor. Meanwhile Jean was flying towards her targets, and soon enough she found them huddled back to back. They seem anxious and nervous after hearing the quick defeat of their fellow peerage members, and they were expecting some kind of surprise attack. But Jean wasn't going to do that. To her they weren't worth the effort of a surprise attack, so she landed right in front of them, causing the pawns to jump in surprise. Jean just tilted her head in curiosity. Weren't you guys experienced in battle? I believe it was common knowledge that you've been doing this for a long time, so why are you guys so nervous? Riser's pawns frowned and glared at Jean, thinking that she was mocking them, but the reality of the situation is that Jean was genuinely confused at their reaction. Ni and Li Tu Nikomata growled and launched themselves towards Jean, intending to punch her, but Jean just raised a hand and stopped them in midair and then harshly slammed them into the ground, knocking them unconscious. Marion and Bulant decided to give their Nikomata friends some backup and launched fireballs at Jean, who just waved her hand and dissipated the fireballs. Jean then raised an eyebrow and stared at the girls dressed like maids. She then raised a hand and began to choke the girls with her telekinetic power until they passed out. The last pawn, named Shuria, took a step back in fear. Jean had taken down 4 girls in less than a minute and she was the only one left. Then she thought that it would be best to go back to Riser and let him know of what she's seen, but when she turned to run away she saw all of Kyoto's elite squad members around her and watching her. She began to tear up, but then Hermione hit her with a stunner, knocking her out while Jean walked up to them while floating the rest of the pawns behind her with telekinesis. The Graphia announced the pawn's defeat. Lord Riser's remaining pawns have been defeated and taken off the board. Jean then dropped the girls right on top of Shuria and huffed. That was just sad. They were so scared that they couldn't even think straight. I guess young devils just don't know the horrors of true battle and war. The girls nodded and shook their heads. Few looked up and thought they're lucky, but it is sad that instead of enjoying the peace they spend their time in stupidity and arrogance. All the girls nodded in agreement while Luna teleported the pawns back to their base. Suddenly, a very injured Yubelina dropped from the sky and crashed against the ground, heavily injured, causing everyone to turn towards her unconscious body. Moments later Graphia announced Yubelina's defeat. Lord Riser's queen has been defeated and taken off the board. A second later a grinning Milim landed right in front of them. Hey guys! Can you believe this woman? She was planning to blast all of you with some sort of explosion magic. Hahaha, like magic of that level can ever hurt us. Milim pointed at the queen with a thumb while the girls smiled at their friend. They had already sensed Yubelina, but they knew that Milim would have their back, so they chose to ignore her. Milim then waved a hand and teleported Yubelina back to home base while Kunu then spoke up. It's time for Harry to take the stage. Let's go back to base, girls, we're done here. Everyone nodded and they all disappeared in blurs as they headed back to their base where Harry is waiting on them. The entire supernatural world was in awe at the skill and level of teamwork the girls possess. Most of them grew nervous and began to think up ways to ensure to never earn the wrath of the yokai faction. The Olympian faction was frowning. Everyone was both nervous and full of anxiety. Zeus was beginning to think that it was a bad idea to provoke the yokai faction, but his idiot son had to go there and get his damn arm blown off. The fact that the yokai faction had beings beyond the level of gods, which he can feel their power level even from Olympus, is why he's so nervous. But they also have Ophis and Harry Potter, 2 dragon gods, just made things worse for him. Ares was grinning in excitement. The fool wanted to fight these girls and those so-called dragon gods, and unfortunately for the rest of the factions, he wasn't the only idiot around who thought they can beat them. In Konoha, within the Uzumaki household, Naruto was really impressed with the skill shown by the girls. He couldn't wait to send a few of their genin to go train in Neo Kyoto. Hinata and Hanabi were cheering at the girls and they were fully impressed with their skill too. Hanabi was already planning to take her team to go visit Harry. Hopefully, he'll want to help with their training and maybe she could learn a couple of new things herself. Boruto and Himawari were still in awe. Boruto wanted to reach that level of strength and learn to fully control his karma seal, while Himawari was curious about everything that she could learn from her uncle. She was very impressed with all of her aunts, and in her eyes, they looked like superheroes. Meanwhile, back with the yokai faction delegation, the devils were sweating something fierce. Not only was a whole peerage defeated in seconds, but the ease with which they were taken down brought shame to the Mu, Lord, and Lady Phoenix. Venelana and her husband Zedicus were frowning. These girls aren't fighters. They're warriors with an impressive amount of knowledge and experience. The way they spoke, move, and fought showed an alarming amount of experience and skill grown in combat to the death. Sana was excited. With Harry's training she believed that they could reach this level of power soon, and the proof was in the girls. she can't wait to reach that amount of skill and power. Yasaka was amicably speaking with both Lord Satrai and Lady Satrai, with Sirafal adding a few comments here and there, while Gabriel, Elmenhilda and Ereshkigal seemed to be enjoying speaking with Sana's peerage. Yasaka then smiled. Looks like it's Harry's turn to shine, I wonder what he will show us with his fight. Sirafal giggled. Whatever it is, it's going to be flashy, that's for sure. However, her excitement did nothing but worry Lord and Lady Fenix. Knowing that it was Riser's turn, they were happy and glad that Harry was happy with just knocking Riser's peerage out instead of killing them. But the fact that Harry seemed intent on killing their son was very hard for both of them. They knew that Yasaka and Harry didn't want to negotiate or even speak with them, and that their only salvation, Sirafal, didn't want anything to do with them either. They could only watch on as their son brought about his own end, and the only thing they could do was curse themselves for not having been harder on Riser while he was growing up. When Harry heard the Greyfia's announcement about the defeat of Riser's queen, he opened his eyes and then watched as Yubelina's unconscious body landed on top of the rest of Riser's peerage. Looks like it's time. He got up while holding Off-Eyes in his arms. The girls appeared in front of him and he smiled at them as he walked up to them. Good job, girls. Off-Eyes opened her eyes when she sensed her harem sisters arrived, and she floated down to the ground as Harry let her go. The girls smiled at Harry while he walked up to them and gave each one a small kiss on the lips. Afterwards he began to tell them a few things. Okay, so I'm leaving. Keep an eye on Riser's peerage. Le Fay, make a barrier so I don't accidentally kill these girls. Le Fay waved a hand and created a barrier around the Riser's peerage while the rest nodded to keep an eye out on them. Harry smiled at the girls one more time and then waved his hand, opening a dark corridor right where he can sense Riser and someone else's location. Riser and his little sister Ravel were in complete and utter shock. All of the members of Riser's peerage were taken down in a matter of minutes, and Riser couldn't believe this has happened to his peerage. Ravel was trembling. She knew that the members of Kyoto's elite squad were all powerful, but this was too much. There was no strategy or plan she could come up with to counterattack this level of force and power. Suddenly a dark corridor opened up before them, causing the Fenix siblings to jump in surprise. Harry stepped out of the dark corridor and coldly stared at Riser, though he did raise an eyebrow towards Ravel, who flinched. Riser was sweating a bit. He didn't know how a bunch of animals and humans could take down his peerage, but he truly believed they must have cheated somehow. What did you do? Those girls must have cheated. There's no other way they could have taken down Riser's peerage so easily. Ravel gaped at her brother, not believing the level of stupidity he was showing right now, while Harry just tiredly sighed. So, you're going to continue to run your mouth at me? Honestly, I'm getting tired of hearing your voice. Harry then closed his eyes and waved his hand. An orb-like barrier formed around Ravel and trapped her inside. Sorry little lady, but I can't have you interfering and getting hurt. Harry then opened his eyes. Riser jumped back the moment he noticed Harry's green eyes, which were glowing and had taken on their dragonic look. Suddenly his feathered dragon wings spread out of his back and he began to float in the air. Ravel stared in fear and awe as she floated inside the orb-like barrier. Harry then snapped his fingers and the entire pocket dimension changed from a simple rock plane to the inside of a lava chamber. Ajulka stood up in shock and stared wide-eyes at what Harry had pulled off. What? How? He changed the entire pocket dimension? No, it's like he created a whole new dimension within my pocket dimension, but how? That should be impossible. Yasaka then spoke up. Harry's title as a dragon god is Twilight Dread, dragon god of chaos and creation. As the title implies, Harry has conceptual control over creation, death, chaos, and everything those concepts entail. Ajulka turned around and stared at Yasaka with eyes wide in shock. He got so pale that Surtsk grew very worried about his friend. Yasaka giggled and casually crossed her legs and rested her head on her hand as she stared amusingly towards the moon. I see that you're smart enough to understand what that means, Lord Beelzebub. Do remember that next time another devil pisses Harry off again, next time he might just erase the entire devil race from existence with a snap of his fingers, except our allies, of course. Fu. Ajulka just turned around towards the screen showing Harry confronting Riser, and the fear he was feeling just continued to grow the more he saw of Harry's powers. Riser spread his wings to avoid taking a lava bath, but Harry wasn't going to let him rest, so without even moving and while closing his eyes in boredom, the lava around the entire area began to shoot out and form a giant golem made of molten rock. Harry, while keeping his eyes closed, proclaimed the name of his technique, Ikai no Jutsu. Lava style, lava monster jutsu. The lava golem immediately began to swat at Riser, who was desperately trying to dodge. He might be able to heal, but the pain of having lava touch his body was not something he wanted to experience. However, Harry suddenly waved a hand and lava began to float and gather into countless giant orbs around him. He then pointed a hand towards Riser. Yugen Ryu Hobikaha no Jutsu. Lava style, lava dragon explosion technique. Suddenly the giant orbs of red-hot lava took the form of Eastern Dragon and shot off towards Riser, who was too busy trying to avoid getting caught by the lava golem. Riser was so concerned about dodging the golem that he didn't notice the lava dragons heading his way until it was too late, and all of them crashed against him and dragged him screaming in agonizing pain toward the giant lava pool below. Harry opened an eye, and when he saw Riser get pushed inside the lava lake by his technique, he made the giant red-hot lava golem body slam against where Riser was trying to get out of the lava. The golem dropped on top of Riser and Harry waited for him to come out while Ravel was crying and screaming for her brother. Suddenly Riser popped out of the lava lake screaming in agonizing pain as he tried to fly out of his red-hot prison. Harry let him do so for a minute until he got bored and then snapped his fingers. The entire landscape changed once again into a frozen tundra. Riser ended up with half of his body trapped in ice as he continued to scream in pain as he regenerated from his impromptu dip in lava. Harry just exhaled, releasing an enormous amount of mist that covered the entire landscape. Riser, who had finally recovered, melted the ice around him and shakily stood up. He began to look around in confusion and fear, but he couldn't see anything. He decided to just release a wave of flames to get rid of the mist and the cold. But Harry was already on the move. He swung his hands high-ton, mangy. Ice style, 10,000 ice petals. Countless amounts of super cold ice needles shoot out from around Harry and head towards Riser, who was too late to notice and was hit by the ice needles, causing him to look like a porcupine and to once more scream in pain as the super cold needles began to cause frostbite damage to his muscles and skin. Ravel gasped as she watched her brother writhe in pain as Harry coldly watched on. Sierra Fall was in awe at such an ice technique and was already planning on bugging Harry to teach it to her, while Yasaka, Ereshkigal, Elmenhilda, and Gabriel watched on in boredom as Harry makes Riser suffer. Lady Fennex was holding her mouth in horror as she watched her son being tortured so mercilessly, while Lord Fennex looked down in anger and despair. Venelana hugged her old friend to console her while Zidicus patted Lord Fennex on the back to show his support. Lady Fennex then turned around toward Yasaka. "Please, Lady Yasaka. Stop this. You're a mother too, please just make it stop." Yasaka stared into Lady Fennex's eyes and tilted her head. "Yes, I'm a mother too, but I made sure to teach my daughter not to run her mouth towards anyone and to be always respectful." "What was that your son said to Harry when he attacked him from behind?" "Oh, that's right, it was." Riser doesn't get why everyone is so nervous about this Harry Potter guy. Riser is sure that he isn't as scary as everyone makes him out to be. Yasaka glared at both Lady and Lord Fennex, who flinched upon getting their son's words spat back at them. Yasaka then frowned. "No, Lady Fennex, I don't think I'll stop this. As a matter of fact, it's out my hands, but I can tell you this, your son's suffering is soon coming to its end." With those ominous words, Yasaka then closed her eyes while Lady Fennex began to sob and cry for her son. Now she was really regretting allowing her son so much leeway. Chapter 54. Riser continued to scream in pain for a while until he engulfed his body in flames and was able to melt the needles stuck within him. However, the ice needles were so cold and strong that it took quite a while to melt them. Harry just watched him engulf himself in flames for a bit until Riser finally was able to shakily get up on his feet. Enraged at the pain and humiliation he has just gone through, Riser growled and looked up towards Harry and glared at him. Harry, however, just looked down at him with a bored expression in his eyes. Suddenly he pointed his open palm towards Riser. "O frozen world, awash in the purest white, rain down the final chill curtain to lay these wandering souls to rest." Blizzard. A sudden storm of ice and snow dropped right on top of Riser, who tried to fly away the moment he saw Harry chant. However, the spell had such a wide area of effect that he was hit instantly. His wings froze over and he fell back down to the ground. As soon as he crashed onto the ground, he tried to get up and engulf himself in flames once again to protect himself from Harry's spell, but this time his fire was immediately snuffed out by the super cold blizzard. As he stopped trying to engulf himself in fire, he stared in shock and panic as his hands and feet began to freeze and crack, causing him a lot of pain, especially since frozen pieces of himself were beginning to drop and shatter onto the ground. Harry held his spell for a while longer as he watched Riser panic and begin to scream in pain until he dropped to the ground on his knees, and Harry let the spell dissipate. Ravel was sobbing and crying for her brother as she watched him be tortured like this. She watched as her brother's clan ability began to heal and regenerate the pieces that had frozen and fallen off him. Harry then raised his hand and stared into the still recovering Riser. "Maiden of ice, who sleepest in silent forest, grace my enemies with your pure smile and offer them thy bosom." Final embrace. Giant spears of ice dropped from the sky right on top of Riser and buried him with the absolute zero cold and sharp ice spears. Then they shattered and exploded right on top of Riser, causing even more damage and pain to the Fennex heir, who could do nothing but to take the full brunt of Harry's spell. Harry then slowly begins to float down to the ground as Ravel, still trapped within the barrier, followed him down. As Harry slowly reached the floor, he then snaps his fingers and the landscape changes once again, this time into a never-ending ocean. As Harry drops down, he gently lands on top of the undisturbed water and nonchalantly stands there waiting. Riser, who was in so much pain and agony, was now floating on his side while his body slowly healed and regenerated from the horrid wounds inflicted by Harry's legendary level ice spell. Meanwhile, in the Uzumaki household, everyone was once again in awe at the show of Harry's skill and power. This was on a whole different level from what he had shown during the Fourth Shinobi War. Naruto, Sakura, and Sasuke looked at each other for a second, and then Naruto commented, "This reminds me a lot of what Kaguya pulled on us when we faced her. She kept teleporting us into different dimensions. Harry, however, is creating them from scratch and moving them within that pocket dimension in a matter of seconds." Sakura and Sasuke nodded, and then Sasuke spoke up, "Yeah, the only difference is the level of power and the use of all kinds of advanced jutsu." Hanabi then poked her chin and looked up. "Were those last two techniques ice magic spells? Those were on a completely different scale than the ones he used while he was here. What were they called again?" Crackle. Hinata nodded to her sister's questions. "Yes, that's correct. I think Le Fei explained to me that those kinds of spells are called either legendary level or mystic arts." Boruto and Sarada were in awe. Sarada, however, was curious about the jutsu Harry used. "Those jutsu? What kind of element were they? I've never seen anything like that. The closest to that would be what Burrow used against us, but those weren't of that scale." Boruto nodded in agreement. Naruto chuckled, drawing their attention to him. "Those were lava-style and ice-style jutsu. They're an advanced form of elemental nature change. Usually one needs to have the corresponding bloodline, but it's possible to use them if you have the correct elemental affinities and the control necessary to use them." Both young genin were surprised and impressed at this information. Himawari, however, was still a bit curious. "What elements do you need to use those jutsu?" Sakura smiled and thought about it for a second. If I remember correctly, you need an affinity with water and wind chakra to use ice style, and you need fire and earth chakra affinity to use lava style. Himawari was awed at this information while Boruto and Sarada looked at each other. Boruto then asked a question. "I have water, wind, and lightning affinities, could I use ice style?" Naruto looked up and thought, "Well, yes, it should be possible. The problem is that no one in Konoha can use ice style, so no one could teach you." Himawari then gasped, "You can ask Uncle Harry to teach you. I'm sure he'll be willing to help you, big brother." Boruto grinned and nodded while Sarada was also planning to ask Harry to train her too. Meanwhile, the adults smiled at their children, knowing that Harry will be more than willing to teach them, while they also had the idea of asking Harry to train them too, especially Naruto and Sasuke, since they can use those sort of elemental styles thanks to their gifts. Meanwhile, back with Yasaka and the others, everyone was in complete shock at the level of power and elemental skill Harry possesses, while Sirafal was furiously taking notes on those cool ice spells and techniques so she could ask Harry to teach them to her later. Surtsk, Rias, and her peerage were sweating and were utterly terrified. They finally understood just how much Harry was holding back against them and that he had no intention of killing them from the get-go. The level of power he was showing off right now was both incredible and humbling. Both Lord and Lady Phoenix were in complete turmoil. Watching their son suffer so much was breaking their heart, but they were also very confused at something they noticed over the match. It was Lord Phoenix who wondered aloud what he was concerned about. "How is my son still regenerating? He should have run out of mana and stamina by now. The amount of pain and injuries inflicted on him are just too severe for him." Almost every devil present narrowed their eyes at this fact and began to wonder what was going on. However, it was Ereshkigal who answered their question. "Harry is feeding mana to Riser to keep his regeneration going and preventing Riser from passing out." The devils besides the Satrai, Sirafal, Sana, and her peerage turned around in surprise. Rias was the one who couldn't help to ask, "But why? Why would he help Riser?" Ereshkigal raised an eyebrow and laughed. "Help him? You're such a silly little girl, Gremory. He isn't helping him, he's making sure he stays alive so he can make him suffer more. As a matter of fact, Riser has died at least 3 times, but Harry has revived him instantly, so fast in fact that no one but me noticed, and that was because I'm a goddess of death." The devils not allied to the yokai faction stared in shock towards Ereshkigal, unable to even say a word in shock at what they just heard. Yasaka, watching everyone's expressions, decided to clarify something to these devils. "Harry is a kind and loving man that strives to help and care for his loved ones, but don't be mistaken, he's not a hero nor a savior. Harry has always considered himself a monster, one that is brutal and merciless to his enemies. The factions are the ones who keep trying to ignore that fact, to hide it and pretend that he's not that powerful. Well, I want to see you all try, keep pretending after watching all of this." The Gremory, Ajuka, and Surtsk just turned around to stare at the screen showing the torture of Riser Phoenix. As Harry was staring down at Riser as he continued to heal and regenerate, Ravel began to bang her hands against the barrier, keeping her trapped and screaming at Harry, "Please! Just stop! You've won! You already proved my brother can't beat you! You have already proved your power, so please stop!" Harry, however, just ignored her pleas and raised a hand. Black clouds began to gather and rumble with lightning and thunder, the wind picked up and the never-ending sea began to become chaotic. Riser finally finished healing and spread his wings to fly above the water, but tornadoes began to touch down, making it difficult for him to fly. Ravel looked on in shock at the sheer chaos that Harry created. It was like an end-of-the-world calamity had fallen upon them, and within it all, Harry stood there silent and completely unaffected by the wrath of nature before them. As Riser was able to reach high enough, he looked around in shock, and the entire area was being engulfed by natural disasters. He was afraid. For the first time ever he was utterly afraid. The amount of pain he just went through was too much for him who has never been hurt before, and he no longer had the will to fight. He wanted to quit, to hide from the monster he had provoked, but he knew he couldn't. The dragon god before him wouldn't allow him to get away. Riser Phoenix was at this moment regretted ever opening his big mouth and accepting Harry Potter's challenge. Harry then glared at Riser and maliciously grinned at him. "Bequest of the Lord, feel judgment now." Indignation, judgment. Suddenly countless holy lightning bolts rained down on Riser, causing him to roar in agonizing pain as he felt his body be burned and destroyed by the holy nature of the spell, until the clouds suddenly parted and a giant sword made of holy light dropped on top of Riser and exploded violently in the form of a holy lightning storm. The amount of holy energy was so strong that even most of the devils watching the fight could feel their skin burn and steam a little. Except the devils allied to Harry. These devils were protected by his blessing, a blessing he granted them with them knowing. This blessing gave them complete and utter immunity to holy light. Akeno was in shock as she witnessed another man she hates use that blasted kind of lightning. She couldn't help but growl as she was reminded of her father. Meanwhile, everyone in the Grigori turned and stared towards Barakiel in shock as the man himself couldn't believe what he was watching. "I can't even compare to that level of mastery and power, that's beyond even Father Azazel." Azazel nodded in agreement. What he just watched was something not even his old man could pull off. The intensity and wide area of effect were quite big, and this spell was on a completely different level. Harry watched as Riser was sent flying from the explosion created by his mystic art. He waved his hand and the ocean stirred and rose up, creating a giant vortex of water that Harry sent flying towards Riser, catching him in midair. The technique then dragged the severely injured Riser through the air as Harry snapped his finger one more time, returning the landscape to its original form. Riser, still trapped within the water vortex, crashed against the rocky ground and the water imploded, causing a fast rain to fall down on the entire area. Surprisingly, none of the water touched Harry. Riser, who was very tired and in so much pain, lay there on the ground breathing hard, not believing he didn't drown. As he healed and regenerated, he rolled onto his belly and got on his knees and hands as he began to cough and vomit water. Harry just kept watching Riser get on his knees and hands and began to walk over to him, while a very distraught Ravel continued to bang her hands against the barrier while pleading with Harry to stop. Riser looked up and saw Harry approaching him, and he grew very afraid. That fear caused him to begin to crawl back. "Get away from me, you monster!" But Harry didn't stop and suddenly waved his hand, but nothing happened right away, and both Riser and Ravel were relieved after panicking a bit. Until Riser began to age at an extremely fast pace, shocking every devil watching the match. Riser continued to age and age until he became a grey-haired, almost bald, and small old man barely capable of standing up. Harry finally reached where Riser is standing and stood before the old man. "Riser, not talking so big now, are you? Where was that pride and arrogance you had when you attacked me?" Riser couldn't speak as his teeth began to fall. He just stared up at Harry, trembling as his old body didn't have any strength left. He couldn't even remember where he was or what he was doing. Ravel was sobbing and crying at what had happened to her brother, while Harry just glared at Riser. "I really wanted to kill you, you know, but no, I'm not going to send garbage to death. I owe her too much to make her suffer from your presence. Instead, you're going to live as an old man for the rest of your existence, and I'll be making sure that your existence is going to be a very long time. Enjoy, asshole." Honestly, all of this was a waste of my time. Hopefully, the entire supernatural world can see how foolish it is to mess with me and the yokai faction, but I'm not expecting much from fools like you. Harry then waved his hand. Ravel dropped to the ground as the barrier keeping her captive shattered as Harry whacked Riser on the head with one of his fingers, knocking him out. Ravel rushed over to her brother and caught him before he could drop to the ground. She began to cry when she saw him so old and weak, like he could die at any moment from just about anything. Graphia's voice echoed throughout the area. "Lord Riser has been knocked unconscious. The winner of the match is Harry Potter." Harry's just sighed. Honestly, he was bored and tired of this stupid match, and even though it was his idea, it still dragged on more than he wanted it to. But he had to show the supernatural world watching what he was capable of. Elemental manipulation on a level never seen before, complete and total control over space and time, his ability to create anything, even dimensions, and the fact that he can make anyone suffer pain and humiliation worse than death. However, all of this just got him in a bad mood. These devils were really weak. He wasn't expecting much, but this was ridiculous. All of these devils were so one-dimensional that it left Harry severely disappointed. So Harry shook his head disappointingly and turned around as he was teleported right out of the pocket dimension, where the girls were already waiting for him. He smiled at the girls and then opened a dark corridor to take them all home, as all of them were bored and tired of what he was now considering a massive waste of time. With that in mind, they all stepped through the dark corridor and went home to rest and leave this disappointment behind. Yasaka grinned as she and the yokai faction delegates stood up ready to leave as the match was officially over. Well, looks like you get to keep your son Lady Fennex, just that now you are going to have to change his diaper all over again. Lady Fennex began to cry at the fate that had befallen her son, while Lord Fennex looked down and tightened his fist in anger, while the young devils couldn't believe that fact that Harry can make such long-lived creatures as devils age so fast. Ajuka and Surtsk were in shock and fear. Harry can cripple supernatural beings, killing is one thing, but to make them age like this? It was both terrifying and unbelievable. Meanwhile, Ereshkigal opened up a dark corridor. Elmenhilda, Gabriel, and Sirafal stepped through while Ereshkigal waited on Yasaka, who decided to say one last thing. I hope your people learn from this Lord Lucifer, but I'm not really expecting much from most of your race though. The Satrai and Sirafal plus the reincarnated devils are an exemption of course, but honestly I know some pureblood noble is going to do something stupid at some point in the future. Surtsk and the rest of the pureblood devils except the Satris looked down while Yasaka continued, just so you know that like the fallen angels, any devil stupid enough to provoke us will be sent back to you in pieces. I hope your people learn this fact. You're no longer one of the strongest factions in the world. Know your place or die. With that said, Yasaka stepped through the dark corridor with a smiling Ereshkigal following right behind her. The supernatural world learned that the strength of Neo Kyoto was true and that Harry Potter was capable of many things, terrifying and terrible things. Everyone was now beginning to understand how insignificant they were before a dragon god. Of course, there were still fools whose only thought after watching all of this was how exciting would it be to challenge and kill Harry Potter, but these beings will soon learn how stupid their train of thought really is. A few weeks had passed by since Riser's defeat and humiliation. Everyone in the supernatural world had seen Harry and the girls' abilities and many were terrified. The only relief they had was the fact that the yokai faction was perfectly fine being left alone. As long as you don't provoke them, everything seemed to be okay. Literally, it became a situation in which you don't poke that dragon and the dragon won't blast you with a shit ton of fire. Today is the weekend and Harry was enjoying a nap in his backyard. Everyone had decided to be a bit lazy today since they have been busy lately. During the week Harry had visited Konoha with Tony and they were brought to their research facilities. Harry was in awe at all the technology that the Hidden Leaf Village had come up with. Tony, of course, loved the creativity and had a bit of a think tank with the scientists. He instantly gained fans and the admiration of many of the scientists working there. They also met Sumair, a young kunoichi who had joined the research corps and a friend of Boruto. Harry learned a lot about Boruto from her and he even got a Hinata kind of vibe from her, so he out of reflex treat her like a little sister. Which at first confused the poor kunoichi, but she soon got used to it and just accepted. Deep down she was happy to be spoiled a bit since it was something she never got before. After that they went to go see Naruto and talk about a few projects. Sumair decided to go with them, hoping to see Boruto too, which made Harry grin at her, causing her to blush and panic. When they got to the Hokage Tower and Naruto's office, they were surprised to see him on the floor, tired and falling asleep from all the paperwork he has to deal with. Harry frowned seeing his friend like this and decided to do something about it, so he gave Naruto a miracle gel and then told Tony that they were upgrading everything in the Hokage Tower so Naruto doesn't need to overwork himself like this. So everyone went back to Harry's home and picked up everything they needed to set up the Hokage with the best technology the yokai faction had. It took a couple of hours, but both Harry and Tony were able to get everything done and even set up the Hokage Tower with its very own AI to help Naruto with all his work. Both the Hokage and Sumair were in awe at all the technology brought to the Hokage Tower, but the more amazing thing was that thanks to finally succeeding in creating the mini arc reactors, the entire Hokage Tower is entirely energy efficient and independent. All of this new technology made Sumair commit to a big decision. She right there and then asked her Hokage if there was a way for her to become the assistant of Tony Stark and Harry Potter. Tony and Harry jumped a bit in surprise, but they saw the determination in the young kunoichi's eyes and decided to help her if Naruto agreed to her request. Naruto thought about it and decided that it was a great idea for someone in the village to work directly with Harry and Tony, plus there were all kinds of things Sumair can learn from both of them that could help the village later, and so Naruto agreed. This made Sumire a new addition to the Potter household and she was immediately accepted by everyone living there. She was a hard-working earnest girl and everyone could see that. Sumire herself was learning a lot under the tutelage of Harry and Tony and she was even getting shinobi training too. Training that was making her not only a force to be reckoned with but also learning all kinds of skills useful to her. Harry treated her like a little sister and taught her everything she was interested in, enchanting, metallurgy, alchemy, and even potion making. Of course, the girls help her by teaching her all kinds of different things. Hermione taught her runecraft, while Le Fay taught her all kinds of magic and she even went to the healing temple once in a while to learn about healing and magical medicine making. Everything that she was learning was amazing to her and she would often report everything back to the village. This helped the village decide who to send, what to learn, and what to get from the yokai faction once they began to send their own delegates. Right now though, it was nap time in the Potter household and all over the house you could find someone napping. Even Hella partook in the laziness of sleeping on the couch. Harry had told everyone of the turtle school way to work hard, study well, and eat and sleep plenty. Everyone took those words seriously not only in the Potter's household but in Kyoto as well. Harry right now was napping in his dragon form and curled up like a cat. On his back Hope, Morgan, Asia, and Sumire were also sleeping peacefully. Asia and Sumire became fast friends the moment they met and could be seen always talking or hanging out, like right now. Asia was the one to drag Sumire to take a nap on top of a sleeping Harry. She thought it would be rude but she was convinced by Asia and the fact that Hope and Morgan were already fast asleep on his back helped her accept and so that's how Harry ended up becoming a fancy dragonic bed to 4 young girls. Meanwhile back in Konoha Hinata, Himawari, Hanabi, and her team decided to go visit Harry over at his house today. However, they got an unexpected guest that was determined to go visit Harry but it did make Hinata nervous about taking her to see Harry since she has a habit of being very destructive. In the end, they decided to go ahead and go visit Harry with their surprise visitor, Burrito, and his team couldn't go today since they were on a mission at the moment along with Kawaki. Once everyone arrived at the Potter household they were surprised to see a lot of people napping all over the place. Suddenly Himawari gasped making everyone turn around and see what had her so shocked. Only to gape at the enormous gold and silver dragon sleeping in the backyard. Hinata rested her hand over her cheek. Oh my, his dragon form certainly changed a lot, it's enormous and so shiny. Hanabi was gaping wow. I think it's way bigger than the 10 tails you fought in the 4th Shinobi War Bissis. Hinata nodded while Himawari ran outside to go see the dragon up close. Of course, this made Hanabi's team panic since they didn't know that the dragon was actually family and they all ran out to try and stop Himawari from disrupting the giant mass of scales from its sleep. This made Hanabi, Hinata, and their surprise companion giggle since they knew that Harry was more than likely already aware of their presence. Hanabi's team was unable to catch up to Himawari and could only watch in panic as Himawari jumped and hugged the dragon's snout like a koala and began to nuzzle it. The girls were gaping in disbelief but then jumped in fright when the dragon opened one eye and stared at Himawari. Hanabi's team which was composed of Namida Suzumeno, Wasabi Izuno, and Tsubaki Kurogain began to panic even more thinking that the dragon was going to eat Himawari and so the ever-diligent Tsubaki stepped forward. I read that dragons like to eat maidens. I'll sacrifice myself for the Hokage's daughter. Both Namida and Wasabi gaped at their teammate while Harry who heard this sweat drop and deadpan at the strange unknown girls in front of him. This however made Himawari giggle since to her a dragon deadpanning was the funniest thing she has ever seen. Meanwhile, both Wasabi and Namida were trying to hold back an honor-bound Tsubaki from offering herself to the big and scary dragon but a giggle from their teacher stopped them. Hinata and Hanabi had stepped outside and were laughing at the face Harry was making as he stared at the girls in front of him. Harry looked their way and raised an eyebrow. Hanabi finally stopped giggling and stepped forward and hugged the dragon's snout too, shocking the poor girls even more. You don't have to worry about this overgrown gecko, he's family. Harry chuckled and nuzzled his snout on Hanabi's face making her giggle. He then turned towards the girls who jumped a bit. Is this your team Firecracker? The girls' eyes widened in shock and all 3 of them couldn't help but exclaim at the same time it can speak. Harry grinned at the girls which actually made the girls gulp since all they saw was a row of sharp fangs while Hanabi nodded to Harry. Yup. This my team big bro, aren't they the cutest? The girls blushed at having their sensei speak about them like that but they noticed something peculiar about what Hanabi had just said. Wasabi was the one to speak big brother. Wasabi looked up and thought while scratching her chin well Hanabi-sensei does act like a dragon once in a while when she's training us. I just didn't think it was literal. Tsubaki and Namida nodded in agreement while Hanabi gaped at her student. Hey. What do you mean? I'm not that strict. Hinata giggled at her sister's expense as she approached Harry and hugged his snout too which made him smile. Why don't you take on your human form Harry? Harry smiled and slightly shook his head. I have sleeping passengers on my back and I don't want to disturb them. Hinata nodded while Hanabi tilted her head in curiosity. Himawari wanted to know who was up there, so she jumped on top of Harry's head, who didn't mind, and she took a look. She giggled when she noticed it was Hope and Morgan along with an unknown blonde girl, though she was surprised to see Sumire there too. She then turned towards her aunt. Auntie, I think there's a girl here that you know, she used to be on your team I think. Hanabi raised an eyebrow and turned to look at Harry, who smiled and responded, oh, she must be talking about Sumire. She came here to help and learn with me and Tony as scientific ninja. Hanabi nodded while her team was shocked to hear that Sumire was working here and with a dragon no less. Hanabi then spoke, I see, I heard she was transferred to somewhere outside the village, but to think that she was working with you. Do take care of her, Harry, she has had a tough childhood. Harry nodded, yes, I'm aware of her past, and besides she's like a little sister to me now. Hinata giggled, ah, so you adopted another, hey? Looks like Naruto. Hanabi, and I have a younger sister now. Hanabi squealed a bit because now she wasn't the youngest of their group. Yes. I'm no longer the youngest sibling. But you do have a habit of adopting troubled kids, big bro. Harry smiled, well, I had a tough childhood too, so when I see a kid being lonely I just can't leave them alone, and besides, you, Hinata, Naruto, and I had a lot of fun getting into a lot of trouble, right? Hanabi grinned while Harry winked at her. Hinata just huffed because she was always dragged into their adventures, though deep down she had to admit that she had a lot of fun too. Hanabi's team was very confused and Tsubaki couldn't help to ask questions. Sensei, who exactly is this dragon? How can he be your family? Hanabi widened his eyes. Oh. I forgot to introduce you guys. Tehi. Her team's sweat dropped at their sensei's response while Hanabi then pointed a hand at Harry. This is Harry Potter, one of the heroes of the Fourth Shinobi War and known throughout the elemental nations as the Dragon Lord. Harry shook his head at Hanabi's introduction while the girls gaped. Suddenly Tsubaki gasped and pointed at Harry. Wait. You're Mifune sensei's last student before the war. You're my senpai. I'm sorry, senpai. I didn't recognize you in your dragon form. Mifune sensei spoke often of you during my training. Tsubaki bowed towards Harry. Harry, however, chuckled. Ah, so the old man took on another student. You must be very talented with the sword. It's nice to meet you, my little Koi. Tsubaki, who was mostly a very serious girl, smiled and nodded excitedly. Suddenly a voice was heard from Harry back. Daddy, who's making all that noise? Hope's head popped up for Harry's back, while Harry smiled at his daughter. Sorry Hope, but we got visitors. Hope rubbed one of her eyes and then floated up and then floated down towards Hinata, who took the still sleepy girl in her arms. Hello, Auntie Hinata, Auntie Hanabi. Hinata and Hanabi smiled at Hope while Himawari went to say hi. Hope smiled at who she considered her cousin. Hi cousin, I'm glad you came to visit. Himawari smiled while Morgan, who had also woken up, spread her very own dragonic wings that she had gotten from her blessing and being Drake's host and slowly drifted down where she was caught by Hanabi, who hugged her. Hi everyone. She was still sleepy, but she was happy to see who she considers family come to visit them. Hanabi's team couldn't help but gush at the cuteness. Suddenly Sumire and Asia jumped down from Harry's back and Sumire's former team went to say hi to her. Namita was the first one to speak. Miss President. It's so nice to see you. Sumire smiled while Wasabi then spoke, though it is a surprise to find you taking a nap on top of an enormous dragon. Who would think that Miss President was so adventurous? Sumire blushed and waved her hands in panic. Ah. No, it's just, this is a rule when working with Lord Harry. We work hard, play hard and rest and eat plenty. Sumire ended up saying all of that so seriously that everyone just stared at her silently for a few minutes until everyone began to laugh in good fun. Suddenly another voice joined the others. This certainly is a big and comfy house, Harry. I'm happy that you finally have a big home and an even bigger family like you always wanted. Harry turned towards where he heard the voice come from and grinned when he saw who it was that came to visit him too. Granny Tsunade. Tsunade Senju has arrived at the Potter household. What sort of trouble will she get into now that she's here? Chapter 55. Harry grinned the moment he saw Tsunade standing there smiling at him. Granny Tsunade. Where have you been? You weren't in Konoha when I went to visit. Tsunade smiled and walked up to Harry and patted his snout. I was on vacation so I missed your visit, but Sakura told Shizuan and she told me. I decided right away to come back to the village, but I completely missed you. So I went to see Naruto and he told me about the portal to your house in his home, so I decided to drop by a visit. Hinata smiled and nodded. It was lucky that she arrived in time, since we were already ready to come by for a visit ourselves. Harry smiled and then he transformed into his human form and walked up to his visitors. Then let go inside and take a sit. It's time everyone woke up anyways. Everyone laughed a little since it was funny to have arrived in a house and find everyone having nap time, but it is the sort of thing they can expect from Harry and everyone living with him. Soon enough Harry woke everyone up, and even though they all grumbled and complained, they all got up and went back to work, though the girls stayed back to play and talk with Hanabi's team and Himawari. While Harry talked to Tsunade while Hanabi and Hinata had tea and snacks, Harry told everything he's seen and experienced in his travels to the fifth Hokage, who listened intently to all of it. After an hour Harry pretty much told everything to Tsunade, who sighed and rested her head on her hand as she leaned over the table. That's a crazy amount of adventures you had, Harry. When you decided to leave our world, a part of me wanted to keep you in the village. You already had a big position in the village and you are one of our most skilled shinobi, but hearing everything you've seen, the people you've met and the things you have learned, well, it makes me glad you left to continue your journey. Harry smiled and looked up to the ceiling. A part of me wanted to stay. We had just finished the fourth shinobi war. We lost so many people and we needed to rebuild, but that war showed me that I still had a long way to go, that I needed to get stronger. Naruto, Sasuke and I might joke about it, but Kaguya was an incredibly powerful opponent. Tsunade looked down, while Hanabi and Hinata looked a little lost, while Harry continued on. The guys and I know that we won that fight out of sheer luck and because we had the help of the Sage of Six Paths, otherwise I don't think we would have won. Tsunade nodded. She could understand Harry's reasons and burning desire to get stronger. That fight must have left a mark on him. Hinata then looked at Harry. I'm just glad you were there, Harry. It was your magic and healing items that saved a lot of people, and even though at some point you ran out of mana and items, you kept going and going. You single-handedly saved so many lives, don't forget that. Harry smiled at Hinata and then patted her head, causing her to blush at being treated as a child, but Harry was always like that with her and Hanabi, so they're used to it, I know, but when the war ended, it did leave me with so many what-ifs, so I decided to continue my travels and get stronger. Strong enough to stop a war from ever getting to that point. It was hard to leave, it always was. I had to say goodbye to everyone, and Fu was definitely not having any of that at the time. They all turned towards the mint-haired Kunoichi, who was explaining something about water manipulation to Namida. Hinata frowned. She was so heartbroken when you told her you had to leave. Hanabi looked down. We all were. We didn't want you to leave and a lot of us took quite a while to recover from that. Even I felt a bit abandoned by you, and even though I knew that you would be back, I couldn't help but be depressed for quite a while. Tsunade and Hinata somberly nodded. Everyone in Konoha was hit hard when Harry left, and it took a while for everyone to recover from that and the fact that one of Konoha's greatest heroes was gone. Harry nodded and patted Hanabi's head, causing her to smile and cheer up. Up until this date, Harry is the only one she ever allowed to treat her like this. Any other person who tried had gotten a jukin from her. Harry smiled at Hanabi and then looked at everyone. I'm sorry everyone, at the time I had restrictions on my system, otherwise I would have come to visit sooner or at least taken Fu with me, but now that all restrictions have been lifted I can go wherever or whenever I want, and with my powers, I can connect our worlds together, though there's some I won't be connecting to. There's all kinds of dangerous beings and individuals that I definitely not want anywhere close to my world or any other. As matter of fact, Tsunade, Hinata, and Hanabi nodded in agreement. Hearing about some of the dangerous individuals and creatures from other worlds made them glad that they only exist in those other worlds. Harry then smiled. Oh, that's right, I still have to give you some new things, Granny Tsunade. I think you'll like them, and you too, Hanabi. I forgot to give them to you when we met back in Konoha. Harry then reached forwards and placed a finger on Tsunade's brow and passed over some skills as well as reverting time on her body so she could be young again. He then did the same thing to Hanabi, except of course reverting her age. Tsunade and Hanabi widened their eyes in shock and amazement at the amount of power they could feel within themselves now. Harry grinned. I just gave you the I'm a loved one of Harry Potter package. I didn't name it, by the way, that was my dog Father. Harry chuckled when he heard Sirius scream you're welcome, from the basement where he was working with Tony on some new projects. Harry then continued on. I gave you a dragon core so now you can use magic. You also have perfect control and even a healing factor among a few other things I think you'll like the Mokuton for Granny Tsunade. So in other words, you guys are now supernatural entities and as such you won't age anymore. I also reverted time on your body so you're back to your 20s, I guess Naruto, and I can't call you Granny anymore, hey? Oh, I also gave you my blessing which comes with all kinds of neat perks. Both Hanabi and Tsunade gaped at Harry while Hinata giggled. She had the same expression when Harry did the same thing to her, but seeing their reaction was hilarious. It seemed like Harry and Naruto did corrupt her a bit. After that Tsunade decided to stay and live in Harry's home since she was retired now and work in Kaoru Town's healing temple. This made both Asia and Gabriel very happy since now they'll have more help and a new friend to work with. Days passed by and Tsunade quickly became a regular in the chaos that is the Potter home. Surprisingly she seemed to fit in with all the craziness, while Hinata, Hanabi, and her team continued to come over to visit and to train. Tsunade herself was very interested in both healing magic and magical medicine, though she did make Gabriel and Asia learn about mundane medical practice. The poor angels were now suffering from the strict teacher that is Tsunade Senju. Tsunade herself took Asia under her wing. She liked the girl the moment she was introduced to her and hugged her for quite a while and even carried her like a stuffed animal while she was working. Of course, Asia didn't mind and quite liked being treated with so much care. After that Harry spent time lecturing and speaking with Tsubaki, Namida, and Wasabi about different kinds of techniques and even began to teach Himawari some magic. Surprisingly, the little Uzumaki had a talent for magic and had an easy time manipulating mana, far beyond the perfect control skill Harry gave her. It surprised Harry and impressed Lee Faye and Jessica, who were watching Himawari play with mana like they had never seen before. Hermione, having heard about the Uzumaki's skill with Fuinjutsu, decided to have Himawari take a look at some rune work she had been working with. It shocked everyone to their core when Himawari not only understood what the runes were for but rearranged them to make them work better. Even Hinata and Hanabi were shocked at this level of talent she was showing, a talent they didn't know she had. Harry smiled and bent on one knee and patted Himawari on her head. "How did you do that, Hima?" Himawari brightly smiled at Harry. "I really don't know, Uncle Harry, it just sort of made sense to me to move them like that. It was like the pretty drawings were telling me how they should group together." Hermione wanted to bang her head on the wall because none of that made any sense to her, while Lee Faye and Jessica giggled at her. They knew that magic works in mysterious ways sometimes and that things that make no sense happened from time to time. Himawari's ability to hear runes is such a mysterious thing, as is her way of manipulating mana is also a part of that mystery. Harry chuckled and then decided to help Himawari nurture this ability of hers, so he gave her all of the elemental manipulation skills he has in a dragon core so she could play all she wants, plus the adamant and sealing chains too, since she seems to have inherited a lot from her Uzumaki side of the family. After that Himawari spent a lot of time playing around with her new magic abilities and making cool shows of elemental powers, to which Hope and Morgan clapped too. At some point she surprised everyone when she replicated Lee Faye's spiral flare and shot it to the sky. At this, even Lee Faye and Jessica were left gaping, since that spell is a master-level spell, one that requires the caster to perfectly combine both wind and fire to perform, and here was Himawari using it because according to her it looks very pretty. Harry laughed so hard at the expression both mages had on their faces, while Himawari just continued to happily shoot spiral flares into the sky with a big grin on her face. After that Harry decided to have a match with Hanabi's team to see what they were capable of and see exactly what he should teach them. Of course, the girls were excited to have a match with Harry, who to them was not only a great teacher but a hero and a great warrior. So Harry took them into the training grounds in the basement past the labs. However, he invited Sana and her peerage to come and watch, since it would be a great way for them to learn new things. However, to everyone's shock, the training ground was not only massive but it was like there was an entire continent down there. There were all kinds of environments and landscapes in the training grounds, so many that it left the young devils and Genin flabbergasted at the immensity of it all. Sana couldn't believe what she was watching. It was like there was an entire world below Harry's house. She knew he had the power over creation, but this? She turned to look at Harry. "Harry, how? This is immense. You created an entire self-sustained world in your basement and with multiple types of environments. Not even gods could do this, not anymore at least." Harry chuckled and teleported everyone into the grass plains area. Everyone looked around in surprise. There was even wind in here, and that small fact shocked everyone, even more. Harry then decided to explain, "I don't think a lot of people understand exactly what it means that I have conceptual control over creation, death, and chaos." The girls turned around and stared at Harry, giving him their undivided attention. "Let's start with chaos, shall we?" Chaos is a concept that is often misunderstood. People think that chaos is about destruction and just plain random confusion, but no, chaos is everything to life and the universe. Without it, there wouldn't have been a Big Bang. Without it, the gods wouldn't have existed. Without chaos, the universe wouldn't have that spark that gave life to it. Chaos is the flame of creation and destruction. The girls continue to stare and listen to Harry. "Death is the end to everything and everyone. Everyone will eventually die, even the gods and so-called immortals will die. It's a simple truth, but even though it is an end, it is also a new beginning. In the afterlife you can decide to go on with your family or be reincarnated and begin anew. Death is a peaceful respite until you decide to go on and continue your existence and adventures." Sana and her peerage looked down, lost in thought. Thinking about death isn't a comfortable thing to do, but like Harry just said, it is an undeniable truth to the universe and no one can run away from it. But with how Harry described it, it was like death was a friend waiting for you to come by and visit for a while, then go on with a new adventure when you're ready. It sort of felt nice to think about it like that. Tsubaki, Namida, and Wasabi nodded as ninja. They had accepted the fact that death will always be a constant companion, and even though they don't fear it, it was still nice to hear that it really wasn't the end for them or their loved ones. Harry smiled at the girls and the sole male member of Sana's peerage and continued on. Then we have creation. Creation isn't just having the power to create things or life, no, it's about having complete and total control over everything that creation entails: space, time, reality, power, soul, and mind. These concepts were created when creation began and they rule over everything we are. Having conceptual control over creation means having control over all aspects of what creation is. All the girls looked over at Harry and Sana was the one who spoke. I see, it's not just creation you have control over, it's every concept involved in creation that you have control of. This is how you created this space below your house. You created an entirely new dimension and filled it with life, gave it time, and created a space for it to exist that overlaps our dimension. You gave it the power to sustain itself and the soul to sustain that life. But I'm missing mind. What exactly did you use mind for? Harry chuckled and then waved his hand. Suddenly it began to rain, then snow, and then it was sunny. After that gravity increased and then decreased. Mind gave me control over everything in here with just a thought. Mind gave it laws to follow. In other words, with mind I was able to program everything in here to follow my instructions. This makes this entire place a perfect place to train in any kind of situation. I can even make it spawn monsters of all kinds for everyone to test themselves with, or any new techniques, skills, or spells. Sana stared at Harry for a good second, completely flabbergasted about everything she just heard. Please marry me. Harry jumped in surprise while Sana's peerage gasped. Sana suddenly jumped and blushed, realizing what she just said. No, wait, that just came out nowhere, don't take it seriously. Everyone just deadpanned at Sana for a good minute until everyone just burst out laughing, causing poor Sana to groan and hold her head in dismay at having embarrassed herself like that. Harry patted Sana on her head, causing her to look up at him. Harry smiled when he noticed she was tearing up in embarrassment. Well, I don't mind being proposed to like that. It certainly is a first for me, but I would be more worried about your sister if I were you. She's been very forward with her crush on me lately and I don't think she's going to like that you beat her to the punch like that. Sana's face paled and turned around and immediately pounced on her queen Tsubaki, who was already texting Sirafal. Give me that phone. Both devils were wrestling on the floor. Never. Lady Sirafal must know that her little sister just proposed to Harry Potter. Sana was now panicking. Tsubaki. Give me that cell phone now. Harry chuckled. Sana was a prim and proper lady most of the time, but when she's with him and her peerage she tends to let loose and acts like a girl her age should. He was glad that she was comfortable enough to act like this with him around. After Sana was successful in stopping her queen from letting her sister know what had happened today, the match between Harry and Hanabi's team began. Hanabi, Hinata, Sumire, and Himawari arrived to watch alongside Sana and her peerage. Harry stood before Hanabi's team while the girls stood opposite from him and got ready. Harry smiled at them. All right, well, do this the ninja way. We'll be having a quick match to see your current level of skill, so I won't be using any other power besides shinobi skills. Girls, come at me with everything you have, or you will lose in a second. As soon as Harry said those words, the girls were hit with an oppressive force that made them hesitate and involuntarily take a step back. That was enough time for Harry to take out a scroll from his inventory and spread it open. Suddenly he was engulfed in smoke. Tsubaki narrowed her eyes and swung her sword fast and hard enough to dissipate the smoke. However, what they saw next made them grit their teeth. Taking advantage of their hesitation, Harry had taken out his old Anbu uniform and gear along with his trademark dragon Anbu mask. Sana and the girls were in awe because Harry looked like a real ninja now. Hanabi, however, sighed. Looks like Big Bro isn't going to hold back. Sana turned towards Hanabi. What do you mean? Is that uniform special or something? Hinata and Hanabi turned towards her and both nodded while Hanabi decided to tell her what that uniform is. That uniform is only worn by the elite ninjas of our village, the Ansatsu Senjutsu Takusha Butai, Special Assassination and Tactical Squad, or otherwise known as Anbu. Harry is known and respected as Captain Dragon by the Anbu of our village. Sana's eyes widened when Kunu spoke next. He also created and trained an Anbu corps for the yokai faction. At any moment we can send them out to take down any supernatural leader and they wouldn't even know they were there. The casual way that Kunu delivered those words not only caused Sana and her peerage to panic a bit, but it also caused a cold shiver to go up their spines. Tsubaki, who was at the front of her team, moved her gaze to her teammates and nodded at them, which they returned back at her, letting Tsubaki know that they had her back. With that said, Wasabi put on her hoodie and Namida got ready while Tsubaki got into her Iaijutsu stand. Behind his mask, Harry smiled at the girls since they saw them willing to continue and work together to face him. he then took out a shuriken and threw it at the girls while he went through a few hand signs at high speed. Ninpo, shuriken kage bunshin no jutsu, ninja art, shuriken shadow clone technique. Tsubaki got ready to bat the shuriken away, but it then multiplied into a whole bunch and she was forced to use her chakra flow technique to stop all the shuriken, while Wasabi then took out her scroll and used her nekokabari no jutsu, cat cover technique, and ran full tilt to pounce on Harry, who easily avoided her claw-like attacks. Tsubaki then ran forwards and tried to hit Harry with a quick draw slash. Harry easily jumped over it but then twirled in midair to avoid an attack from Wasabi. Tsubaki, seeing an opening, swung her sheath towards Harry intending to hit him in the side of his head, but again Harry proved his dexterity by blocking her strike with his knee. The girls were shocked at the fast reaction from Harry and thought that they missed their chance, but then Namita had gone through some hand signs and began her attack. Sudden, Miser Appa no Jutsu. Water style, raging waves technique. A fast and highly pressurized water torrent spewed from Namita's mouth and headed straight to Harry, who was still in mid-air. The girls thought they had him, but then Harry used Kawarimi to substitute with a log, which was blasted apart by Namita's water style technique. Sana and her peerage were impressed by the young genin's teamwork and fast-paced combat style. Tomo was curious about Tsubaki's sword technique, while Tsubasa wanted to know more about Wasabi's fighting style. The trio of girls immediately jumped towards each other and then stood back to back as they began to look around. Suddenly Harry appeared in a blur and went through a few hand signs. Senpo, Fiton Tsunebokari. Sage art wind style, dust cloud. The girls suddenly were engulfed in a thick cloud of dust which made them cover their eyes and mouth. Wasabi suddenly, dang it, is that senjutsu? Tsubaki nodded. Yes, my sensei often told me of Harry's sage status, he was mighty impressed about it. According to him, senjutsu can empower everything from techniques to the shinobi itself. Suddenly Harry appeared above them, but he didn't expect Namita's sudden panicked attack. She suddenly let out a loud and high-pitched scream that actually hurt him a bit, which surprised him and made him cover his ears. Wasabi, seeing this, decided to jump up and claw attack him, while Tsubaki herself followed her lead and jump up ready to slash Harry in half. But Harry suddenly said two words that completely took the girls by surprise: Shinra Tensei. Just like that, the girls were sent flying and crashing against the floor. Luckily Harry held back on his attack, otherwise he might have crushed the girls. The girls shakily stood up while Harry rubbed his ears that actually hurt. Great technique, Namita. Himawari laughed at how silly her uncle was acting, while Hinata and Himawari shook their head in amusement. The young genin sweat dropped but were really shocked that Namita's attack didn't knock Harry out. Suddenly Harry's hand began to glow green and he healed his ears. Wasabi immediately recognized what Harry did. Oh, he can use medical ninjutsu too. Tsubaki shook her head and huffed. Of course, he can. Why shouldn't he? Sigh. Namita fidgeted a bit. At least I got him good, right? Both Tsubaki and Wasabi smiled and nodded while Harry took off his mask and smiled at them. He then spoke. I'm impressed. Most people immediately run when they see an envy, but you stuck around even when I donned my uniform. You three have great teamwork, are able to do great combination attacks, and you are well versed in your own techniques. I already know how to help you train, with what you showed me. Harry then walked over to the girls and then handed them a miracle gel each. They stared at it for a while and then turned to stare at Harry. Hanabi, who began to walk towards them when she saw Harry take off his mask, suddenly jumped on his back and pointed at the miracle gels in her student's hands. That is magical medicine available to the yokai faction. It's very effective and tastes good. So go ahead and eat it. Harry smiled at Hanabi while she hung on his back like a koala, while Himawari, Hinata, Sana and her peerage walked towards them. The girls, trusting their teacher, immediately ate the miracle gels and instantly felt their wounds heal and her chakra refill. The young genin's eyes widened in shock. Namita was the one who commented about them. Wow, this is amazing, Mr. Harry. Both Wasabi and Tsubaki nodded while Harry smiled. Yes, they are, and soon Konoha will have these available to them. Hanabi nodded while still being on Harry's back. Yup. Naruto wants to get them available before the Chunin exams begin. Harry raised an eyebrow towards Hanabi while Hinata was the one to answer Harry's unasked question. Naruto decided to host another Chunin exam to both boost morale and promote more Chunin since the prior one was interrupted by Momoshiki. Harry nodded in understanding. I see, so you wanted me to train and prepare your genin for the exam, right, Hanabi? Hanabi grinned and nodded while Harry chuckled and shook his head. Sana then raised an eyebrow. That really wouldn't be fair to the rest of the genin, right? Training with Harry will raise their abilities and powers beyond the norm. All the shinobi present turned towards Sana and stared at her for a second before laughing. This, of course, confused Sana. It was Himawari who decided to answer Sana's question. She went towards Sana and pulled her hand to catch her attention and then spoke. Shinobi don't play fair, Miss Sana. Sana's sweat dropped because that made a lot of sense. Ninja are supposed to be sneaky and crafty, She sighed and blushed because she realized how stupid her question sounded, but Harry smiled and patted her head, which caused her to blush even more. Harry then turned towards the three genin. Okay, this is what we're going to do. Since you three and Sana's group want training, then you'll train together from now on. Everyone nodded since that made a lot of sense. Tsubaki and Tomo will train with me in swordsmanship and sword techniques. Tomo and the young genin cheered. Wasabi, I'll be contacting Yasaka so you can go train with the Nikomata a few days out of the week. They're the best to teach you how to improve your feline fighting style, and Namada, I'll help you improve that sound ninjutsu of yours. It's a very good jutsu since it even affected me a bit. Both Wasabi and Namada nodded. So here's the schedule. First, everyone will come here in the morning and train here under increased gravity. I'll be also teaching you all hand-to-hand combat and how to use a weapon of your choice for at least 4 hours. Then we'll practice chakra control exercises and mana manipulation for a few hours. Afterward, then we'll divide everyone to some of Kyoto's elite squad to help you with what you want to specialize in. Okay. Everyone nodded. They were nervous about the training since it seemed a bit too much, but everyone wanted to improve. Harry continued on. And don't worry about school or missions. While we're in here, time will not pass on the outside, so you can still go to school and take care of any missions the genin might get. Of course, I will be healing and restoring everyone to perfect condition before you leave. Everyone cheered and grinned, excited about how strong they'll get, while Hanabi and Hinata smiled at all the children. Himawari then hummed and then pulled on Harry's sleeve. Uncle Harry, will you teach me more magic too? Harry smiled and patted Himawari's head, causing her to giggle. Of course Hima, I'll make you into the most awesome mage ever. Himawari cheered and Hinata smiled at her daughter as well. Since she was going to be training, then she was also going to train a bit, something that seems like Hanabi agreed with by the look she was giving her. With that all planned, Harry began to teach this group of young devils and genin. Who knows what sort of new strength and abilities will they gain, and so the days of training commenced for these young people, except Himawari, Hanabi, and Hinata, since Harry had a very soft spot for them and they knew it. A couple of days passed, and today was a day off of training for Harry's students since it was a weekend, so he told them to sleep late, eat a lot, and relax. Right now Harry was watching TV with Hope, Morgan, and Sumire. The trio of girls was completely enraptured by the mecha anime they were watching. Suddenly Morgan tilted her head, lost in thought, something that Harry noticed and smiled about because her father would do the same when he was figuring something out, so he waited for her to speak her mind. Sumire and Hope turned towards her. They were curious as to what had distracted her so much. Then Morgan turned to look at Harry. Uncle Harry, you, Uncle Bruce and Dad made that big Iron Man armor, right? Harry nodded. Yes, we made the Hulkbuster just in case we had to put your Uncle Hulk to sleep. Bruce and your dad built it and programmed it while I did all kinds of enchantments to it. Honestly, it was the hardest work we have ever done and it came out amazing. Too bad we never had a need to use it. Harry chuckled when he remembered that the Hulk definitely didn't want to fight against it because Harry had enchanted it to hell and back. Morgan then smiled widely. Then you can make a big robot like the one in the show, right? Harry raised an eyebrow and then raised a finger to tell her how that wasn't viable, but then stopped himself and thought about it for a while. Hope and Sumire stared at Harry while he was thinking, while Morgan was brightly smiling. Suddenly Harry widely grinned, making the girls smile. Harry then got up and began to call out to Tony, who was in his office. Tony, call the guys. We have a big project to work on. Tony popped his head out of his office. What's going on? What project are you talking about? Harry then grinned. We're making a giant mecha. Tony stared at Harry for a good long minute but then nodded. All right, I'm going to call all the guys. Oh, this going to be fun. I can already feel my creative juices flowing. Harry grinned and went straight to the lab to begin to look for materials and metals to use for their new project. Morgan clapped and jumped off the couch to go follow her uncle, while Sumire and Hope turned to look at each other and then smiled. Both jumped off the couch and ran to catch up to both Harry and Morgan. It seems like the Potter household will be busy for a while, creating something new and amazing. The next weekend morning, while Harry, Tony, Remus, and Sirius were in the lab, all of them were sketching and talking about the design for the mech they were building. Of course, saying that they were talking was a nice way of saying that they were screaming and bickering, because being a group of men they each wanted to add everything they thought would be cool to the mecha. The girls just rolled their eyes and shook their heads in amusement and just let the boys play with their toys. Morgan, Hope, and Sumire were all watching the chaos going on with smiles on their faces, especially when prank spells began to fly everywhere. It got so bad that Tony had to put on his Iron Man suit to prevent himself from getting hit. Eventually, everyone called out a truce and went upstairs to eat lunch, though Morgan, Hope, and Sumire were trying hard not to laugh because Remus was smoking and slightly burnt but smiling all the while. Sirius had been turned into a duck and was being carried by a completely pink-colored Harry, while Tony was completely wet and sticky. All of them were laughing at each other as they walked over to the dinner table. Harry then put Duck Sirius on the table and waved his hand, getting rid of his pink coloring. Hella appeared and took a look at everyone and just shook her head. She then laughed a bit before turning around and heading to the kitchen to make something for them to eat. While they were waiting on their lunch and talking about what to do next with their project, well except Sirius because he was quacking, they were suddenly surprised when Tsunade appeared dragging an unconscious Irina and Zenobia. Both Gabriel and Asia were running behind her with panicked expressions on their faces. Both of the angels were trying to convince Tsunade to stop. But no one stops Tsunade, and when she arrived at the kitchen table she lifted both unconscious girls and presented them to Harry. These two barged into the healing temple yelling and growling about how I dare corrupt the house of their lord or something like that, and then they started to insult Asia. I got annoyed and whacked them over the head. Do you know them? They said something about reporting me to Harry Potter. Harry's sweat dropped because both exorcists were dripping a disturbing amount of blood from their heads. Damn, Tsunade, you sure you didn't kill them? And yes, I know them. The question is, what are they doing here? Gabriel, who was catching her breath from having been following Tsunade for a while, finally spoke up. Lady Tsunade, please don't manhandle those poor girls. They were just confused as to what was going on. We didn't inform the church what we were doing with that abandoned church or about Asia. Harry got up and patted Gabriel's head, causing the seraph to relax. Actually, we don't have to say anything to the church. That church is in yokai faction territory, so it belongs to us since it was abandoned. Knowing Zenobia, she more than likely ran her mouth off to Tsunade, and well, that's a big no. No. Gabriel pouted a bit but nodded since she knew Harry was right. She just didn't like the beating the poor exorcist girls got from Tsunade, but she could understand how they brought it to themselves. What she didn't know was that Tsunade held back quite a lot, since now that she was back in her prime she can easily destroy a mountain with a flick of her finger. Harry turned towards the exorcist girls and he couldn't help but wonder what they were doing here. As far as he knows, they shouldn't have a reason to be here unless they were looking for him. The problem with that theory is that not a lot of people should know that he lives in QA and that he's in charge of it. For some reason he can't help to think that something annoying is about to begin. Chapter 56. After taking the girls to the house's infirmary and healing their literal cracked heads, Harry woke them up to ask them why they were here. As soon as the exorcist girls woke up, they immediately jumped up in a panic and started to look around. They noticed Tsunade standing by the door and hugging Asia to her. They instantly paled the moment they noticed the woman who had beaten them so fast and so brutally, but then they noticed Gabriel and Harry standing at their side and they relaxed a bit. However, Harry brought their attention to him. It's nice to see you girls again, but I have to say I'm disappointed in both of you. Asia Argento is under my protection, and honestly you both should know better to just run your mouths to someone in yokai faction territory. I have killed beings for far less, and the only reason I healed you is that Gabriel asked me to. Both girls gulped when Harry gave them a stern look, and they looked down upon noticing the disappointment in Gabriel's eyes. Asia, however, came to their defense. She stepped toward Harry and grabbed his hand, causing him to turn towards her. It's okay, Harry, I already forgave them, and besides they didn't know. Harry sighed and then flicked Asia on her forehead, causing the poor girl to squeak in pain and hold her forehead with her free hand. You're too nice, Asia, but you have to learn that you have a right to defend yourself and be angry at people who insult you. These two don't know you, nor do they understand what you went through. They're lucky it wasn't Offis or any of the girls who heard them insult you. They would be dead if that was the case. Both Irina and Zenobia gulped while Asia somberly nodded, but Harry patted her head, cheering her up. Gabriel, however, wasn't happy about any of this. She had promised to herself to protect and be there for Asia, and she understandingly was very upset, so she decided for the first time in her life to be vindictive. I'll be informing Griselda about this. That mouth of yours, Zenobia, will cause a major accident to occur if we let it continue run uncontrolled. Zenobia jumped because this was the first time Gabriel had ever sounded angry at someone, and this made the exorcist very afraid, along with the fact that her adoptive mother will be informed of this accident and she knows that her mother won't show her any mercy. Harry nodded in agreement but then stared into both girls' eyes. All right. Now that we have that settled, I want you to tell me what you're doing here in QA. Both girls looked at each other for a second and then Irina spoke. Some days ago someone stole 3 of the Excalibur blades. Rapidly, Nightmare, and Transparency. They were soon tracked here in QA and we got sent here by the church to retrieve them. For this mission we were given Excalibur, Mimic and Destruction. We thought we could use the abandoned church in town as headquarters, but we found it completely restored and changed. Harry closed his eyes in annoyance. Something about all of this didn't seem right to him while Irina continued her explanation. We found Asia Argento and that lady in the church, and we jumped to conclusions and insulted Miss Argento, and that blonde lady over there by the door beat us so fast and hard that we didn't even have a chance to draw our swords. We were planning to contact the 2 devil heirs tomorrow and ask them to not get involved with any of this. Harry huffed. Of course, she beat you. She's a shinobi and a high level one too. You're lucky she didn't choose to kill you, and both of you know that the yokai faction owns everything in Japan. Both of you had no right to go into that temple and start insulting people, and no doubt you were also planning to run your mouth to both the Satrai and Gremier's Sai. But right now that's not important. Gabriel, call Michael, tell him to come to my house now or I will immediately destroy heaven and the Vatican. I'm done playing games with your brother. Gabriel nodded and immediately left the room to contact her brother. Everything about all of this just didn't make sense to her, and she wanted to know just what is going on with both heaven and the church. Meanwhile, Harry rubbed his forehead and Tsunade noticed his annoyance. Asia frowned a little, not liking seeing Harry this upset. Tsunade then decided to speak. Going by your expression right now, I can tell that something else is going on here. Harry sighed and got up. Of course it is, I'm dealing with children and idiots here. Obviously something just seems very suspicious about all of this. First someone steals some of the most protected weapons the Heaven faction has, that in itself is a big ass red flag. Tsunade nodded and stepped forward. How protected are these weapons? Harry frowned. Like the Jinkraki were back in the day, their location should only be known to a few and they're protected and monitored at all times, but someone went and stole 3 of the damn things. Tsunade nodded in understanding. This church has traitors among them. The fact that these traitors were able to get this level of sensitive information means that they have infiltrated deep within the church. Harry nodded and huffed. Yes, that's right, but the fact that these 2 are here with 2 of the Excalibur in the location where the thief is supposed to be is the biggest clue. No, this isn't a clue, this is a big flashing sign telling us that all of this was planned from the get-go. Irina, Zenobia, and Asia seemed confused, but Tsunade knew what Harry meant. I see, why send just 2 of their warriors, young ones at that, to retrieve the stolen swords while also equipping them with 2 more of the swords that the thief is already known to be gathering, and to the location of said thief no less. The girls gasped, finally getting the applications of what Harry and Tsunade were speaking about. Harry nodded and looked down. They were sent here to die and for this thief to get their swords. These 2 were specifically chosen to die, so whoever is collecting the Excalibur can get 2 more. At this point Gabriel had already returned with her brother. Gabriel gasped, having heard what they were speaking about, while Michael frowned and looked down. Harry, however, continued, the question is, how were these traitors allowed so much control and power within the church? And I bet my scales that it was the same assholes who got Asia excommunicated who are involved in this too. Harry then pointed an open hand towards Michael, and his adamantine sealing chains suddenly shot out his back and wrapped and tightened around Michael, causing him to grunt and widen his eyes when he felt his power disappear. Harry stared into Michael's eyes and walked over. Michael could only stare back at Harry with widened eyes. So Michael, how are you going to defend your faction this time? What excuse are you going to give me? Not only did the church send 2 young exorcists to die, but to my country, my faction has to be dragged into this. Michael then felt the chains around him tighten and begin to crush him. I don't know. I wasn't even aware of who they sent, or where. Harry frowned. So the same excuse as always. I didn't know, I wasn't aware, and I was busy dealing with something else. It's your faction, Michael, your responsibility. You can't just go around and just ignore all of this. Wah. However, Harry was cut off mid-sentence by Gabriel, who shockingly had out of nowhere punched Michael in the face so hard that it left Harry completely flabbergasted. In fact, everyone but Tsunade, who just smirked, was shocked. However, Harry then frowned when he noticed that Gabriel was crying and sobbing. Michael himself was astonished that his little sister had punched him. It hurt, that punch hurt a lot, but right now that pain seemed insignificant compared to the pain he was feeling watching her sister cry and sob in sadness and disappointment. Gabriel couldn't take it anymore. Over these wonderful years with the yokai faction, she had learned, experienced, and watched so many wonderful things, but what she loved the most about the yokai faction is how everyone helped and support each other, how everyone trades smiles and greetings. This is what she wished her faction was like, but over those same wonderful years she had come to realize how corrupt and disgusting her faction had become. Asia's exile was the trigger for her to finally leave the Heaven faction after all. But she never lost hope that someday her faction could become the same way the yokai faction is, but with this made her lose all hope. I hate what the church has become. I hate how angels just stand there up in heaven and just watch from afar, but what I hate most is how uncaring you are about all of this, brother. This is why Father's system left you and went to Harry. It knew you weren't worthy of it. It knew how disappointed Father would be of you. Gabriel turned around and hugged Harry for dear life, and Harry hugged her back while the poor seraph continued to cry on his chest. Tsunade sadly shook her head, not liking the sweet and caring angel to be this sad. She had become fast friends with Gabriel and this caused her to be sad for her. Asia and Irina were openly crying. They were sad for Gabriel, but they also understood something very important about everything the seraph just said. Something has happened to God and he was no longer in charge of heaven, and this news broke their hearts. Zenobia looked down and frowned, having come to the same conclusion that both Irina and Asia had come to, and she didn't like it one bit. Michael looked down. It was true, everything that Gabriel just screamed at him was true. He has being very negligent about the church, and his father would definitely be very disappointed in him. Honestly, he didn't even have a good excuse. He no longer had to take care of God's system since it has bonded with Harry and it's running better than ever. Even small miracles all over the world had begun to occur. But even he has to admit that he really did mess up this time. He wasn't even aware that the church had already sent these two to retrieve the stolen Excalibur. Harry tiredly sighed while he hugged Gabriel and let go of Michael. Just leave Michael, and fix the church, find out who is involved in this and with what happened to Asia, and deal with it or I will. I'm done letting the church do whatever they want unpunished. Michael nodded and turned around to leave, but he stopped by the doorway and turned his head towards his still crying sister. He looked down with a frown for a second but then nodded to himself and quietly left. It was time for him to be the Michael that he was back then during the Great War. It was time for Archangel Michael to bring judgment upon those who dared sully his father's house. It took a while for Gabriel, Asia, and the exorcist's girls to calm down, though Harry had to let them know the truth about God. Irina and Zenobia took it pretty hard, but Harry let them know that his will and love still exist within his system. Asia understood and accepted Harry's words right away. She had seen how Harry and the yokai faction do things, and she can honestly say that they were a prime example of how she imagined things would be in heaven, plus she trusts Harry with all her might and knew that he was right. Irina and Zenobia were still in shock and digesting the information they just received. Gabriel sadly stared at them but then turned around to face Harry. What are you going to do now, Harry? Harry closed his eye to think for a minute. First, I'm taking Mimic and Destruction. No way I'm letting whoever stole the other 3 Excalibur blades get those two too. Do you girls know who's behind this? Gabriel nodded and the exorcist silently handed their Excalibur swords to Harry. After hearing that the church sent them to die so the enemy could get the Excaliburs made them not want anything to do with the blade anymore. Zenobia was the one who answered Harry's question. Yes, we were informed that Kokabeel of the Fallen faction was the one involved in all of this. Harry huffed and narrowed his eyes as he took Mimic and Destruction. Of course, it was a fallen angel. That's another faction that has been nothing but a pain in my ass. Harry stared at the holy blades for a while, then he immediately put them inside his inventory, while Gabriel stared at the 2 downtrodden exorcists. Harry, can Irina and Zenobia stay here? I don't want them to just wander around town when they're like this. Harry nodded. Sure, they can stay as long as they want, just make sure they don't get into trouble. Meanwhile, I'm going to let Sana know about this. Asia, do me a favor and let Zira Fall know. I'm sure she's in her office right now. Asia nodded and left soon after to let Zira Fall know of the situation. Tsunade stared at the girls for a second before turning to look at Harry. I'm going back to the temple. I left a couple of gels in the middle of synthesizing and I want to finish them before it gets dark. Harry nodded and Tsunade soon left. He then turned to Gabriel. I'm leaving. Take care of the girls, Gabriel. Harry walked up to the doorway but Irina's voice stopped him. Harry, I heard that Issei Haido has been arrested. Do you know why? Harry turned around and raised an eyebrow, not expecting that question. Well, he was arrested for multiple reports of sexual abuse and deviant behavior. At this moment he's serving time in a correctional facility and receiving professional help, but why ask about him? Irina frowned but then nodded. He is a childhood friend. I just didn't know what he had been doing all of these years. It's quite sad to hear about this. At least he's getting help, though I'm still surprised he turned out that way. He wasn't like that when we used to play together as children. Harry nodded. I see. Well, he'll be released in a few months but he will be sent to an all-boys school and forced to continue therapy. His behavior and obsession towards women isn't healthy nor normal. Irina nodded once again and then stayed silent. Harry took that as her being done with her questions and left to let Sana know of the situation and warn the devils to be careful because they had 3 of the Excalibur swords in town. Soon Harry reached Sana's home and walked up to the door. He then knocked, and after a couple of minutes Tsubaki opened the door and greeted him with a smile. Oh, Sensei, we weren't expecting you today. Harry huffed and shook his head amusingly. I keep telling you guys to just call me Harry-sai. Anyways, something has come up and I need to speak with Sana. Is she free? Tsubaki giggled and then nodded. Yes, she's in the living room with Rias and her peerage. She has been coming over a lot lately trying to convince Sana to try and convince you to train her and her peerage. Harry scoffed as Tsubaki let him in and then guided him to the living room. Not a chance, like I would waste my time with her. She first has to help them with their problems and then worry about getting stronger. Tsubaki nodded in agreement. At the moment only Konako was making an effort to change and grow. However, both Yuato's and Akeno's attitudes have been getting worse and worse. Yeah, I agree. She hasn't been helping them get over their issues. Lady Venelana has been trying to get them help but they're not even trying. Harry sighed and shook his head in disappointment. Well, it isn't our problem anyways. let her deal with the consequences. Tsubaki nodded and continued to walk Harry to the living room. Soon enough they reached the doorway and Tsubaki cleared her throat to draw Sana's attention. Sana immediately turned her way and smiled when she noticed Harry standing beside Tsubaki. Harry waved and smiled at Sana. Rias just looked down while Akino and Yuado frowned when they noticed Harry. Konako just tilted her head but continued to eat her snacks. Sana stood up and waved to Harry to step through with her hand. Harry nodded and walked up to her. Hey Sana, I'm sorry to intrude on your day off from school. Sana shook her head and smiled. Don't worry about that Harry, you're always welcome in my home. What can I help you with? I'm sure that whatever it is it must be important, otherwise you would have waited until tomorrow morning to let me know. Harry nodded and closed his eyes. Yes, we received 2 visitors today and unfortunately they brought some very disturbing news with them. Sana narrowed her eyes because she could already guess that whatever she was about to hear will be pretty bad. She then turns to stare at Rias, who flinched knowing that she wasn't welcome when Harry was around, but Harry noticed this and raised his hand, causing Sana to stop from requesting Rias to leave. Sana raised an eyebrow but Harry just once again tiredly rubbed his eyes. They might as well stay and listen to this. This new situation can affect them as well and I rather not have them die because they weren't informed and call your entire peerage. Sana, they have to hear this too. This time Sana frowned and nodded. This was definitely bad. If Harry was letting Rias and her peerage listen to what is going, then the situation must be pretty bad, though more than likely the reason for this is that he doesn't want any unnecessary deaths, and so she nodded to Tsubaki to let her know to go ahead and call her peerage to meet at her home. Soon after, Sana's peerage arrived and everyone greeted their sensei Harry, though that caused Harry's eyebrow to twitch because he knew that they were calling him that to annoy him, but he just let it go for now and waited for everyone to take a seat. After everyone did, Harry sighed and then began to speak. Early this morning 2 exorcists arrived in Kyoha on a mission from the church to retrieve stolen Excalibur swords. Every young devil in the room widened their eyes in surprise while Kaiba glared. Sana stood up. Someone stole the Excalibur swords from the church. Harry nodded. Yes, according to the exorcists the thief is Kokabila, a cadre of the fallen faction, and they tracked him here in Kyoha, but that's not all. The church sent 2 young exorcists with 2 other of the Excalibur swords in their possession with the order of retrieving the other stolen 3 for a 10-winged fallen angel. Both Sana and Rias frowned. They understood the implications of Harry's words and they didn't like it. Sana sat back down and huffed. So there are traitors in the church and those exorcists were sent here to die just so Kokabila could get 2 more Excalibur swords. Harry nodded. That's correct. I have already spoken with Michael about this situation. Apparently he wasn't even aware that the church sent 2 exorcists here. First it was Asia's excommunication and now this happens. There's definitely something going on within the church, but for now I'm letting Michael deal with it. Sana nodded in agreement, while Rias tilted her head. I'm guessing that Kokabile's targets in all of this are me and Sana. I heard that he's quite the warmonger, so he's probably trying to restart the Great War involving us somehow. More than likely he wants to kill us. Harry hummed but then nodded in agreement. He must not know of what has happened recently nor about the fact that I live here now. Sana looked up and thought, yeah, that makes sense. Then again, I don't think that would have stopped him. Sirafal told me that out of all of the cadre, Kokabile is the more arrogant and battle-hungry of the bunch. Harry closed his eyes. It's always the arrogant or the stupid who come here to start trouble. In any case, already had Asia inform Sirafal and I'll be looking for Kokabile. The fact that I haven't sensed him anywhere nearby means that either he has some sort of cloaking or he's hiding out somewhere outside of Kyoha. The devil heirs nodded, while Sana spoke up. What about the Excalibur the 2 exorcists brought with them? I'm sure Kokabile will be looking for them next. Harry just smiled at her. I have them, this way he won't be getting them. Whatever he's planning involves these swords, so by taking them out of the equation we pretty much slow down whatever his plans are. Sana and Rias nodded, but then Yuato stood up and walked up to Harry. Hand over those swords. Everyone stared in disbelief at what Yuato just dared to do. Rias gasped. Yuato. Harry raised an eyebrow. I beg your pardon. Yuato growled, just hand over the Excaliburs. I'll destroy them, and then we won't have to worry about them anymore. Harry stared at Yuato in silence until he just stood up. Whatever, go sit down and cool off, kid. You're obviously still being an idiot, and besides I don't take orders from you. Harry then turned towards Sana. In any case, I want all of you to stay indoors. I don't want any of you to get hurt or worse killed by Kokabile. That's what he's looking for. Harry was suddenly cut off because Yuato grabbed his shoulder and tried to turn him around, but Harry grabbed his wrist and immediately crushed it, causing Yuato to scream in pain. Sana and her peerage shook their head in disapproval, while Rias and her peerage couldn't believe what their friend just tried to do. While Harry kept holding Yuato's crushed wrist, he suddenly karate chopped him on the shoulder, breaking it and leaving Yuato with widened eyes in lane. his mouth agape in a silent scream, but then Harry grabbed his face and then slammed the back of his head against the floor multiple times before throwing him towards Rias's feet, where he landed and stayed there barely breathing. "This is the last time one of your peerage members does something like this, Gremory. Next time I'll kill whoever dares to piss me off like this." Harry turned around and Rias, Akeno, and Konako took a step back when they noticed his glare. Shakily Rias nodded and then asked Akeno to take Yuuto to her mother for both healing and to keep him out of trouble. Harry scoffed in annoyance and then turned towards Sana. "Anyways, like I was saying, I want everyone to stay at home and avoid going out alone. I'll get this dealt with soon enough, but I don't want Kokobile to hurt any of you, okay?" The young devils nodded while Akeno teleported Yuuto and herself via magic circle. With that said, Harry nodded and left right away, annoyed and frowning. Watching Harry leave, Sana tiredly sighed and turned around towards Rias. "Really, Rias? I thought Yuuto was receiving help." Rias frowned. He goes to therapy 3 times a week, but as you have seen, he isn't even trying. I don't know what to do anymore, Sana. Both Yuuto and Akeno just aren't moving on, and now I'm afraid they're going to get themselves killed." Sana sadly shook her head while Konako grabbed Rias's hand and held it tightly as the Gremarier looked down in dismay. As soon as Harry got back to the Potter's household and went inside, he immediately saw Sirafal waiting for him in the living room. Harry noticed her frown right away, so he walked up to her and patted her on the head. Sirafal looked up and gave him a smile. "How did it go with Sana?" Harry sighed a bit. "I let her and Gremory know about the situation. I also told them to stay indoors while I handle the situation, but I did have to beat the shit out of that Kaiba guy. The dumb kid actually dared to order me to hand over Mimic and Destruction." Sirafal shook her head. Sigh. "I heard that he is going to therapy, but he's not really improving or even trying to move on. He's still obsessed with Excalibur, and Mom said that Venelana doesn't know what else to do." Harry just huffed. "If he keeps acting like this, he's going to be put down like a rabid dog, and more than likely I'm the one who's going to do it, but in any case, I'm going to begin to look for Kokobile. Want to go with me?" Sirafal nodded and then grabbed one of Harry's hands and held it tightly. Harry just raised an eyebrow with a smile on his face, but let her do what she wanted as he headed down to the lab. Soon both reached the lab and Harry called out to the ever-helpful Jarvis. "Jarvis, do you mind giving me a hand with something real quick?" Jarvis's voice suddenly echoed throughout the lab. "Of course, Lord Harry, how can I be of help today?" Harry smiled at the AI. Even now he still can't convince Jarvis to just call him Harry, but that just proves that Jarvis is far more than a simple AI. "We have a fallen angel possibly hiding here in Kuaha. Can you scan the town for any fallen angel energy signature and see if we can find where he's hiding?" Jarvis suddenly created a perfect copy of Kuaha town with hard light projections. "Very well, sir. Give me a second." Scanning. Both Harry and Sirafal stared at the hard light copy of Kuaha town while Jarvis continued to scan the town. "I'm sorry, sir, but I'm unable to detect any fallen angel energy signature in Kuaha." Harry scratched his chin in contemplation. Sirafal then spoke up. He must be hiding behind wards and barriers if we can't detect him, especially you, Harry." Harry nodded. "Yeah, that was what I was thinking too, that or he might be hiding outside of Kuaha. The fallen angels might not be able to get into Kyoto, but they still try to get into Japan. We can't just raise barriers like the ones in Kyoto on every town and city of Japan. That might overwork the ley lines, and that's a big no-no. That's why the girls immediately hunt down any fallen angel found in Japan." Sirafal nodded in agreement. "Plus having barriers and wards put up all over Japan like the ones in Kyoto will severely make it harder to move around by anyone, not a yokai or allied to the yokai faction, and that could be problematic as well." Harry then spoke up to Jarvis once again. "Jarvis, extend the scan to the towns surrounding Kuaha. See if we get a hit." Jarvis immediately began to scan. "As you wish, sir. Give me a minute." Scanning. Jarvis scanned every town and city around Kuaha for any fallen angel energy signature. "Once again, I'm sorry, sir, but I could find any fallen angels in the towns surrounding Kuaha." Harry frowned. "Well, damn, what to do, what to do?" Sirafal looked up and thought for a minute while Harry himself was trying to think of some other way to find Kokobile. Suddenly Gabriel came into the lab and tilted her head in curiosity as she watched both Harry and Sirafal lost in thought while holding hands. She then suddenly smiled and walked up to Sirafal and hugged her from behind, scaring the poor magical girl. "Moo, dear sweet merciful Arish Kiggle. Gabriel. Don't sneak up on people like that." Harry smiled when she saw Gabriel not give a damn and continued to cuddle with Sirafal, who just huffed but let her do what she wanted. Over the years of living in Kyoto they had become good friends, and even though Sirafal still considers Gabriel her rival, she likes to have her around. Gabriel herself has always liked Sirafal and had been very persistent to have her become her friend. That persistence eventually paid off when Sirafal just gave up and began to hang out with Gabriel. Though Gabriel was the one who always initiated the hugs and hangouts, Seraphal was often seen being the one to give a cuddle or two to Gabriel. Secretly both vowed to help each other join Harry's harem and had already talked to Harry's girlfriends about joining. The girls had accepted them right away since they had known Seraphal and Gabriel for a long while now and were happy to have them join the sisterhood of Harry Potter's harem. Gabriel then spoke up as she continued to hug Seraphal. "Sorry Sera, I just needed a hug." Seraphal sighed and nodded since she had heard from Asia what had happened during the meeting and about Gabriel's outburst against Michael. She felt bad for her friend but she was honestly glad that Michael was finally punched in his perfect feminine face for once. Gabriel widely smiled when she saw Seraphal nod and she hugged the tiny Mua even tighter to her. She then looked up towards Harry. "By the way, what are you guys doing with Jarvis?" Harry smiled and answered Gabriel's question. "We're trying to see if we can locate Kokabeel, but Jarvis can't seem to detect any fallen angel energy signature in town or the surrounding cities and towns." Gabriel nodded in understanding. More than likely he's hiding under very powerful wards and barriers. Zenobia and Irina did tell me that he had magicians and other fallen angels with him when he stole the Excalibur swords from the church." Harry nodded. "I see, but to think that I can't even sense him anywhere close by, I wonder how they did it." Seraphal and Gabriel wondered how Kokabeel was able to pull that off, but then Off-Eyes appeared out of nowhere and hugged Harry from behind. She happily hung from his neck as she then spoke up. "I sensed one of my snakes closed by. Kokabeel more than likely used it to empower whatever they used to hide themselves." Harry, Gabriel, and Seraphal jumped up a bit at Off-Eyes' sudden appearance, but then Harry suddenly had a realization. Kokabeel is a member of the Cows Brigade then. Off-Eyes nodded and both Gabriel and Seraphal frowned. They knew Off-Eyes was the leader of the Cows Brigade, but since choosing Harry as a mate she's been more than happy to just live and hang out with them, so they had forgotten that little fact. Harry then spoke up to Jarvis. "Jarvis, scan for any energy signature identical to Off-Eyes. If they're using her snake to hide, then her energy must still be leaking out." Jarvis immediately began to scan both Kuah and the outskirts for Off-Eyes' energy signature until he got a signal. Suddenly the hard light copy of Kuah began to move and zoom into an abandoned storage building just outside of Kuah town. "I have found an energy signature identical to Lady Off-Eyes' energy." Harry, Gabriel, and Seraphal stared at the building with frowns on their faces. "Well then, how about go visit our uninvited guest, and rip each and every one of Black Wings?" Both Seraphal and Gabriel nodded. They wanted to help Harry, plus both didn't care much for Kokabeel or the fallen faction anyways. Off-Eyes then let go of Harry and floated in front of him. "Do you want me to take the other snakes from the rest of the Cows Brigade?" Harry smiled and patted Off-Eyes. "Nah, it doesn't matter if they have them or not, they're all going to fail their plans and die, plus this way they'll still try to go through their plans under a false sense of security and we can stop them." Off-Eyes nodded and then floated up to Harry and gave him a kiss and then began to leave. "Then I'm going to go and cuddle with Asia. Take care and come back home soon." With her saying that, she left and Harry couldn't help but smile. Off-Eyes has always mimicked whatever the girls did with him in order to learn, but lately, she's been doing things like this on her own, and that tells Harry that she's learning how to think for herself. Harry turned towards Seraphal and Gabriel, but sweat dropped when he noticed them pouting in jealousy. He expected that from Seraphal since she's very open about her feelings, but Gabriel was a surprise. Harry chuckled and shook his head. He sighed and then gave both women a soft peck on the lips which lit them up crimson red. "Come on, let's go deal with Kokabeel and teach him what happens when a fallen angel dares trespass into Japan." Both Gabriel and Seraphal snapped out of their trance and nodded. The trio of a dragon god, a seraph, and a Mu then left to pluck a crow. It didn't take long to arrive at the abandoned storage building. Now that he was close to it, Harry noticed that he could now sense Kokabeel and quite a few fallen angels along with some humans in there. So whatever they're using doesn't completely mask their presence but damps it in a way that doesn't allow energy leaks to travel far. Seraphal nodded. It's only the fact that Off-Eyes is connected to her snakes that allowed her to still sense them being used. Gabriel then looked around. "We're lucky she's on our side now, otherwise I don't think we would have been able to find them in time." Harry shook his head. "Well, I would have just mobilized the Anbio Corps, my Digimon friends, and the girls to search the entire area. I'm sure we would have found them by nightfall." Gabriel and Seraphal nodded because they knew that if Harry mobilized everything Kyoto has to offer, then there's no one or anything that could hide in Japan. Harry then suddenly snapped his fingers and a massive barrier appeared covering the entire area surrounding the abandoned storage building, ensuring no one can escape. Inside the abandoned storage building, the fallen angels and mages began to panic when they felt their connection to their teleportation magic circles being cut off. However, their leader Kokabeel maliciously grinned and stood up. "Looks like we have some uninvited guests, let's go and see what they want." Kokabeel had no way of knowing that he was about to walk to his death, nor about the amount of pain he was about to go through. Chapter 57. Kokabeel, a 10-winged fallen angel and a cadre of the Grigori, walked out of the abandoned building that serves as headquarters to him and his minions. He was expecting many things waiting for him outside his headquarters: the young devil heirs, the exorcists, or perhaps Surtsk's Lucifer and Seraphal Leviathan to come and find him. Not this soon, but it didn't matter to him. All he cared about is restarting the Great War and proving the fallen faction's superiority. But he never in his life expected the Harry Potter to appear along Gabriel and Seraphal right on his doorstep. In hindsight, though, he should have known better. He was trespassing into yokai faction territory, and that was a big risk on his part. Though that was part of the plan as well. He had hoped that the devils, Azazel, and the church would be too afraid to move against him in fear of catching the ire of the yokai faction and Harry Potter, giving him enough time to go through with his plan. He knew the risks of any fallen angel being found anywhere close to Japan. He had been there on some occasions when the dismembered pieces of other fallen angels that had been delivered to Azazel after being found in Japan suddenly appeared on his desk. He has seen firsthand the brutality that Harry Potter was famous for among the Grigori. So he froze the moment he saw him up there just floating in the sky and glaring at him. It was at this moment that Kokabeel knew that he must have made a mistake, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Well, shit." Harry heard Kokabeel's exclamation and nodded at him. "It seems you really were unaware that I moved to Kyoa and now protected He." Kokabeel frowned. He didn't know that. As a matter of fact, he was sure no one knew that. After Ares tried to start shit with the yokai faction, all spies from every faction were found and killed on the spot, so no more information was sent out. The entire supernatural world was in the dark about the yokai faction. Kokabeel then looked up and stared at Harry. "I have nothing against the yokai. This is between the three Judeo-Christian factions. Don't get involved in this, Matarg." Kokabeel was cut off when Harry suddenly pointed a finger at Kokabeel and fired a death beam through the Kokabeel's right knee, causing him to cry in pain and fall to his good knee. Harry stared at Kokabeel. "Gabriel, Seraphal, would you girls please take care of the fallen angels and mages inside the building? I'll take care of Kokabeel, but do bring me the guy helping him with the Excaliburs. He's currently doing something with them and I want to know what it is." Both Gabriel and Seraphal nodded and disappeared in flashes of light and ice while Harry floated down and softly landed on the ground. Soon enough, screams of pain and agony began to come out of the abandoned building. Both Gabriel and Seraphal showed no mercy, and it was showing as no one was allowed to even get out of the building. Kokabeel stared at Harry as he began to walk up to him. "I really don't care about your faction's problems with the other two. I care even less about your plans, but I do care that you, a fallen angel, decided to trespass into Japan knowing full well that you would be killed on sight. I take that personally, and I feel quite insulted by your faction's constant disrespect to me and the yokai faction as a whole. Just tell me, what should I do for your race to take me seriously?" Kokabeel growled and spread his attempting to fly off, but Harry suddenly called Oblivion to his hand and swung so fast that Kokabeel didn't even see the slash. He definitely felt it though, when 5 of his wing on one side were suddenly cut off by a wave of darkness, causing him to scream in agonizing pain as he fell down onto the ground and harshly crashed into it. Harry let go of his dark keyblade and it disappeared in a flash of darkness while he continued to walk up to Kokabeel, who had landed face down on the ground. Kokabeel was trying to get up when Harry suddenly stomped on his back and harshly pushed him down. Kokabeel growled but then began to panic when he felt Harry grab hold of one of his wings and began to pull. Now Kokabeel was screaming non-stop as he felt his wing being ripped out, and then began to panic when he felt Harry grabbed another one and then another and another. Kokabeel had lost himself from the pain he was feeling and had finally passed out, but Harry had no intention of letting him rest or feel the comfort of being unconscious, so he then placed his open hand on Kokabeel's back and released a discharge of electricity. This causes Kokabeel to wake up screaming, and Harry continued to electrocute him for a while until he let go and kicked the groaning, no longer 10-winged fallen angel. Harry stared at the black wings he had ripped out of Kokabeel and thrown to the side. He then decided to teleport them directly to Azazel. Azazel was reading through a folder he just got a few minutes ago, and it was a report of how some of the Excalibur blades were stolen from the church and that Kokabeel was involved. TCH. Kokabeel, are you really this stupid to try and restart the Great War on Japanese soil? What to do? I can't just risk him starting a conflict with the yokai faction and Harry Potter. Suddenly 5 bloodied black wings landed on his desk and he stared at them. He recognized them right away. "Kokabeel, you stupid fool." Azazel got up and went to go find Vala to send him and try to save Kokabeel as fast as he could. Hopefully, the young dragon will be able to control himself, otherwise he might have to do a lot of groveling and apologizing to Yasaka and Harry Potter. Kokabeel has never been in this much pain. He couldn't even defend himself against the onslaught brought to him by Harry Potter. He moved so fast and without hesitation, that Kokabeel didn't even have time to react. Painfully he rolled to his back and stared up into the sky. Cough. Maybe Azazel was right and I should have just relaxed. Harry walked up to him and he stared down at the downed Kokabeel. You should have just left Japan out of all of this, perhaps your plan would have worked then, but no. You had to be cocky and think you could get away with it here in Kuaha. Kokabeel coughed and then glared at Harry. I wasn't being cocky, I had prepared so much in order to get here and be around without you noticing. I even used Ophiza's snake to further improve our wards. Honestly, I don't know how you found us. Harry shook his head. I'm flattered that you are taking me somewhat seriously, but I have many friends and allies that have all kinds of skills and abilities. They're always willing to give me a hand. Your mistake was actually using Ophiza's snake. She was the one to give us a clue as to how and where to find you. Kokabeel frowned. So the infinite dragon did join up with you, tch. What did you offer her? Did you really kill Great Red? Harry shook his head. I didn't give her anything and I didn't kill that annoying lizard. She chose to stay with me and even chose me as her mate. Don't ask me why. I still don't know why she did that, but she's now a member of my family. Kokabeel stared up at Harry Potter for a good minute and then began to laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha. How humorous, to think that my plans and the plans of the Cows Brigade will be stopped because Ophiza got a boyfriend. Harry just coldly stared at Kokabeel and then violently stomped on his neck, silencing him forever. He was about to teleport his corpse to Azazel when Gabriel walked out of the building dragging a kicking and screaming priest by the hair, and for the first time ever Gabriel looked absolutely livid. In her free hand she was holding a small white orb. Sira Fall came out of the building with a frown on her face as she held what Harry could only describe as the most horrible-looking sword he was ever seen. Even its light seemed to have been so corrupted and dark that it completely disgusted not only Sira Fall but Harry himself. Gabriel then swung the priest and then threw him right beside Kokabile's corpse and glared at him as the priest began to beg for mercy. Gabriel then turned around and handed Harry the orb and then walked up to the priest and stabbed him in his chest with a light spear, causing the priest to flinch and gurgle as he began to cough up blood. Gabriel then twisted the spear and with one mighty pull, ripped her holy light spear out of his chest, finally killing him. Gabriel stood and glared at the corpse of the priest while Sira Fall walked up to Harry and handed him the sword and began to explain that was Valper Galilei. He was the one behind the Holy Sword project. When he saw Gabriel kill everyone around him, he panicked and then began to frantically speak to Gabriel and beg for forgiveness, but then he handed her that orb that you're holding as recompense. But as soon as Gabriel touched it, she snapped and began to drag Valper here. I took this sword from a magic circle. My guess is that Valper was trying to combine all the Excalibur blades, but I think he needed the rest. This thing is just too butchered to even be called an Excalibur. Harry frowned and then put the misshapen Excalibur in his inventory and then began to examine the orb. It was sudden and the supernatural world wasn't prepared when an ungodly amount of pressure fell upon the world. The planet began to shake and nature began to act out as if it was angry as well. All the supernatural factions were brought to their knees by the pressure itself. Everyone who knew Harry was safe from the pressure, but they could tell something was wrong. Something happened and Harry was pissed. This pressure was insane. They could feel the rage and bloodlust that no one in the yokai faction or its allies had ever felt before, but that wasn't the only thing they could feel and worry about. No, it was the overwhelming sadness that was coming off Harry's pressure that made everyone who loved and cared for Harry freeze. Vala, who had arrived at Kuah by flying as fast as he could, was suddenly pushed down by a massive pressure. Nothing he did could stop him from harshly crashing against the ground. His balance breaker armor instantly shattered upon impact and Vala found himself unable to even move. Albion. What is this? Albion grunted. He was also affected by the strange and overwhelming pressure that was beginning to crush him and his host. I don't know, but whatever it is, it's utterly and completely filled with rage. Vala grunted and tried to get up, but the pressure continued to push him down, and so the White Dragon Emperor was forced to lay there and struggle to even breath. Meanwhile, all over the world many natural beings were shocked, terrified, but most of all confused as to what or who could be letting off such horrendous pressure. Even the gods of the many factions were brought down to their knees and no one could get up, not even Odin or Zeus. Sira Fall widened her eyes the moment she felt Harry let off an enormous amount of pressure, and Gabriel turned around in shock at what she was feeling. But what had them staring at Harry in disbelief was the tears running down his face from his eyes as he stared at the orb in his hand, an orb holding the last memories and dreams of a group of children that were killed for no other reason than just cruelty. Him, having had a horrible childhood and understanding how defenseless these children must have felt as they died, couldn't help but have his heart broken. If there was one thing that Harry Potter hated the most was watching children suffer like this. But besides the sadness he was feeling, he was also angry. No, he was livid. At the people responsible and the faction who would allow something like this to happen. For the first time in so many years, Harry Potter lost it and snapped, and the entire world felt it. Gabriel and Sira Fall widened their eyes and jumped back the moment Harry began to transform into his dragon form, and could only stare in astonishment as Harry suddenly let off a deafening roar of rage and sadness. The barrier that he had created shattered and the entire world heard his roar as Harry then began to glow in an ethereal light, and the orb that had landed on the ground when he transformed shattered, setting the poor souls trapped within free. Harry then spread his two pairs of wings, and suddenly light and energy began to gather and engulf the children's souls. The lights and energy surrounding the souls burst out, letting Seraphal and Gabriel see that the souls now had a body and were once more alive. Gabriel teared up in happiness while the children slowly began to float down onto the floor, peacefully sleeping. Harry then let up his energy and pressure and gently curled up around the children and covered them with his wings. In a flash of light, Kokabeel and Valper's bodies were teleported right on top of Azazel's desk, and Harry, the children, Seraphal, and Gabriel were instantly teleported to the Potter's household backyard, where Harry continued to curl up around the sleeping children. Gabriel smiled at Harry and then patted his snout, while Seraphal smiled and then left to let everyone know what had happened so they could calm down. She knew they must have felt Harry's energy and were more than likely very worried. Gabriel then spoke up to Harry. "Thank you, Harry, for giving the children a second chance at life." Harry nodded and then turned his head to look at the sleeping children. I erased their memories of what happened to them back then and their time in the Holy Sword Project. Tomorrow I'll take them to Kyoto. I'll make sure they're allowed to do anything they wish, go to school, join a guild, learn whatever they want. I'll make sure they have a great and happy life. Gabriel nodded and cuddled against Harry's snout. Harry said one more thing before closing his eyes to try and relax. "Gabriel, if Michael doesn't do something with the church, then I'll destroy it. I'll burn the entire thing to the ground and then rebuild it into something better." Gabriel nodded. "And I will help you, hopefully, my brother will. What was that you said to him once?" "Ah, that's right. Hopefully, he'll get his head out of his ass and fix everything." Harry chuckled and then nuzzled Gabriel, and he continued to protect the children while keeping an eye on them. He was still very angry, very much so, but right now these children needed him more. Later he can take his anger on something or someone. The next morning Harry went to Kyoto with the children and built them all a house with the use of mokuton, wood style, and then introduced them to all his friends and family. Most of the children decided to help Hagrid with his work at the monster house, the place where he keeps and takes care of the monsters. Monster tamers leave in order for them to grow and live. These children not only fell in love with the many kinds of monsters that live there, but they were completely taken by Hagrid's kind and friendly demeanor. Of course, the gentle giant immediately got attached to the children and promised Harry that he would take care of them. Harry knew that he would, and that the children would learn a lot with him, though he did ask the Digimon Knights to keep an eye out for them just in case, and hired a couple of Kitsune and Nikomata maids to take care of their needs and care for their house. Others joined the Kyoto Healing Temple, where Ophaneman immediately took them under her wings and pretty much adopted them on the spot. Harry tried to leave afterward, but the kids pretty much jumped on him and hung from his body, trying to prevent him from leaving. It made the people of Kyoto laugh watching their leader walk around wearing the children like accessories and look like he wasn't even giving them a ride. Eventually, Harry promised to visit once in a while so he could play with them, and the children were happy with that promise and finally let him go. Before he left Kyoto, he asked the Anbu operatives to protect them from the shadows and then went to see Yasaka, who was in her office working. She immediately smiled at him when she saw him, and Harry waved at her. He then sat down to speak with her. Harry explained what had happened, and Yasaka sadly frowned. As a mother, hearing how a bunch of kids were killed just like that, made her feel both anger and sadness. Harry nodded in agreement and then told her that he would be paying for their education and whatever they wished to pursue as their future career, so he handed to Yasaka his vault key and told her to take money as needed from his Potter account. Yasaka smiled at him and nodded. She knew that Harry was kind, especially to children, so she wasn't surprised, but it did make her happy nonetheless. After that, Harry and Yasaka spent some time together speaking about future projects and allies and how the Kyoto and Konoha relationship was going. Hearing that it was going great put Harry at ease, and he felt happy that both his old home and his new one will be striving to make a better future together. Soon it was time to go home, but Yasaka didn't want to let him leave without a goodbye kiss. Harry chuckled and told her that she was as clingy as Kunu was when she wanted his attention. Yasaka pouted, but Harry smiled and gave her a small peck on the lips and then immediately left with a grin on his face. The poor nine-tailed fox was so caught off guard that she stayed standing right there while staring into the doorway, but eventually she began to blush and giggle to herself from getting a kiss from Harry. Meanwhile, in the Vatican, Michael led a crusade against the corruption of the church along with his brothers Uriel and Raphael. The entire church was both confused and terrified. This wasn't Michael, the leader of the Heaven faction, but the archangel who had killed and slaughtered many devils and fallen angels during the Great War. Michael began a whole cleanse of the church, and as more time passed, the more disgusted and upset he became with everything that some of the members of the church had done recently. Harry was right, the church had fallen so far down that even he wanted to burn the whole thing to the ground, but if he did that it would affect many people, not just the church, and so he began to clean up. Many were found guilty of horrendous acts in the name of his father and were immediately punished and sometimes even killed on the spot. Many asked him why would he do such a thing, and he responded with, "If I don't do this myself, then something far more sinister and brutal will do it for us. Be glad it is me who is doing this." Most of the members of the church accepted his words while others rebelled but were swiftly taken down by Michael and his brothers. Gabriel had told him how Harry reacted to what Valper had done, and that resulted in the entire supernatural world being brought to their knees by Harry's rage alone. He wanted to avoid that from ever happening again. This time he'll make sure that nothing like the Siegfried cloning plan and the Holy Sword project ever occurs again. He didn't want him or the church to be the cause for Harry Potter to one day say, "Enough," and destroy them all. Heaven will never forget the day that the entire world felt Harry Potter's anger. That was the day that everyone bowed down to the one true dragon god. In the underworld, in the Grigori headquarters, Azazel was found looking down at the mangled corpse of his brother Kokabeel and Valper Galilei. He frowned as he stared at the lifeless body of his battle-hungry brother. "You stupid fool, what did you do? Who did you go and pissed off?" Vala, who was standing by the doorway, just stared at Azazel. He was hurt and in pain from his violent crash against the ground. Even Albion was hurting for being so close to whatever it was that had unleashed that awful pressure. "I don't know what that was, Azazel, but even Albion was hurt by that pressure. I'm still recovering from the strain too." Azazel looked up to Vala and nodded. Deep down though he was lost in thought. "I think it's time to move up our plans for peace between the factions. We're going to have to start working together or things might get too bad for us as a whole." He had already gotten a report of Michael doing a whole clean-up of the church, and that sort of information terrified him. He had seen how Michael was back then during the Great War, and he never expected his older brother to ever be like that again. Someone must have lit a fire under his ass for him to do all of this, and he suspects that it had something to do with that presence that the entire world felt. In Lilith City the devils were still recovering from the pressure that had brought them to their knees. Everyone was affected. Well, for some reason the children didn't feel it, but they knew something happened. Something out there was mad and sad. They just didn't know who or what that was, and that left the entire devil faction in a state of panic. Surtsks and Ajoka were also afraid, but Sirafal had told them what had happened, and so they knew the one responsible for that pressure was Harry. This just further cemented his power, and Surtsks decided that it was time to reach out for peace. Things can't continue like this, or someone was going to mess up and cause their extinction. He knew his people, and he knew that someone was bound to eventually say or do something to Harry Potter and piss him off. Something must be done to prevent the entire devil faction from getting destroyed, and he decided that changes had to be made. The Great King faction's power had to be taken away, and the old Satan faction had to be eradicated, or every devil was going to pay for some other fool's mistakes. He had already spoken with Sirafal, Ajoka, and Falbium about all of this, and they all agree. It was time for them to stop being controlled and limited by the elders. It was time to show why they were chosen as Mu. Harry had gone back to Kua after speaking with Yasaka, but he wasn't feeling like going home right now. No, at this moment he was still very much angry, and so he stayed up high into the sky just staring down at Kua. Harry had a frown on his face and a pensive look in his eyes. It's been a while since he has been this mad at someone, and it has left him feeling restless. Harry looked up at the sky and reminisced about the first time he had been this angry and frustrated. The second world he had traveled to, a world of Shinigami and hollows. It seemed so long ago when he had gone to high school with Ichigo, Chad, and Orium. When he arrived in that world, the first thing he saw was a monster attacking a young boy and his mother. He was still quite high-strung from his battle against the demon Lord Rafturn, and acted in a split second to save both the child and his mother. With both Ultima weapons in his hands, Harry jumped and completely eviscerated the strange monster, killing it and saving the child and mother. But something was still wrong with the mother. She was for some strange reason still dying, and so he tried to heal her, over and over again, but as he looked at her it seemed like something was taken from her, something very important. He just didn't know what it was. Harry grew frustrated and angry at this situation. He had never seen this before, and now he had a dying mother while her son was crying and trying to keep her awake. The mom smiled at him and thanked him for trying to save her. She called him a brave boy since he was back to being a kid again, and she finally closed her eyes. Harry froze and watched her son scream and cry. It was here that Harry snapped. All of this was too much for Harry at the time. He was still weak back then and only had the magic he had learned from Hero and Jessica and the spells he learned from his Keyblades. He had never expected to be in this situation as soon as he arrived into a new world. But no matter what he tried, nothing helped. But then something flashed in his mind. The title Ereshkigal had told him belonged to him and only him. He was the master of death, and in his anger and disappointment in himself, Harry used a power his body wasn't ready for. He called upon death and asked it to bring this mother back to her son. he begged Death, the one who was supposed to serve him, to please help him with this. Death, who has never been asked or begged to, she who was hated and feared, was asked by her master to help. Death, hearing this, was flabbergasted at the time, but deep down she was happy, and so she decided that this one time she was going to do something that she had never tried to do before. She was going to perform a miracle. By using her master as a temporary vessel, she grabbed hold of the power that was suddenly ripped out of the young mother, unknowingly causing the being that had caused all of this to happen to be blasted back and suffer a great deal of pain. This being, only known at the time as the Quincy King, didn't stand a chance against the conceptual being known as Death, and was for the first time hurt and scared, and so he withdrew his presence from Karakura town in fear of this being who had caused him so much damage. Death, while still using Harry's body, then blessed the mother's power which was ripped out of her and then gave it back to her so it would never be taken again, and then she used Harry's only revive spell he had at the time, causing. The young child watched all of this happen with eyes widened in shock and amazement at the display of power before him. His mind was too young to understand exactly what was going on, the only thing that he knew was that something amazing was about to happen. This proves to be true when a golden light engulfed his mother and gently lifted her off the ground, and then it burst out, causing the young boy to cover his eyes. Death, seeing that her work here was done, she left Harry's body and gently laid him on the ground. She stared at him with a soft smile as he lay there unconscious. In her mind, she was intrigued by her new master, and something about him just made her want to see more of his adventures, but with this, she decided that Harry Potter was definitely the most interesting master she had ever had. No one else would have asked Death to save a life. After all, Death giggled at the silliness of it all, but then she gave Harry a soft kiss on his forehead and left, vowing to always keep an eye out for her new beloved master. After that, the young mother stood there and opened her eyes in a panic. She looked around in confusion until she noticed Harry on the ground unconscious and pale. She turned her head to the side and saw her son standing there and covering his eyes. She then turned back to Harry and picked him up. Ichigo. What happened? Ichigo opened his eyes and stared at his mother in disbelief. Mom, you're back, he brought you back. Ichigo suddenly hugged his mother tightly, shocking her, but she understood the implications of her son's words. She had died and someone, no, this young boy brought her back to life. She couldn't remember a lot of her time being dead, but she remembered a red-headed woman smiling at her and telling her to go back, that it wasn't her time. The next thing she knew was that she was suddenly standing and very confused. But she knew one thing for sure, this mysterious young boy had saved her and Ichigo, so she would take care of him and make sure he was safe. She had to help him recover because she can tell that whatever he did weakened him greatly. Masaki Kurosaki vowed to protect her little savior. Harry smiled as he continued to look up into the sky. I wonder how the Kurosakis are doing. Harry chuckled because he was pretty sure Masaki would pull on his ear and tell him to call her mom. It's been a long time since I've seen them. Suddenly Harry had a big grin on his face as he came to a decision. Well, nothing is stopping me from dropping by a visit. I kinda want to see them, though Yuzu and Karin are going to be pissed when they see me. Damn, I should have visited them sooner. The twins are definitely going to let me have it, and mom is probably going to cry, hug me, and then fuss over me. Harry might seem to be complaining, but anyone watching would immediately see the big smile on his face as he talked about his adoptive family. Coming to a decision, he nodded to himself and then opened the multiverse jump tab and looked over the worlds he had already visited and then picked the one named Bleach. Suddenly the world cracked around him like glass and then shattered into millions of pieces. Harry Potter was back in Karakura town. What will he find? How are his friends doing? But most importantly of all, how much have things changed since Aizen's defeat? Harry couldn't wait to find out, and he looked down at Karakura town as he watched its nightlife glow brightly. He couldn't help but excitedly grin. It was night, but the town seemed so alive. Suddenly it began to rain, and Harry then began to feel that something was very wrong. Something was happening to Ichigo right now. He could feel it in his bones. So with a worried frown on his face, he began to sense out where Ichigo was, and he located him somewhere very far away from town. He didn't like this one bit and decided to go and check it out as soon as possible, so he took off flying at high speed. Harry had no way of knowing what had happened to Ichigo right now that he was made powerless once again and couldn't do anything but scream out in pain at having his friends, family, and power taken away from him by those so-called Fullbringers. But one thing is sure, these Fullbringers are about to find out what happens when they hurt someone Harry considers family. This entire world will feel the wrath of a dragon god, and a lot will once again change by Harry's mere presence alone. Chapter 58. Sometime before Harry arrived back in Karakura town, Ichigo Kurosaki, an ex-substitute Shinigami, has had the most horrible day of his life. His only relief was that his mother was out of town with his father and was not involved in what has been happening to him lately. Otherwise, he didn't think he would be able to take it if his mom was also made to turn on him. At first, he thought he would be able to once again fight alongside his friends now that he was able to gain a new kind of power known as Fullbring. It was explained to him that Fullbringers were born with their power when one of their parents is a surviving victim of a hollow attack, resulting in said parents passing down residual hollow energy into their progeny. This type of spiritually aware human is able to manifest and manipulate the soul found inside all things. It was thanks to the leader of an organization of Fullbringers known as Skyoshin that he was able to gain hope in regaining his power. This organization's leader's name is Keigo Jinjay. Jinjo helped Ichigo learn how to use Fullbring, reawakening some of his lost Shinigami power, and over time Ichigo befriended Jinjay and the rest of the Fullbringers from Skyoshin. However, Tsukishima, another Fullbringer, betrayed them all and sought to make Ichigo despair. The way he chose to do it is by using his Fullbring Book of the End to insert himself in the memories of all of Ichigo's loved ones, turning them against him by making it seem like Tsukishima was an old friend and ally while Ichigo had gone insane for attacking him. Eventually, Tsukishima was able to use his Fullbring to turn all the members of Skyoshin against Ichigo with the exception of Jinjay. Ichigo, feeling betrayed and heartbroken, decided to put an end to whatever Tsukishima had done to his family and friends, so he and Jinjay confronted Tsukishima in one of the secret bases of Skyoshin outside of Karakura town. But throughout the whole ordeal, Ichigo had to not only face off against Tsukishima but Orium and Chad as well, along with the other Fullbringers, causing difficulties in the fight and causing even more pain to him. Eventually, everything took a turn when Jinjay received a blow from Tsukishima that was meant for Ichigo. For a moment Ichigo feared that his only ally would also turn against him, as Tsukishima's katana was the trigger to his Fullbringer abilities. Amazingly, Jinjay seemed unaffected by Tsukishima's Fullbring and was able to continue to be on Ichigo's side. It was at this moment that Urayu appeared on the battlefield, and once again it seemed like Ichigo would have to fend off another friend. However, Urayu surprised him by revealing the true culprit behind everything that had happened to him. Urayu warned Ichigo that Jinjay was the one that attacked him and sent him to the hospital, that he was working with Tsukishima. Jinjo, at being revealed as a villain, struck down Ichigo while he was distracted by Urayu's revelation. While Urayu was distracted by Jinjay's attack against Ichigo, didn't even see Tsukishima's attack against him and was heavily injured once again and left to fall to the ground in pain. Jinjay laughed maniacally at having been able to strike Ichigo with his surprise attack. While Ichigo was brought to his knees in both astonishment and pain, he could only mutter, "Jinjay, why? Is it because of Tsukishima's power?" Jinjay stopped laughing and coldly stared into Ichigo's eyes. "It sure was, it was definitely because of Tsukishima's power, but you need to understand something. I didn't become your enemy now because Tsukishima cut me." Jinjay, as he spoke, took Ichigo's substitute Reaper badge and placed it on top of his sword, which then released a flash and burst of spiritual energy which seemingly got absorbed by Jinjay's sword, to the horror of Ichigo. Jinjay then continued to speak, "I let Tsukishima cut me twice so I could return to my original self." Ichigo couldn't believe what he was hearing and could only stare into nothing in dread and disbelief upon hearing Jinjay's revelation. Jinjay then spoke up once again, "Now your Fullbring is mine." Jinjay then suddenly stabbed Ichigo in his chest, while Urayu, who couldn't move due to his injury, began to remember how both Jinjay and Tsukishima were the ones to attack him and heavily injure him at the beginning of this whole mess. Jinjay just continued to stare at Ichigo, who was unable to move thanks to the huge blade on his chest, as he began to explain how he had planned to have his memories altered so he could genuinely seem to be on Ichigo's side and he would trust him enough to lower his guard. As Ichigo continued to just stay on his knees in complete and utter shock at having been played like this, Jinjay and Tsukishima began to argue about Jinjay's lack of acting skills to be the real reason they decided to use Tsukishima Fullbring. It was then that both Ichigo and Urayu understood just how deep this plan of Jinjay's went and how everyone involved was either a victim or accomplice of this insane plan of Skyoshin's leader. It was Jinjay's nefarious plan from the very beginning. At this moment the sky darkened and lightning began to rumble as Jinjay suddenly drove his blade deeper into Ichigo's chest, causing him to grunt in pain. Suddenly his Fullbringer power was ripped off his body while either Ichigo nor Urayu could do anything but stare as this was happening before their very eyes. It began to rain as Ichigo was robbed of his power, leaving him once again powerless, leaving Ichigo with an empty feeling in his heart that began to fill his entire being. He can't protect anyone again, and that broke Ichigo as the rain began to heavily fall upon everyone in the rooftop. Having lost the power he needed to protect everyone again, just made Ichigo broke down in sobs and tears of pain and despair, and as the rain fell, Ichigo then let off a scream full of agonizing sorrow as Urayu watched his friend break down. The sadistic Tsukishima couldn't help but comment, "He's gotten quite emotional." Jinjay, not really caring about the pain he just brought to Ichigo, coldly responded, "Just let him cry, he's no longer useful to us, and to be perfectly honest we probably won't ever see him again." However, it was here that something unexpected happened, or rather someone happened. Harry Potter had arrived only to watch his brother in all but blood break down in the rain. He heard what Jinjay had said to Ichigo and needless to say, he was pissed, the anger he had felt when he got a hold of that horrid orb full of children's souls, and now this sort of just brought back the anger he felt that day. Harry's powers exploded and this world found out how dangerous a very angry dragon is. Harry had moved at speeds so high that the world had practically slowed down before his eyes, but even though it was moving slowly for his eyes, his other senses were still picking up everything in real time. This is how Harry was able to hear Jinjay uncaring and cruel words towards Ichigo as he took his power away. It was here, at this moment that Harry arrived and watched from high in the sky as Ichigo broke down like he had never seen him do before, at least not since Masaki had died that rainy day so many years ago and Harry had brought her back. So watching Ichigo, one of his closest friends, one whose family practically adopted him and treat him like family, break down in tears and scream in sadness really pissed him off. Suddenly an ungodly pressure hit everyone present except Ichigo. Everyone present in this location widened their eyes and began to sweat at the sheer level of power that just dropped on their shoulders. Everyone at the same time, including Rukia, Urahara, and Ishin who had just arrived, looked up in a panic. Their eyes widened as they watched Harry Potter slowly float down and then gently land beside Ichigo. Harry looked back and turned his gaze towards the new arrivals but then narrowed his eyes at the glowing katana in Rukia's hand. Urahara and Ishin flinched. This was Harry sure, but he seemed so different from the last time they had seen him, but most of all, he was far more powerful than he was back during the Winter War. Harry then turned around and glared at Jinjay and Tsukishima, who took an involuntary step back in fear. They both knew who this was but they couldn't believe the amount of power they were sensing from him. Harry then turned his gaze towards Ichigo who was staring at him in amazement, but Harry just smiled at his friend. Ichigo, who hurt you, and what did they do? Ichigo was still speechless. He couldn't believe Harry was here and still on his side. Uriah however was the one who spoke up to answer Harry's questions. Harry. It was those two. Jinjay took Ichigo's new power away from him and the other one Tsukishima has been altering everyone's memories to turn them against Ichigo. They planned all of this just to make him suffer and accelerate the growth of his new power. They're the ones who hurt him. Jinjay and Tsukishima flinched upon hearing Uriah's exclamation and tried to run away, but Harry then snapped his fingers and the entire area was surrounded in a barrier preventing everyone from leaving or escaping. Harry then pointed an open palm towards Uriah and casted a healing circle on him, rapidly healing his wounds. However, as Uriah was being healed, Harry continued stare towards Tsukishima for a second while his green eyes ominously glowed before moving his gaze towards his katana. Suddenly he disappeared in a blur and reappeared behind Jinjay and Tsukishima. Both couldn't even react and slowly turned their gaze to look behind them. Their eyes widened in dread as they noticed that Harry was holding their swords. Harry stared at both swords now in his hand. He then flared his power of destruction over Tsukishima's katana and completely destroyed it along with its spiritual energy, undoing what he had done to Ichigo's family and friends. Tsukishima actually flinched and dropped to his knees in pain at having something like his Fullbring being destroyed. Harry then stared into Jinjay's sword and Jinjay feared that he would do the same to his Fullbring. Whatever he had done to Tsukishima's was causing him a great deal of pain and he didn't want to feel that. However, Harry just placed a hand on the sword's handguard and suddenly pulled it away while taking Ichigo's power away from the sword. Soon Ichigo's power coalesced into an orb in Harry's hand. He then turned around and threw the sword away like garbage, where it crashed against the floor and then slid all the way to a wall. He then disappeared and then reappeared beside Ichigo again. He then raised an open palm towards Rukia and the glowing katana in her hands shot off her hands and flew towards Harry, who caught and stared at it. I see, so everyone wanted to help Ichigo regain his powers, hey? Even the old man's spiritual energy is here, hee. Well then I might as well add to it, right? Suddenly the orb of Ichigo's power fused with the katana while Harry added his own spiritual energy and skills upon skills into it until the blade turned black with a gold outline. He then turned towards Ichigo, who continued to stare at Harry, not really believing he was there. Well, what do you say, Ichigo? Want your powers and some extra stuff? Harry grinned at Ichigo and the hybrid just stared at his friend for a second before chuckling and getting up, finally realizing that yes, Harry was here and that he was helping him. Do you even have to ask, you overgrown lizard? Harry chuckled and then plunged the spiritual katana straight into Ichigo's chest and then the area was engulfed in black and gold. Everyone inside the barrier felt Ichigo's power come to life once again, however this time it was significantly different. It was stronger, way stronger than before, but not only that, it also felt like Ichigo has ascended to something else. Something beyond human. His spiritual energy felt divine. Jinjay and Tsukishima covered their eyes to protect them from the burst of spiritual energy and the pressure released by Ichigo. In fact, everyone had to do so except Harry, who just stood there nonchalantly as he waited for everything to settle down. Finally, Ichigo's spiritual energy calmed down and settled down, allowing everyone to see him. He had his Shinigami uniform on once again, however he now had some sort of golden samurai-like armor on his shins, knees, hips, hands, arms, and shoulders. These pieces of armor were made out of scales that seemed similar to Harry's own scales in his dragon form. His Zanpakuto, Zangetsu, looked almost the same as before. The blade had a different shape, but the most eye-catching difference was the dragon face mark on the flat surface of the blade. Ichigo took a big breath and then exhaled. He then glared at Jinjay, who was unable to move in his astonishment at everything he has just witnessed. He knew of Harry, but he was nowhere near this powerful, and he had disappeared some time ago. Just what is going on, was the only question running inside the mind of Jinjay. But how? Harry Potter wasn't anywhere close to this powerful 17 months ago. Just who are you? You can't be him. Harry turned his gaze towards Jinjay and boredly stared into his eyes. 17 months ago? That's how much time has passed here since the Winter War. Rukia walked up to Harry and spoke. That's right, Harry. It's been 17 months since you disappeared. No one knew where you went or what you were doing. We've been worried, you know. Harry sighed and then patted her on the head since she seemed a little sad, but Rukia cheered up. Even though he had gotten terrifyingly powerful, he seems to be the same Harry she knows. The Kurosakis knew. They knew where I went. It's just very hard to explain to others how all my abilities work, so I just told them to wait until I was back. I promise I will explain everything to you and the others some other time, or someone will tell you. Rukia nodded. Ishin chuckled and stepped up to Harry and patted his shoulders. So the estranged Kurosaki finally comes back. Ha ha ha, Masaki and the twins are never going to let you go now. Harry's sweat dropped and began to panic. He turned to Ichigo, who solemnly nodded to him, causing Harry to sigh and accept his fate. Rukia giggled because she knew how much Masaki and the twins care for Harry. Urahara then finally approached Harry. Well, it seems a lot has changed for you, Harry. You're not human anymore, are you? Harry scoffed and turned to face Jinjay and Tsukishima. Figures you would be able to tell, but I'll explain later. Right now I have some issues to work through and these assholes just offered to be my punching bags. Ichigo nodded. Yeah, but leave Jinjay to me. I have a couple of things, Zangetsu, and I want to talk to him about, plus some of these new abilities you gave me. He will make the perfect practice dummy to try them. Harry nodded but then looked below them. His eyes glowed green. What about the other ones in the room below us? Ichigo narrowed his eyes but then nodded to himself. There's a red-headed girl among them. I don't know why, but my instincts are telling me that she really isn't as bad as the others. Leave her and deal with the rest as you see fit. Harry nodded. He then moved his sight toward Tsukishima. His green glowing eyes made him flinch while Harry then softly spoke a peculiar word, Amaterasu. Suddenly Tsukishima was engulfed in pitch-black flames, causing him to let out an agonizing scream of pain as he was slowly being incinerated by Harry technique. Urahara, Ishin, and Rukia flinched from the screams of pain that Tsukishima let out, but Urahara noticed something disturbing about those flames. They're not only burning his body, those flames are also burning and destroying his soul. Everyone turned towards Harry, who just shrugged. I have not only gotten stronger, but I have also gained and learned all sorts of abilities and skills. Everyone nodded while Tsukishima finally stopped screaming and just laid on the floor unmoving as the pitch-black flames consumed the rest of his body. Once they were finished, Harry dissipated the flames with a mental command, leaving only ashes behind. Tch. Usually, I hate using this technique, but that asshole not only hurt Ichigo but also everyone else, so good riddance. Ichigo nodded. That bastard had made him fight his friends and had even dared to go after his sisters. Good thing he didn't say anything about that, otherwise Harry would have done something worse to Tsukishima. But forget about him. Right now he had to pay back Jinjay for what he had done to him, for his betrayal, and for almost taking away his ability to protect once again. Jinjay, seeing how Ichigo glared at him, decided that he was going to have to fight his way out of this one, so he disappeared in a blur and picked up his sword from where it had landed after Harry had thrown it away. Harry then just tapped his feet on the ground and a hole materialized, which he immediately dropped down to deal with the other Fullbringers. Harry dropped down from the ceiling, scaring the Fullbringers, who were barely recovering from Harry's release of energy a few minutes ago. Harry wasted no time, and the moment he landed on the floor he pointed a hand towards the old man with an eye patch. Partake of boiling water. Raging mist. Giriko Kutsuzawa did not see the spell coming, but he definitely felt it as he was suddenly surrounded by a red-hot mist that began to scald him. He couldn't do anything but let out screams of pain as he was slowly being killed by the spell. The other Fullbringers immediately jumped out of the window to avoid the spell and landed on the air outside. However, they didn't get to even relax before Harry was on them so fast they couldn't even react to try and dodge him. He appeared right in front of Ryrika and trapped her inside a barrier, while he then flew past her and grabbed the blonde kid wearing a black coat and black hat. He grabbed him by the head and instantly took his Fullbring away from him and sealed him in another barrier. Both Ryrika and Yukio could only watch in shock as Harry did all of this within seconds. Yukio was the most affected since he could feel that he no longer had his power and began to bang his hands on the barrier. Give that back. It's mine. It's my power. Harry just looked to the side and moved his gaze up to the distraught blonde boy and then stared into the orb containing Yukio's Fullbring which was resting in his hand. Invaders must die. Hey. Harry couldn't help but laugh at how similar this power was to his gamer system, just more restricted. He then placed the orb into his inventory and stared at the last two remaining members of Skyoshin. You wanted to do the same to Ichigo, right? You wouldn't have given his powers back if he had asked, so why should I? Yukio stopped banging his hand against the barrier and stared in disbelief towards Harry's back and began to tear up. Ririka, however, noticed something very peculiar. How did you know the name of his Fullbring? You don't know us, we've never met. How? Harry turned to look at the girl and stared at her with his glowing green eyes. My eyes are very special, with them I can see everything about a person or an object, I can get all of their information, so something like finding out your names and the names of your abilities is easy to me. Ririka. Ririka flinched upon hearing Harry's explanation and growled at him, causing Harry to raise an eyebrow at her. Ichigo is right, there isn't much darkness in your heart like some of these guys. Well, looks like you get to live. Harry then turned towards the last two members of Skyoshin who had not dared to move to attack Harry since he had revealed that he already knows about them and their skills. Harry grinned at them. So, what are you going to do now, Jackie? Mo growled and then launched himself at Harry, planning to punch him, but Harry summoned Oblivion and smoothly moved to the side while swinging his dark keyblade so fast, Mo didn't even see it move. Mo, unaware of anything that Harry had done, turned around and got ready to launch at him again, but then both his hands fell off, leaving everyone lost for words. However, Mo didn't even get to scream as Harry then let go of Oblivion, which disappeared in a flash of darkness and raised his hand above his head and began to gather an enormous amount of yellow ki. He then swung his hands down and pointed them at Momosenko. The yellow beam of ki moved too fast for the injured Fullbringer and thus he was completely engulfed and destroyed by Harry's ki technique. Harry then turned towards Jackie, who raised her hand in surrender and sighed, okay. I give up, I rather not fight a losing battle. Harry raised an eyebrow and then chuckled in amusement. Well, this is a first. No one has ever given up before, even fighting me, ha ha ha. Jackie just huffed. Yeah, those people are stupid if they think they can take you on. I rather not repeat their mistakes. You're obviously above all of us, so why even try? Harry grinned. He was very amused at this. All right, I'll let you go since you seem very smart, but I'm taking that power of yours. Sorry to say that I don't trust you with it. Jackie sighed and nodded. Fair enough. Then the dragon god pointed his hand towards Jackie and took her power away and made it into an orb. He then put it inside his inventory while making Jackie float with his telekinesis so she wouldn't fall to the ground from where they were standing in the sky. Suddenly there was a loud crash and everyone looked up only to see Jinjay get sent flying down to the ground while Ichigo followed him. Harry smiled and floated everyone back to the rooftop where Rukia, Ishin, and Urahara were looking down towards Ichigo's battle. However, Harry noticed a bunch of familiar faces who had just arrived to see Jinjay get smashed. He grinned, recognizing them as some of the Shinigami he had befriended. He landed on the rooftop while everyone smiled at him. He waved back at them. Renji then spoke up with a grin on his face. Well, if it isn't Lord Harry, looks like you were having some fun. You could have left some for us, you know. Harry shook his head in amusement. Please don't call me Lord, I rather not be compared to the nobles of Soul Society. Thank you very much, and they weren't too tough. I doubt you would have had any fun. Most of the Shinigami there grinned, but Byakuya and Rukia sweat dropped. It was a well-deserved jab at the arrogant nobles of Soul Society, and they knew Harry didn't mean them in particular, but it still kinda hurt. But right now everyone wanted to watch Ichigo fight. They were intrigued by the golden armor he was wearing at the ridiculous amount of energy he was letting out, so they wanted to watch what he could do now that he had his power and some extras back. After being pushed down toward the ground, Jinjay flipped in the air just in time to stop a swing of Ichigo's sword. However, the strength behind the attack sent him flying and crashing against a tree. He didn't get a chance to even take a breath because he had to dodge a thrust engulfed in lightning by Ichigo lightning blade. Jinjay barely had time to move his head out of the way of the attack, but the moment the lightning engulfed thrust collided against the tree, it released a burst of lightning that not only sent Jinjay flying but electrocuted him as he was sent flying and crashing against the floor a fair distance away. Ichigo pulled back Zangetsu and stared at it. So I can use magic now. I've seen Harry use that technique before, got to say that it was interesting to use him. I wonder. Ichigo could feel the dragon core pulsating within him and the mana that now flows through his body. Whatever Harry gave him not only granted him the ability to use magic, but it gave him the knowledge needed to use it as well, and he more than anything wanted to try out a spell roar, O conflagration, and command all impure souls to their ashen ends. Ancient Nova. A big ball of concentrated hellfire suddenly materialized above Jinjay and then dropped. Jinjay couldn't do anything but watch with widened eyes in disbelief. There was a big boom and the cloudy night sky lit up for a second from the big explosion of hellfire that was released by Ichigo's spell. It almost seems like the whole world turned red for a second as the spell ran its course. Ichigo, however, sweat dropped air. That was more intense than I was expecting. Should I have used less mana? Yes, use less mana next time, or rather increase or decrease as needed. Harry chuckled while watching his friend throwing down legendary level spells like a kid with a new toy. Everyone else, however, was gaping at the sheer destruction the spell brought upon the area, and the heat of those flames was intense. Suddenly something jumped away from the crater of molten lava left in the aftermath of the spell, but Ichigo just raised Zangetsu and blocked an attack by Jinjay, who now looked different. Harry narrowed his eyes. He can use hollowification? I thought Fullbringers were just humans with just one power. Uriu nodded. So you know about them somewhat. Harry nodded. I was able to get some information about them with my eyes powers, but I didn't look any deeper. Fullbringers as a whole aren't that powerful per se, it's their powers that give them an edge. They're so random, unique, and so strange that it's enough to both be a hindrance and confuse an opponent, but if you're fast enough, you can easily take them down before they can even use those powers of theirs. Uriu nodded. In all honesty, the only reason these Fullbringers were able to get him and the others were because they caught them all off guard. In any other circumstances they would have easily defeated them. Well, apparently a Fullbringer is born when one of their parents is a survivor of a hollow attack. The resulting offspring of that survivor results in the child being born with a hollow spiritual energy. Harry turned his gaze toward Ririka, Jackie, and Yukio, who were watching all go down between Ichigo and Jinjay. I see, so that's how they got those weird abilities of theirs. Meanwhile, with Ichigo and Jinjay, the now restored substitute Shinigami stared into Jinjay's eyes. If I remember correctly, Harry said that hollows seemed to be very weak to light-based magic. It's the reason why they feared Oathkeeper, so this should work against Jinjay too. Ichigo suddenly parried Jinjay's sword away from him while Zangetsu was suddenly engulfed in golden light, and Ichigo then spun his entire body, striking Jinjay once. As Ichigo made a full turn, he then performed an upwards thrust that hit Jinjay in the chest. Light spear cannon. As soon as the thrust came in contact with Jinjay, he was then blasted away by a current of light energy. He was sent flying and then crashing against the floor, where he began to roll around on the floor screaming in pain as the light element began to burn away at his body. Harry grinned, glad that Ichigo remembered how vulnerable hollows were against holy light-based magic. Even the Espadas took quite a bit of damage from Harry's light-based spells and techniques. Jinjay, after somewhat recovering from such an effective attack against him, shakily stood up. Huff, huff. Ichigo, are you just going to go back to helping Soul Society? They betrayed me just as they're going to betray you too. What do you really think that substitute Reaper badge is for? Ichigo frowned. Harry and I knew that they were using it to monitor our growth and power, but we chose to believe in our friends, and as you can see, we were right to trust them. I don't care that they monitor me or whatever. I'm not doing anything wrong anyways, and besides, if they come after me for whatever reason, they know I would fight back, and I'm pretty sure they don't want that. Everyone turned to stare at Harry, who just shrugged. Did you guys really think I wouldn't notice what was going on with that badge? I noticed right away and told Ichigo about it. It turns out he already suspected it as well, but we decided to trust you guys. We've been through a lot not to do so. The Shinigami grinned at Harry and he just shook his head in amusement. These guys were too weird and silly to turn on them anyways. Meanwhile, Ririka looked down and was thinking about what Harry said to her. I don't have much darkness in my heart. I wonder what he meant by that. Jinjay stared in disbelief at what Ichigo just said. You have to be kidding me. You trust them. You allow them to use you and monitor you like if it was nothing. What if they just throw you away? Ichigo just grinned. But they didn't. You saw how Rukia was already here and ready to give me my powers back. Harry just beat her to it, and look up there. My friends are watching over me as we speak. Jinjay looked up to the roof of their hideout and saw a bunch of Shinigami looking down at them. Harry was with them and had Ririka and Yukio trapped in some kind of barrier, while Jackie was silently standing there and watching. Jinjay growled and turned to launch himself towards Ichigo, but Ichigo was already tired of this and so decided to put an end to this battle. So he let go of his retrained spiritual pressure, which then burst out of him in a pillar of blue light. He had never had so much energy and control before, and he knew that it was thanks to Harry that he can do this now. His spiritual energy coalesced into his sword and Ichigo then raised it above his head. He then stared as Jinjay's eyes widened in the realization of what is about to happen. Ichigo roared, "Get Shuga Tensho," and the last thing Jinjay saw was a flash of blue and golden light and then only darkness. Everyone watching Ichigo and Jinjay face off looked on, impressed at the power shown off by Ichigo's Get Shuga Tensho. It looked really different from before, and Ichigo's spiritual energy changed somehow too. It now carried a golden tint to it and everyone was curious and confused by it. Harry however looked up and watched as Ichigo's Getsuga Tensho parted the clouds and cleared the once stormy night. He then grinned as he turned to look at his friends. Among the skills I gave Ichigo, the most useful to him is holy light manipulation, as we all know that element is very effective to hollows and even Quincy's. Harry turned to give Uriah a malicious grin which caused the poor Quincy to shiver at the memory of the beating he received from Harry when he had used the hollow bait to provoke Ichigo into fighting him. Ichigo suddenly landed in front of everyone and gave all of his friends a smile. He then turned towards Harry, who grinned and threw his arm around his shoulder. Harry, we've been waiting for you to come back and visit for a long time. Harry nodded. It was even longer for me, believe it or not, I'm very old now, ha ha ha. Ichigo shook his head in amusement and looked around. Hey? Where's my body? Harry let go of Ichigo and then explained, you just need to think to go back to your human form. I turned your powers into a type of transformation form. Ichigo raised an eyebrow but then concentrated on turning into his now human form. Immediately his body was engulfed in his spiritual energy, and the bursts like a bubble leaving him in his human form. This will be useful, thank you Harry. Harry nodded. No problem. I figured it would be useful to you, and I even gave you a ninja technique called the Kagebushin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Jutsu, that way you can send a clone to school while you do your thing. That technique also transfers the knowledge the clone learns back to you. Ichigo grinned. Nice. Now I don't have to worry about doing something stupid with my body. And I won't lose any lessons in class. Harry nodded while Rukia and Renji approached them as the rest of the Shinigami that came to see Ichigo stayed behind but were smiling at him nonetheless. Rukia patted Ichigo's back and smiled at him while Renji punched his arm. It's great that you're back, Ichigo. Ichigo smiled at his friends and nodded. Thank you guys, and please thank everyone who gave me some of their spiritual energy so I could get mine back. Rukia nodded and then turned around along with Renji. We do have to go back and report to the first captain. Ichigo nodded and waved at them while Harry spoke up. Say hi to the old man for me. Both Rukia and Renji nodded and walked back to the rest of the Shinigami, who then walked into a Senkaimon, world penetration gate, that had suddenly appeared behind them. Harry waved at all of them with a smile on his face. He was glad to see them all. He's not a fan of Soul Society with how they treat souls, but he was glad to have found friends in the afterlife of this world. Suddenly he felt someone pat his back and he turned around only to see Ishin grin at him. Harry smiled at the silly man who was like a father to him. So Harry, ready to go home and face your fate like a man? Harry began to nervously sweat. He wasn't afraid of Masaki and the girls being mad. On the contrary, the moment they see him they might start to cry and fret about him. He turned towards Ichigo hoping for some kind of support, but Ichigo just gave him a sickeningly sweet smile. Ichigo, you traitor. But before he was dragged off by Ishin, Urahara spoke up. Before you take Harry to meet his mother and sisters and probably never be allowed outside again, what do we do with these three? Both Harry and Ichigo turned towards Urahara, who was pointing at Ririka, Jackie, and Yukio. Harry shrugged. I took the power of the kid and the woman so we don't have to worry about them doing anything stupid, but I left Ririka alone. Like Ichigo said, she's not a bad person, she's just a bit wild, but nothing wrong with that. Harry shrugged while Ichigo nodded. It was here that Orium and Chad had finally arrived. Orium saw Harry and grinned widely. She then took off at full speed and tackled Harry full on the back. Harry. Everyone watched in shock as Harry was hit full on by an Orium missile that tackled him to the ground where he lay while groaning in pain. Ugh, hi Orium, it's nice to see you. Everyone's sweat dropped when they saw Orium fist pump in victory. Ha ha ha, I took down a dragon. Again. Ichigo chuckled and lifted up Orium off of Harry. She's always done this because according to her she wanted to get the Dragon Slayer title or something like that. No one really knew what goes on in Orium's head. Chad helped Harry up off the ground, who already recovered from Orium's very effective missile tackle attack. Thanks Chad. Sigh. Orium is still as crazy as ever. Hey. Chad smiled at Harry and nodded to his question. Both then turned towards Orium, who was smiling wildly and speaking excitedly to Ichigo. Harry and Chad chuckled and turned towards Urahara. Well, I don't know what to do about Ririka, she's not bad, so just let her go along with the other three. Urahara grinned and nodded. Everyone turned towards Ririka, who was now arguing with Orium, who was excitedly poking the barrier that was trapping her and watching it ripple like water. Ooh. This looks like fun, Ririka. Can I have a turn? Ririka left eye twitched. Do I look like I'm having fun, idiot? But Orium just continued to smile and poke at the barrier. Meanwhile Harry couldn't help but be happy that he came for a visit and was looking forward to seeing everyone else, even if Masaki locked him in the basement so he would never leave again. Chapter 59. Death widely grinned as she watched her beloved master arrive back in the world of Shinigami. She had been looking into this world for a long while after that one time she had saved Masaki Kurosaki. At that time a strange presence had caught her attention, but she was too busy performing a miracle that she was unable to go and investigate what or who it was that had tried to kill Masaki. By the time she had gotten back to her domain, the presence had hidden in its own domain and Death hadn't been able to check this individual out. But Harry's mere presence in this world had cracked this being's domain and she was able to take a peek at who had tried to kill Masaki that day so long ago. To her surprise, it was some kind of godling, one quite powerful for this world but just an ant compared to the rest of the beings she had seen by watching Harry's adventures. However, this being noticed her right away and in a panic tried to kick her out of his territory, which only served to amuse Death. The being must have not appreciated her amusement because it tried even harder and Death decided to show this whelp who he was messing with, and so Death cursed him and his followers. Now he can't get his power back. She cursed his very soul, and that of his minions. Even if his subordinates were to die, he wouldn't be able to get the shards of his divinity that he willingly gave away to them. But Death wasn't finished with this pathetic being. As she began to withdraw from this foolish being's domain, she had decided that she would be sending a quest to Harry in the future, one asking him to deliver this being's soul to her. She just needed to think of a cool reward to give to her beloved master for his hard work and care for her, so Death left to watch the multiverse for an adequate reward for her Harry. Meanwhile, back with Harry, friends, and Ryrika, who had decided to go with them since she had no other place to go to, while Yukio and Jackie decided to go their own way. For now, Yukio had promised to make his company even bigger so he could give jobs to her and Jackie since he didn't think they could survive long without him. It was this group who was walking together towards the Kurosaka's home. Uriah had decided to home since he hadn't been able to do so since he was hurt, though through all of this Harry was a bit nervous about his upcoming visit to the Kurosaka's household. But that was normal for him in this situation. Masaki and the twins were very protective of Harry and tended to be a bit dramatic when it came to him. This was a result of him harnessing his power as the Master of Death to save Masaki. After Death herself left his body, it left him weak and sickly for a few years, and this prevented him from even going to school until a few years later when he had recovered completely. Masaki and the twins, when they got older, took care of him and at times spoiled him. Of course, Harry didn't mind. Back then this was the first time he had something close to resembling a mother and siblings, so he quite enjoyed the attention. Ichigo took time out of his day to help him study so he wouldn't be left behind and he could handle himself when he finally went to school. Harry's situation and his mother almost dying made Ichigo stop being a crybaby and instead sought to get stronger to protect his family. He didn't want to have to go through all of that ever again, or for someone to sacrifice themselves to help him like Harry had done when he saved his mother. After Harry finally recovered and was able to go to school, he decided to help Ichigo get stronger and taught him what he knew of martial arts and his sword style, along with a few other skills that he had picked up during his adventure with Hiro and their journey to defeat Demon Lord Rafturn. This made Ichigo an excellent fighter, which became very useful to Ichigo since he was bullied a lot because of his hair color. However, Ichigo never had to fight alone since Harry would always help him, and together they would beat up anyone who came after them. There were times that both boys would come home bruised, bloodied, and dirty, causing poor Masaki and the twins to fret over them. Of course, the boys would be grinning all the while, happy over their victories. This is why Harry was nervous. He knew Masaki and the twins were going to fret something fierce when they see him and might just tie him up and lock him somewhere so he wouldn't leave again. It was hard enough to leave this world the first time cause the twins jumped on his back and Masaki hugged him and held on tight. They were holding on to him for dear life, preventing him from world jumping. Harry suddenly chuckled, causing everyone to turn to look at him. Sorry, I was just thinking about the time I was leaving and Mom didn't want to let go. Hehehe. Ichigo, Go-chin, and Urahara had to pry her off and then fight her off while I left. That last thing I saw before I went to another world was Urahara getting bitch slapped by Mom and Ichigo holding back the twins. Hehehe. Ichigo and Ishin grinned because they remember that day very clearly, while Orium giggled and Chad chuckled. Urahara, however, sweat dropped. That wasn't funny, Harry. Masaki used my ass a mop that day. I still feel phantom pains from that. Harry just grinned at Urahara, who just sighed and slumped down while looking down. Is it too much to ask for some sympathy for me? Urahara jumped and gaped at the fact that everyone responded with a loud yes. But eventually, the group reached the Kurosaka's household. Harry, however, stayed behind a bit while everyone else stepped inside. He had to prepare himself for the crying and tight hugging he was about to put himself through. At this moment Masaki was comforting the very confused twins. They were very abruptly released from whatever had control of their memories. They couldn't remember much about how it happened, but they do remember speaking with Ichigo and him being extremely stressed and sad. Masaki frowned when she returned home after helping Urahara and Ishin create and charge that blade to restore her son's powers. As soon as she saw her daughters, she knew something had happened and that had her on edge. Especially since a few minutes ago there was suddenly this pressure that seemed to have come out of nowhere. What had her confused is how it seemed rather familiar somehow, but then she felt her son's power once again. She was happy for Ichigo and it seemed like he had gotten an even bigger power boost that they thought he would. Now she could feel Ichigo, his friends, Ishin and Urahara coming to their home, but the strange thing about all of this was, that there were 2 other people coming with them, people she didn't know. However, one of the people walking with her son and husband felt somewhat familiar, she just couldn't think of who could be, and so she waited for everyone to arrive. She was already by the front door with the twins by the time Ishin opened the door and let Ichigo, Orium and Chad come in along with a red-headed girl who she didn't recognize, though she did like her cute bunny hat. Urahara stepped through and grinned at her, causing Masaki's left eye to twitch in annoyance because for some reason he looked very smug right now, and that made her feel like slapping him very hard in the face. Once everyone was inside, Ishin left the door open and then gave her that stupid grin she loves and spoke up, "Honey, you won't believe who came to visit us today." Masaki tilted her head in curiosity but then gasped when she saw who was just coming in through the doorway. She heard the twins gasp as well, but right now she was too busy staring at her second son in all but blood. He still had that wild black hair of his and his eyes were still startling bright green, just more wild or feral for some reason, but that thing that took her by surprise was his height. He was taller, way taller than the last time she saw him, and his face seemed tired, like he had seen a lot. He almost seemed like a very old man, but that soft and caring smile on his face made her smile back. Masaki couldn't hold herself back any longer and rushed forward. She tightly hugged Harry, and even she was still surprised that her head was only reaching up to his chest, which made her giggle a bit. Harry smiled at his mother as he hugged her. "Hi Mom. I'm back." Masaki looked up and then reached for his face and held it up so she can see it clearly. "Welcome home, Harry. You seemed so tired but happy. You've seen a lot, hey?" Harry teared up a bit and nodded but still smiled at his mom. "Yes, you won't believe the things I've seen and learned, the people I've met, and the places I've visited." Masaki smiled and then hugged Harry again, while the twins, not wanting to wait any longer, rushed forward and hugged Harry tightly as well. Harry chuckled. "Hi there Yuzu, Karin, you girls have sure grown up quite a lot. Do I have to go beat up some boyfriends?" Karin and Yuzu giggled and looked up at him. Karin then grinned like, "I would tell you if I ever get a boyfriend. You, Ichigo, and Dad will just scare him away." The Kurosaki men just grinned and proudly nodded, causing Karin to huff and rolled her eyes at them but was smiling nonetheless. Yuzu shook her head. "I had a lot of boys confess to me but I denied them. They're really not my type. No one can compare to my awesome big brothers." Harry's sweat dropped. "At least you let them down gently, right? 'Cause sometimes you're a bit too honest, Yuzu." Yuzu just sweetly smiled and didn't answer his question, causing the men present to send a quiet prayer to those poor and probably traumatized souls. Masaki then began to drag Harry into the living room, but Harry happily let himself be dragged with a big smile on his face. "Come on Harry, I want to hear everything about your travels. I want you to tell me everything." Harry chuckled. "Everything? That's going to take a while. Are you sure you want to know everything, Mom?" Masaki grinned and vigorously nodded. "Of course. I want to know everything about your journey and don't leave a single detail out." Harry chuckled as Masaki sat him down on one of the living room couches and then sat in front of him while the twins took his sides with wide smiles on their faces. Everyone else stepped into the living room and began to take a seat. Orium grabbed Ryrika's hand and dragged her inside and sat her down with her on a love seat, causing the poor Fullbringer to blush and stutter in surprise. Harry smiled and then began his story. "After leaving this world I arrived into one full of conflict and shinobi. The town I arrived in was known throughout that world as the village hidden in the leaves, or Konoha for short. There I met a troublemaking boy who had a big burden and I decided to help him prove to the entire village that he was going to someday become its leader, and it all started when..." And so Harry began to tell everyone about his journey, and when he was done it was already very late into the morning, but everyone was amazed at everything Harry had lived through. He sure has had an amazingly long life. The Kurosakis and friends were completely speechless after listening to everything Harry just told them. Harry had done so many things, had seen so many things, and had lived a long and crazy life. Masaki was a bit sad. Harry wasn't a young boy anymore. He had already grown up and had a family already, but she was also proud and happy for him, plus she has a granddaughter now and plenty of daughters too. Yuzu and Karin thought that everything Harry had done and seen was amazing, and they themselves wanted to go see his world and meet the yokai and ride a baijiu and of course meet the rest of the family. To the twins, Harry's loved ones were already part of the family. Ichigo was amazed. Harry had always been strong and talented in battle. It was because of his many skills and abilities that he and his friends were able to accomplish so many of the things they done over their adventures. Chad was just happy to see that Harry was healthy and content. Even though he looked tired and somehow old, even though he was forever young now, he seemed very happy, if that soft smile on his face was anything to go by. Ryrika didn't know what to say. She was just glad that Ichigo had told Harry to not hurt her. Going by what she just heard, she couldn't help but shudder in fear about some of the things he could do. Orium however only cared about one important detail in his story: you met aliens. Yes. I knew they exist. See Ichigo, I was right. He. Ichigo just tiredly sighed but smiled at her nonetheless. That's the only thing you got from all of that. Orium just giggled and fist pumped, causing everyone, even Ririka, to smile at her. Harry just shook his head. I'm sort of an alien to Orium, I come from another dimension, you know. Orium actually pouted at Harry, but it's not the same. I want to meet Mr. Piccolo. And Frisia too. They sound like they look very alien. Harry's sweat dropped because he wasn't sure how Piccolo would react to Orium bombarding him with questions, and the less it is said about Frisia the better. Ishin and Urahara laughed while everyone looked at Orium in horror. They definitely didn't want her anywhere close to planet-destroying aliens. Urahara suddenly spoke, leaving Orium poking at aliens aside. For now, I am curious about what you are now, Harry. The way you explained it seems like you are a perfect hybrid between multiple races, like Ichigo, just more on an extreme level. Harry nodded. It was him that had told Ichigo that he was a hybrid of Hollow, Shinigami, and Quincy. This, of course, caused them to ask Masaki and Ishin about it. At the parents, knowing they couldn't lie to them since Harry had his observe skill, they decided to tell them everything. After that, Ichigo began to train with Masaki in the Quincy arts. However, Ichigo was just horrible with a bow and instead focused on other techniques, which later came in handy the day he became a Shinigami. That day a lot changed. He had just finished training with Harry and he was drained and tired by the time that Hollow had shown up to attack him and Yuzu. His parents weren't home that day. They were on a medical conference out of town, and Harry was grinding in his instant dungeons hoping to get stronger, so when Ichigo was severely injured fighting the Hollow, he had no other choice but to accept Rukia's plan and become a Shinigami. After that night, Harry only went into the instant dungeons for only a few hours a day, and both Yuzu and Karin began to train with their mother, not wanting to ever be used to hurt Ichigo again. Harry closed his eyes. Well, even though I'm a hybrid, I am foremost a dragon god. My godly title is Twilight Dread, Dragon God of Chaos and Creation. A mouthful, I know, but that's what I'm known as. Masaki tilted her head. A dragon god? That sounds like a very big deal, Harry, but how is that different from Dragon Lord? Your dragon form was kinda small and black if I remember right. Did that change too? Harry nodded and grinned at her. It sure did. Now in my dragon form I'm enormous, and my coloration changed from black to gold and silver. Before I could only use dragon skills and elemental dragon breath attacks. Now I have access to all my skills and abilities in my dragon form and have 2 pairs of feathered wings too. Masaki, the twins, Orium, and even Ririka's eyes sparkled. Yuzu was the one who spoke. I want to see what your dragon form looks like now. Oh. And visit your home too. I want to meet my future sisters-in-law and my niece. Masaki and Karin nodded in agreement. Even Orium was nodding. Harry chuckled in amusement. I see. If you want, we can go for a visit after we slept a bit, and I'll even create a portal in the house so you guys can visit whenever you want. Just to give you fair warning though, it gets very crazy and chaotic in the house, so you best prepare, okay? The girls widely smiled and cheered while the men looked excited and happy to visit Harry's home. Masaki then spoke. Phew. Looks like we won't have to tie you up, Harry. How lucky are you? Now that made Harry nervously sweat, and the other men in the room sweat dropped. Urahara then turned towards Ririka. Well then, what are we going to do about our little friend here? Ririka, who was also cheering because she wanted to go to another world too, suddenly froze and turned to look at everyone. Suddenly Orium hugged her. She's coming with us. Ririka is a good girl, so I don't think Harry would mind letting her come with us. Harry just smiled at Orium. I don't mind. If you and Ichigo trust her, then I trust her, and besides I don't think she'll want to cause trouble in a place where multiple galaxy and planet-destroying individuals live. Even little Morgan can practically one-shot Aizen, and she's the youngest of all of us. Everyone's sweat dropped because imagining Aizen getting killed in one hit by a little girl was hard to even imagine, but knowing Harry, they knew he was 100% honest about what he just said. Ririka stood up and shyly began to speak. Ichigo, I'm sorry for trying to take your powers. After getting to know you and Orium, I felt horrible about that, but I couldn't stop the others. Even if I wanted to, they wouldn't have listened to me anyways. Ichigo waved his hand. It's fine. I could tell you were a good person, even though you are sort of mouthy and have a short fuse. You genuinely showed that you cared and helped me out a lot. Ririka nodded, and though she still felt bad, knowing that Ichigo forgave her made her feel a bit better. Suddenly Orium jumped on her back and hugged her tightly. Yes. Now we can be friends, Ririka. Ririka began to try to pry off Orium but was unable to. Hey, let go, stupid. I can't breathe. Orium giggled. Ah, don't be shy. And so the Kurosakis went to sleep after having watched Orium and Ririka wrestle for a while. All the girls had a sleepover in Masaki's room while Harry and Ichigo went back to their rooms. Harry teared up when he went inside and saw that everything was clean and how he left it, like if it was waiting for him to come back. Urahara and Chad went home to rest while Ishin had to sleep on the couch. He definitely wasn't happy about that if his whining was anything to go by, but Masaki gave him the look and he settled down. The next day everyone woke up late in the day. Masaki and Yuzu made everyone some late breakfast while they waited for Urahara to arrive since he seemed curious about visiting Harry's home world too. Chad had decided to stay and keep an eye out with Uriah just in case anything happened in Karakura town, but did promise to visit some other time. Everyone was enjoying the lunch Masaki and Yuzu had prepared, but the doorbell suddenly rang, causing Masaki to get up and see who it was, though everyone knew it was probably Urahara. Turns out that everyone was right when he stepped through along with Yuruaki, who immediately flash-stepped into Harry, knocking him off his chair. Goo. Hey, get off! Yuruaki. Don't make me spray you with water. You know I will. Masaki walked up towards where Yuruaki was on top of Harry and lifted her off him by the back of her shirt. Yuruaki, would you please leave Harry alone? Yuruaki pouted, but Masaki, I missed Harry a lot. He's way more fun than Ichigo and saner than Urahara. Both aforementioned men complained, but Yuruaki, ignore them, he's my best buddy. Plus I got to mark him with my scent. He smells like so many girls it's not even funny. Harry sighed and stood up. Could you not do that? Some of my girlfriends are very animal-like and they wouldn't appreciate it if I was marked by some random stray cat. Yuruaki's eyes twitched in annoyance. Hey brat. I'll have you know that there are men out there who would kill for even a little bit of my affection. Masaki let Yuruaki go and then went to sit to continue eating. Harry raised an eyebrow. That's because they don't know you very well, Yuruaki. Urahara and Ichigo nodded in agreement while Yuruaki then had a vein pop out of her brow. You little shit, where's the respect for your teacher? Harry just tiredly sighed and then patted Yuruaki on her head, causing her to melt and relax. She even began to purr a bit, causing everyone to sweat drop. Urahara amusedly shook his head. That's why she likes Harry a lot. He's the second one to be able to do that, her and not get his ass kicked. In all honesty, I'm very surprised she allows him to do that. Yuzu then swallowed her food and spoke. Well, Harry's head pats are very good. They make you feel safe and important, so I don't blame Miss Kitty for acting like that. Even Karin relaxes when Harry head pats her. Everyone turned to look at Karin, who looked to the side while blushing, not wanting to say anything about that. Harry continued to pat Yuruaki while he spoke. Well, in my defense, the first time I saw her I thought she was just a cat and I kinda got into a habit of petting her and giving her chin and ear scratches whenever I saw her. She was sort of a pet. Even after revealing herself as a Shinigami she continued to ask me to do that. Everyone nodded. Back then it was normal for young Harry to walk around with Yuruaki following him everywhere. He looked like a typical boy with his pet cat just hanging out. Their dynamic didn't change much even when she revealed herself as an ex-Shinigami and would often seek out Harry for attention. To Urahara, Ishin, and Masaki this was the funniest thing they had ever seen, and even took pictures that they use as blackmail against Yuruaki when she get too difficult to handle. Harry suddenly stopped petting Yuruaki, making her pout, but she let him speak. It seems like he had something important to say. Okay, I'm going to make a portal in my old room. I'll be charming it and warding it to hell and back, and only Mom will be able to allow anyone in. That's not registered today. Today I'll register everyone here along Chad and Uriah. Anyone else that tries to go through the portal that hasn't gotten Mom's permission or was registered will be blasted off the first time and then erased from existing the next. Everyone nodded, but it was Orium who spoke up in concern. Isn't that a bit much, Harry? Harry shook his head. No, I don't want a hollow to suddenly appear in my world and start killing everything they see. There are a lot of powerful and highly spiritually awakened people in my world, and in the off chance they could be consumed by a hollow, it could cause it to evolve into something truly terrifying, and I don't want to take risks. Plus my world has multiple death deities and none of them would be happy if they lose some souls to hollows. Everyone nodded in agreement. Everything Harry just said made sense, so they had no argument about the way Harry wanted to do this. Okay, I have to go back to my world real quick and expand the room where I already keep a portal to another world and make a portal to connect to the one I'll be making here. Everyone nodded while Yuzua stood up and grabbed Harry's hand. You're going to come back, right? Harry smiled at Yuzua and then patted her head. Of course, I will. It's just going to be for a few minutes and I'll be back before you know it. Yuzua nodded and let go of his hand. She then stepped back. Harry smiled at everyone, and then before their very eyes, he disappeared. Yuzua and Karin seemed anxious, but Masaki just smiled and nodded at them, which helped them calm down. Eventually, as at least 10 minutes had passed, Harry suddenly came down the stairs leading to the second floor. All right. Everything is ready. The twins ran up to him and hugged him tightly, causing him to chuckle and hug them back. I'm sorry for leaving for so long, girls, but now we can visit each other whenever we want. It's like we're living in the same house again. Yuzua and Karin looked up to Harry and nodded to him while giving him the brightest smiles they had ever given to someone. Eventually, everyone walked up to them and Harry grinned at them. Are you ready? Everyone smiled or grinned at him, letting him know they were ready to go to another world and meet his family. And so Harry, the Kurosakis, Orium, Ririka, Urahara, and Yoryuki went upstairs and didn't even hesitate to jump through the portal Harry had made. Reckless? Yes, definitely, but this is how much they trusted Harry. The first thing everyone saw on the other side of the portal was a big room and another portal. They all stared at it, curious as to where it goes. Harry smiled and decided to answer their unasked question. That portal leads to the Uzumaki household over in the Elemental Nations, the third world I have ever visited. His companions look interested, especially Yoryuki. Isn't that the world with shinobi that Urahara mentioned to me last night? He did tell me how you spoke about it to everyone. Harry nodded and then teleported everyone into his backyard where Morgan, Hope, Sumire, and Asia were having a tiny picnic and enjoying the sunny day. Morgan and Hope instantly sensed Harry and got up even before he had teleported into the yard and ran up to him the moment they saw him. Sumire and Asia smiled and soon followed after them. Harry smiled and then picked up in his arm both his niece and daughter. Hey girls! Have you been having fun? Hope and Morgan nodded, while Sumire and Asia stopped to look at everyone who had arrived with Harry. Morgan excitedly began to speak. Yesterday Auntie Ereshkigal tried to cook dinner. It was fun. Harry winced because he already knew what the outcome of that was going to be. Sigh, okay, and who took care of the abomination? The Karakura residents were confused, but Sumire answered Harry's questions well. The girls thought it would be a great battle experience, so they let Sana and her peerage along with Team Hanabi battle it. Hope nodded. It was kind of funny watching them dodge tentacles of curry and pepper breaths. Harry's sweat dropped air. Sumire reminded me to be extra nice to my students for a week. Sumire giggled but nodded while Harry turned towards everyone. Well, I think I should explain. Ereshkigal is one of my girlfriends and a goddess of death. She's just horrible at cooking, and everything she makes becomes some kind of eldritch horror that somehow comes to life. Just imagine Orium's cooking suddenly becoming kaiju-size monsters. Orium pouted. Hey, everything I make is delicious. Everyone who had seen what she eats sometimes deadpanned at her very hard, but she just continues to pout. Harry just chuckled anyways, leaving the monster creators aside. These little ones in my arms are Morgan Stark, my niece, and Hope Potter, my daughter. Sumire is my little sister, so Yuzu and Karin, be nice to her, okay? She's your sister too now, and Asia is a good friend of the family. Masaki immediately took Hope and Morgan from Harry's arms and hugged them tightly while gushing at their cuteness. Yuzu hugged Sumire, surprising the young kunoichi, while Karin grinned at her. Orium and Ririka went to speak with Asia, who was always happy to make new friends. Yoryuki smiled at everyone already getting along, while the men suddenly looked at each other and vowed to protect both Morgan and Hope. That cuteness must be protected at all costs. Both Morgan and Hope giggled while being hugged by Masaki. Hope decided to ask her father who everyone who came with him were. Daddy, who are these people? Are they friends? Harry smiled and nodded. They're from the second world I visited. The one hugging you is Masaki. She's sort of your grandmother, Hope. As a matter of fact, the man with the beard and the orange-haired teen is your grandfather Ishin and Uncle Ichigo. And the two young girls speaking with Sumire are your aunts Yuzu and Karin, their family. Hope tilted her head but then nodded to herself and hugged Masaki tightly. It's nice to meet you, Granny and Grandpa. You two uncle and aunts. Morgan didn't even hesitate and was already hugging Masaki, but the Kurosaki family all smiled at them, already considering them their family, while Harry continued on. The very sus-looking man with the bucket hat is Urahara, and he is a family friend. The dark-skinned purple-haired woman is Yoryuki. She's also a family friend, and the young red-headed girl is also a friend. She's new, but hopefully she gets used to our craziness. The girls all waved at everyone, happy to know that their family was getting even bigger than before. Suddenly Sirafal walked out of the house and headed straight towards Harry with a smile on her face. There you are, Harry. Geez, where did you go to take a nap? Harry awkwardly chuckled and scratched the back of his head. I wasn't taking a nap, Sira, not this time anyways. I went to go visit family in another world. Sirafal smiled at him and waved at everyone. Ooh, that sounds like fun. I wanted to speak with you about something, but it can wait. How about we go and introduce everyone to each other? We're all having a lazy day today, so it's a perfect day for introductions. Harry nodded, since all of that seemed like a great idea, and even though Sirafal said she had something to talk about, it seems pretty unimportant if she was willing to push it aside. Everyone from Karakura, however, was staring in surprise at the girl wearing a magical girl's uniform, something that had Yuzu and Orium's eyes sparkling with excitement. Secretly Ririka's eyes were also sparkling, but it was mostly because she thought that the clothes looked super cute and sexy. The Kurosakis were now in Kyohan like the Uzumaki. They could now go in and out of their worlds into Harry's anytime they wanted. Once again Harry unknowingly began to change the fate of many. Chapter 60. The Kurosakis and their friends had seen a lot of things during their adventures. strange and fantastic things, but having met all of these new and very powerful individuals completely takes the cake. However, these individuals were considered family by Harry. It was still a big shock to them though. Ninjas, yokai, vampires, mutants, angels, devils, dragons, a superhero, and even gods. All of this would usually be hard to believe, but these beings were right in front of them, speaking and joking around with them. Yuzu, Karin, and Masaki were the first ones to recover from everything and immediately went to speak with all the girls. For the twins, they wanted to meet and get to know their new sisters, who to them were the coolest girls they have ever met. Masaki went with them because to her these girls were her daughters now, and she needed to ask them many questions, like how many grandchildren she should be expecting and when was their weddings, important things a mother should know. Yuruaki went to walk around town. She was curious about how different this world is from their own, and the best way to find out that information is to go out for a bit and see for herself. Of course, she was also going to do a bit of spying too, it is her expertise after all. The men except Ishin, who was more curious about other things, immediately went to the lab just so they could see and talk about the mecha that Tony, Sirius, Remus, and Harry were building. Urahara's eyes sparkled in interest and began to throw ideas out and different methods on how to make the mecha unique and energy efficient. Ichigo thought that it was the coolest thing he had ever seen, but kept that himself as he watched the mad scientists work. Ishin was more interested in the medical practices of other worlds and went to speak with Tsunade, Gabriel, and Asia, who were happy to speak with him about everything he was curious about. Ririka was happily petting Kunu's tails. She really does like fluffy things. Orium was happily asking questions to everyone. Oh, so Valerie, you're a vampire, right? Do you drink blood? Do you hiss when somebody pulls across at you? Oh. Can you shapeshift? Have you drank Harry's blood? How does it taste? Everyone's sweat dropped hearing Orium's barrage of questions to Valerie, who just smiled at her and decided to humor her. Well, I'm a half vampire, so that makes me a Dumper, a descendant of Dracula actually. I can drink blood but don't really need to anymore. Holy items no longer affect me, so no, I don't hiss when someone shoves across to my face. Hee, I can turn into bats and mist. I think that counts as shape-shifting, and yes, I have tasted Harry's blood. It was very sweet and sort of minty. Orium awed and giggled while Harry's sweat dropped. He then rubbed his neck and blushed a bit. He still remembers when Valerie took a bite out of his neck when he was sleeping. It didn't hurt, but it did make him feel a bit embarrassed about it for a while. Orium then turned towards Susan and Hermione. And you guys are witches, right? Do you ride on brooms? Do you make potions in a cauldron while cackling? Do you have black cats? Hermione loudly groaned while Susan laughed. Don't mind her, she's just upset because those stereotypes are true. Orium clapped excitedly, while Harry just patted Hermione's on her head. There, I do think you look extra sexy when you cackle while making potions. Hermione gaped at him and then proceeded to slap his shoulder repeatedly. That only happened once. And I was just excited, Harry. Everyone laughed while Hermione blushed crimson red, while Masaki was already spoiling both Hope and Morgan with candy. No one knows where she got it from, but the girls weren't complaining about it. Yuzu was speaking with Luna about all the kinds of magical beasts and monsters she's seen, while Mr. Goop acted like a beanbag for them. Karin was having fun asking Jean about all the different superheroes she's met. Overall, this was a great family reunion, loud and chaotic but fun nonetheless, just like Harry likes it. Yuzu suddenly jumped down from Mr. Goop and gave him a pat before running towards Harry and grabbing one of his hands. Harry, show us your dragon form. Luna says that it's very impressive and pretty. Harry smiled, while Luna, who had followed Yuzu, giggled. Well, I said that Harry is a very handsome gold and silver dragon, but pretty is an apt description too. Sirius barked out a laugh and Harry then shot a tiny lightning bolt from his finger, causing his godfather to yelp and jump up. Sure, I did promise to show you guys what my dragon form looks like now. And just ignore the mutt, he's just jealous I look pretty in my dragon form. Sirius shook a fist toward Harry. Hey! I'm not jealous. I'm absolutely adorable in my animagus form. Everyone laughed while Harry shook his head in amusement. He then guided everyone back to the backyard, and once there he took on his dragon form and spread his 2 pairs of feathered wings. The Kurosakis, Urahara, Orium, and Ririka gaped and stared up in astonishment as Harry's massive dragon form towered over them. Ririka was very glad that Harry showed her mercy. She didn't want to ever face something like this. Yuzu squealed and Harry smiled at her. He then leaned his head and nuzzled Yuzu, who giggled and patted his snout. Harry, you look so cool. And your scales are so shiny and pretty. Harry grinned, but then sweat dropped when he noticed the intense looks he was getting from Masaki and Ririka. He sighed, knowing that they were going to try to get one of his scales for themselves in the future. Harry then suddenly grinned and used his telekinesis to lift the twins. Masaki, who had been carrying Hope and Morgan all of this time, Orium and Ryrika into his back. The girls gasped at being so suddenly lifted off the ground, but then relaxed when Harry put them up onto his back. All right, just relax and enjoy the trip. Harry then took off into the sky while everyone looked up with smiles as they heard the girls' screams in excitement as Harry continued to fly higher and higher. Until he finally stopped, and the girls were shocked to see how far up into the sky they were as Harry easily stayed gliding through the sky. Ryrika was flabbergasted. We're so high, how are we breathing? Hope was the one to answer her question. Daddy created a barrier around us and is creating oxygen inside of it. We could even go to another planet like this if we wanted. Orium's eyes sparkled in excitement. Harry, take us to Mars. Maybe we can find a Martian. Harry chuckled. This is why he likes Orium, she's always ready for adventure. All right. A round trip to Mars coming up. Harry then roared and took off at Godspeed towards the red planet while the girls cheered in excitement. To Orium's disappointment, they didn't find a Martian, but it was still a very fun trip and everyone even took a few rocks from the red planet as souvenirs. That night everyone had dinner together and went to sleep after having such an exciting day. The Kurosakis and Orium had to go home because the kids had school and Ishin had the clinic to open, but with the portal now available to them they promised to visit often. Harry knew they meant it because one, Masaki now had grandchildren to spoil. Morgan was recognized as a grandchild by her, and nothing was going to stop her, and two, Orium, Yuzu, and Karin love Harry's home and the people that live here. Orium still has more questions to ask. Yuzu wanted to hang out more with her new sisters and niece, while Karin was just excited about the new things she was seeing and learning. Ichigo told Harry that he was coming over often to train and that he would be bringing their friends soon. Harry smiled and told him that he was going to call Naruto and Sasuke so all four of them can train together. Ichigo grinned. He had heard of those two and he was curious to see just how powerful they were and see how he stacks against them in a fight. Maybe he can get them to agree to team up against Harry and beat his scaly butt at least once. Urahara and Yuriuki were going to stay here for a while. Urahara was very interested in helping with the mecha and also wanted to learn more from Tony and Harry. Yuriuki was more curious about this world and Kyoto as a whole, plus she met a young kitten during her walk around town that seemed to need some help, so she wanted to spy on her a little bit before deciding if she was going to help her or not. Ryrika was also going to stay. She tried to hide it, but everyone knew that she liked the chaos and craziness of the Potter household. She seemed quite taken with how everyone was so happy and kind. Before anyone could leave, Harry gave everyone the "You're either family or a friend of Harry Potter" skill package, increasing all of their powers and abilities. Out everyone, Orium was the one who was the most excited and immediately began to play with her new magic. After that they all said their goodbyes. Everyone was happy to have met even more family, and Harry himself was just happy he was able to avoid his mother locking him away in the basement for the rest of his life. Now he has a powerful weapon against Masaki, and that is Morgan and Hope's cuteness. Very dangerous but powerful weapons, but necessary ones to protect himself from his mother. That night, Harry sat outside in the backyard in his dragon form while Sierra Fall sat down on top of his snout so she could speak to Harry about a few things that have come up. Surtx has decided to rebel against the Elder Devil Council. The Miss have been allowing them to run things as they like for far too long. The other three Miss have had a fire lit up in their hearts with the news of the cleanse Michael has been doing with the church. Harry closed his eyes. I see. Are you going to help them? Sierra Fall looked up to the moon and stared at it. I want to make sure children don't have to be involved with all of this. I want this to be quick and in the background. In order for that to happen I have to help. My power will be needed. I am the strongest devil now after all. Harry chuckled. That's true. The children, hey. Very well, for them and you I'll help you with this. You have free use of the Anbio core now. Since you want to do this as stealthy as possible, then you can't do better than using shinobi. Sierra Fall turned towards Harry and smiled at him. You don't have to get involved, you know? This isn't your problem or Kyoto's. Harry opened one of his eyes and stared into Seraphil's eyes. You're involved, that's enough for me to want to help. I couldn't care less about the devils, but you and the Citri are both my allies and family, plus you're absolutely right, children shouldn't ever be involved in this sort of thing. Sierra Fall closed her eyes and softly smiled. When it comes to children you are always willing to help, Harry. I love that about you, you know. Harry closed his eye. You have told me before, Sierra. In fact, Gabriel, Yasaka, and you have told me that plenty of times before. I love you and them too. Sierra Fall blushed but widely smiled. I'm going to tell Gabriel and Yasaka you said that. We won't let you get away after hearing you say that. Harry huffed. I know, you three are surprisingly stubborn, and besides, the way you say that makes it sound as if I had a choice. To begin with, sooner or later you three would have made me say it. Sierra Fall giggled because Harry was absolutely right. Gabriel, Yasaka, and her had already chosen Harry as their future husband and nothing was going to stop them. Thank you, Harry, for helping me with this. I'll make sure to make good use of the Anbio core. Harry nodded. Keep me informed, and if you need anything else let me know, the rest of the family and I will help you with anything. Sirafal nodded. Also Azazel contacted me some time ago, well me and Yasaka, he was very persistent about speaking with us and so we ended up having to listen to him so he would leave us alone, that man can be so annoying. Harry reopened his eyes and stared at Sirafal. What does that fool want now? GI's entire organization had been nothing but trouble to us and an annoyance. Sirafal nodded in agreement. Yet, well, apparently he wants to use Kaur as a neutral ground for peace talks between the three Judeo-Christian factions. Harry deadpanned and raised an eyebrow at Sirafal, causing her to sweat drop. We told him that we would ask you about it, more than likely he isn't aware you live here and protect Kuaha. Harry scoffed. Well, is there any reason why I shouldn't just tell him to go fuck himself? Sirafal snorted, trying not to laugh at how casually Harry can just tell a leader of a faction to go fuck himself. Honestly, she herself would like to do that. Well, with Michael's cleanse of his faction and the Devil's incoming rebellion, we kinda do need to not worry about the other factions suddenly stabbing us in the back while we're weakened. Let's be honest here, if that were to happen you wouldn't help any devil, well except me and the Citri, right? Harry just closed his eyes to think. True, I wouldn't want to get involved, the devils have pissed me off before, the church and heaven have been doing horrendous things that have affected people I care about, and the fallen are just a bunch of arrogant idiots that can't seem to understand what the word no means. I would really just prefer them to fight each other off and be done with it. I'm pretty sure plenty of devils, angels, and fallen would survive. Sirafal sighed because everything Harry has just said is true and she didn't have anything to refute it with. Harry continued on. Sigh, I'll think about it for you, Sirafal. Honestly, the only reason I haven't destroyed them all is because that would cause an imbalance in the nature of this world, in its very concept. This is a world of magic and supernatural entities. If a big number of such beings died, it would bring all kinds of chaos and not the good kind either. Sirafal turned towards Harry in surprise. She and many others had always wondered why Harry doesn't just kill off all the fallen or the devils, why doesn't he just destroy heaven and the church, but hearing his reason now, well, sounds like something very serious and not something that should be ignored. What do you mean, Harry? That sounded very serious right now, like the end of the world serious. Harry sighed. Each universe at its core carries a concept that allows it to continue to exist and expand. Let's take Tony's world as an example of this. Let's call that universe Marvel? Yeah, that somehow fits. Anyways, the core of that universe known as Marvel revolves around the concept of superpowers. If too many superpowered heroes and villains died, that universe will start to collapse on itself, so as a countermeasure that universe created a very diverse multiverse within itself, ensuring its continued existence by always having plenty of superpowered individuals exiting at the same time. Sirafal frowned and looked down. She somehow understood all of that in this world? What is its core concept? Harry stayed quiet for a few minutes but eventually answered her question. This world at its core has the concept of magic and the supernatural. It protects itself by creating multiple planes of existence and supernatural entities: angels, devils, fallen, gods, yokai, mages, dragons and so on, by creating the underworld, heaven, Takamagahara, Olympus, Asgard, and so on and on. This universe ensured its continued existence. If I were to completely eradicate an entire species of supernatural entities, it would bring some chaos and imbalance in this universe, which could bring all kinds of problems. That's why I don't just willy-nilly kill off the fallen angels or devils. Of course, my presence here and that of others like Milim and Jessica is pretty much keeping things in balance. Still, I don't want to risk it. It would be stupid to do so after all, and besides, just killing off the idiots is enough for me. No need to pull a Frisia on this entire planet. Sirafal nodded. That honestly made just a little bit of sense to me, but if you're saying it then it should be true. There's no need to worry about it, right? Harry just smiled. No, not really. It would take quite a big number of supernatural beings dying to make something really bad happen, but I have no intention of testing it just in case. Also, the fact that I opened gates to other worlds should solidify the core of this universe even further. Sirafal smiled. I see. Well, I'll leave all of that difficult thinking to you, Harry. I know I can trust you not to do anything too dangerous. Harry just chuckled. Don't worry, if the worst were to happen I would make sure all of my family and friends survived and then create an entirely new universe for us. Sirafal sighed. That doesn't make me feel better, Harry. Harry just smiled at Sirafal until she burst out laughing. After their long talk they decided to just sleep there and enjoy the nice night they were having tonight. A few days have passed and the Potter house has become quite the chaotic and fun place. There's always something going on in this house, and now that there are visitors coming and going from different worlds, the chaos has only increased. However, the people living in this house were completely used to the shenanigans constantly happening here: explosions, magical pranks, living food abominations, and sleeping dragons were just a normal sight here. Today however Harry was on his way to pick up Hope and Morgan from school. Hanabi and Himawari were with him today since they had come to visit and play with the girls, so they decided to go with Harry. Himawari was happily telling Harry how she had teleported Kurama out of her father's belly to play with him. Harry was trying really hard not to laugh at the sheer panic Naruto and Kurama must have felt the moment Himawari had done that with magic. Hanabi, who was riding on Harry's back, was grinning all the while. It was hilarious, bro. I've never seen a Baijuyu look so flabbergasted before. Naruto looked like he was going to have a heart attack when Kurama suddenly appeared in the middle of the village. Himawari fist pumped. It was so much fun to ride Kurama and talk to him. I wished Mr. Fox would come out more often to play. Harry chuckled and smiled at Himawari. Well, Kurama has always been a little bit of a grouch, but underneath all of that he's a kind guy. More than likely he feels very at ease and very relaxed inside Naruto, so he doesn't want to come out. Himawari nodded in understanding. Oh. Is that Hope's and Morgan's school? Harry nodded but narrowed his eyes when he felt a presence nearby, but when he saw Hope and Morgan run out of the school building towards them he decided to put up a smile. Himawari ran to them and began to cheerfully speak with them. While Hope and Morgan were happy to see Himawari, Hanabi jumped down Harry's back and walked up to them to say hi, while Harry stayed behind. Are you going to come out or are you going to force me to drag you out? Azazel came out from behind a tree close by. Geez kid, you should relax a little, being this high-strung all the time has to be very stressful. No. Harry turned his gaze towards Azazel. What do you want? I rather not have to see your incompetent face, Azazel. I'm quite tired of having to deal with your race. Azazel frowned but really couldn't argue with Harry's point of view. So you do live here in Kuaha? I had my suspicions, but, listen, I'm not here to cause any trouble or to step on any toes. I just wanted to talk with you. I know you don't have a good impression of fallen angels and I don't blame you. Harry scoffed. That's an understatement if I ever heard one. The only reason I don't kill you right now is that Sirafal told me that you have a permit to visit Japan, and that's only because you're a faction leader. Cause trust me when I say that both Yasaka and the Japanese government don't want you here. Azazel's sweat dropped because he already knew that. He knew too well how hated he was in Japan. Even with the permit to visit he still couldn't go to Kyoto since the wards there would instantly kill him the moment he comes in contact with them. Sigh. I know I've messed up, but is asking for a second chance too much to ask? Harry turned away from Azazel and smiled at Hanabi, who was looking at him in concern. Hanabi smiled back and decided to take the girls to buy some ice cream from a nearby street vendor. While Harry was busy, Harry then turned towards Azazel and glared honestly. Yes, it's too much to ask. Even now you don't seem truly repentant, you just want something, and you're acting friendly to get it. You're irresponsible, arrogant and quite frankly an idiot. I don't trust you. Azazel flinched while Harry continued. Not only that, but you actually have the gall to show yourself in my presence and want to ask me for something? TCH. I know why you're here. You want to use Kuah as a neutral place for the three Judeo-Christian factions. Azazel got serious and spoke. That's right. I think it's time to work together and work towards peace. There are also a lot of things that are happening and we can't afford to be against each other's throats any longer. Harry just stared at Azazel. I don't see how that's any of my business or the yokai factions. Truth be told, I rather see all of you kill each other. Azazel frowned. You have friends amongst the Heaven faction and Devil faction, right? You wouldn't want them to get dragged into war, correct? Harry raised an eyebrow. You're making a lot of assumptions here. My friends and allies are perfectly capable of taking care of themselves, and I know the yokai faction would stand behind and shelter them while the rest of you kill each other. Azazel's sweat dropped. He had nothing and this meeting was going sideways already. The Fallen faction can help with our sacred gear research and give resources to Kyoto. All we ask is for us to be allowed to use Kuah and Kuah Academy as a meeting place. Harry sighed. Right, you don't know. Michael must still be keeping it a secret. Harry then pulled out the True Longinus from his inventory and spun it around a few times. Shocking, Azazel. God's system has bonded with me. I have complete and total control of the sacred gear system, so I can freely create and even change sacred gears as I wish. I can also safely extract them. I already have the True Longinus among a few others. Neo Kyoto already has a stable supply of resources of all kinds. Nothing the fallen angels can offer can even come close to what we already have. Harry placed the True Longinus back into his inventory and continued speaking. However, Sirafal spoke to me about this meeting and she has her reasons to agree to it, so I'll allow the Judeo-Christian factions to have their little meeting, but Yasaka and I will be present, and if we see anything suspicious coming from you or the other two stooges, you will be killed on the spot. Do I make myself clear, Azazel? That's the only time I'll allow your stupid face anywhere close to Kuah. Azazel stiffly nodded. Yeah, I understand. Thank you, kid. Despite your opinion of me, I am grateful for this. Harry nodded and Azazel promptly left right after. Harry sighed and looked up to the sky. Sigh, why do I feel like something annoying is on its way? Hanabi suddenly poked him on the chest, drawing his attention to her and the girls. Hanabi grinned. You have 4 beautiful ladies in front of you, bro, you should be smiling, not stressing. Harry chuckled and smiled at Hanabi and the girls, who all seriously nodded to Hanabi's statement. Sigh, you're right. I am the luckiest guy in the world, right? Hope, Morgan, and Himawari giggled while Hanabi handed him a popsicle. Yes. You're very lucky. Now let's go home, I want to see more of this anime that Hope and Morgan like to watch a lot. Harry chuckled and then nodded, then all 5 hurried back home to catch Hope's and Morgan's anime shows. The next few days went by peacefully as the Potter's household continued to be busy. As always, there were people going and coming through the day, kids training in the morning, and everyone taking care of their projects and such. Tsunade had taken both Irina and Zenovia under her wings and began training them in the shinobi and medical arts when she saw how lost and depressed they seemed. She told them that instead of moping around they should instead try to do something useful, and so Tsunade asked Harry to turn them into angels like Asia and began their torture/training. The 5th Hokage seemed to be having a lot of fun having young students to train once again. Gabriel and Asia were happy and excited to have them join Kuaha's healing temple and began to teach them how to use their new angelic powers. Asia herself had advanced quite a lot in her own angelic skill and had learned some very powerful light-based spells like Grand Cross and even Judgment. Harry and Kuna spent a lot of time training and teaching her all kinds of light-based magic and skills. Harry had even purified and completely reforged the Excalibur fragments to create a whole new holy sword and fused it with Asia's sacred gear. Her sacred gear evolved and turned into Miracle Maria, a holy sword that could heal anything and everything and even from a long distance. It also had the powers of the Excalibur swords too. Of course, this meant that she had to be trained in swordsmanship, so she joined Jen and Tsubaki and Naitomo in sword practice. Zenovia and Irina were really jealous too, but happy for their new friend. Harry did promise to get them new holy swords as well. Harry also continued to visit the children, who were always extremely happy to see him and play with them. He would even sometimes bring Hope and Morgan to play with them while Harry spoke with Hagrid about how he and the children were doing. Naruto and Sasuke had begun to come over and train with Harry, and everyone would always come to watch as their spars and training was something truly impressive to watch. Little by little both demigods began to regain the power they had back in the 4th Shinobi War and more. Urahara would often nerd out with Tony about some of the things he had invented in the past. Those two could really relate to each other since they both have regrets of some of the things they had created in the past and how they just wanted to help people now. Yoryuki one day came home with a stray. Harry was surprised when she appeared in his backyard while he was napping, carrying Konako on her shoulder like a sack of potatoes, and declared her to be her new student. Poor Konako was utterly confused about what had happened. One minute she was on her way to go buy some snacks, and the next she was kidnapped and taken to Harry's backyard and had somehow gained a teacher. Harry was sweating something fierce because he had to stop time, deactivate the wards before Konako exploded or something, and register her to be allowed entry. He did scold Yoryuki for the heart attack she almost gave him, but Yoryuki, being who she is, just laughed. Harry and Konako's sweat dropped in response to her nonchalant attitude. After that, Yoryuki asked Harry if she could use the training ground to train Konako. Harry stared into Konako's eyes and saw that the darkness that once had engulfed her heart had finally begun to dissipate and only needed a little push. So he agreed, hoping that the Nico Shao would find what she needed from Yoryuki's training, and so she joined the number of people training in the Potter household. However, Harry began to think that it was time to take another trip to another world. He did promise the girls that he would take 3 of them on vacation, as he had done with Ereshkigal, Milim, Fu, and Jessica. That night he decided to speak to everyone about his plans. So I'm thinking of world jumping soon, and like I promised, I will be taking 3 girls with me. It will be a sort of vacation. Everyone nodded and the girls cheered loudly because they were all looking forward to this. Tony spoke. Oh, I had forgotten that the visit to our world was supposed to be a vacation, but you were just as busy as you are here. Harry nodded and grinned. Well, you guys needed help and I couldn't just watch that car wreck go on. Tony laughed while Pepper spoke up. Where are you going and who are you taking this time, Harry? Harry smiled at Pepper. Well, the world jump is random, so we won't know where we'll end up, but as to who I'm taking, this time, it will be Luna, Susan, and Hermione. The 3 aforementioned girls cheered while the others groaned, causing Harry to chuckle. Don't worry girls, I'll take you with me on the next trip. The girls begrudgingly nodded, while Sirius spoke up next. When are you leaving and for how long? That last trip took years here. Harry nodded. I'm thinking of leaving shortly after the whole peace talks between the Judeo-Christian factions, and this time, only a month or so would pass by. Now that I have complete and total control over time and space, I can slow down time here. Everyone nodded, happy that Harry wouldn't be gone for too long this time. Susan and Hermione were excitedly speaking of what sort of world they might end up with. Luna however spoke up to Harry. Harry, can we take Mr. Goop with us? Harry turned towards Mr. Goop, who was being used by Hope and Morgan as a beanbag, and nodded. Sure, why not, he is part of the family after all. Luna happily cheered while everyone smiled at her. Even though Luna was a master in wielding darkness, she was still a very sweet and kind girl. Well, as long as you do try to take her pudding, there would be no god that would protect you from her wrath. Not even Harry could protect you. Ereshkigal then spoke up next. Make sure you tell all of the kids that you're training. Harry nodded. Of course, plus I'm sure you and the girls can handle their training for a month. The girls nodded, while Sirafal then continued with the conversation. This summer the Youth Devil Gathering will take place in Lusafad. Sana wanted to invite you, Harry, but she didn't think you would go. Could you make an appearance? If only to show your support to Sana. Harry raised an eyebrow, but he nodded nonetheless. Sure, I think I can handle being in the presence of a bunch of arrogant devils for a while to show support to Sana, though if any devil annoys me I make no promises that I won't kill them. Sirafal giggled but nodded. That's how this family dinner passed by, Harry making plans for his future trip to another world along with his big family. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like and subscribe to the channel so you're notified of future uploads. You can find the next parts in the playlist visible on the screen or on my channel. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.